Wow. Okay, real quick. Before we do new stuff. Okay, the guy that emails me gun stuff suggested I need a rifle. I don't have one. It's important for the defense of our country. If I were to pull the trigger on an AR-15, because it seems like this, everybody has to have one of these motherfuckers. Does any of this shit actually fucking matter? Like, between these three. He said one of these three would probably be fine. But then he says he also really likes this company. He says they're local. It'll be a little bit lighter. Does any of this shit actually fucking matter? FYI, Destiny said Mickey 17 was a 10 out of 10. Fuck you. What a horrible movie. Oh my god. Supreme Court ruling this morning on Ghost Gun, 7-2 decision. Guess who the two were in dissent? I don't even know what the ruling was about. Thomas and Alito dissented. I'm guessing this was bad for guns then? Or bad for ghost guns? Let me get a drink one. For Random Joe emails you, what's the likelihood you read it? Pretty low. Write it on the subreddit instead. Another committee about the leaked texts. If it was the one this morning, I listened to it while I was working on shit. It was super boring, so we're definitely not watching that on stream. Fuck that. Somebody said, don't get a quad rail. Why? I don't even know what quad rail means. Does it mean you can attach stuff on the top, the sides, and the bottom of the barrel? Is that what that means? Get the slick rail M-lock ones and not the quad rail Picatinny rail style. The fuck is M-lock? Get M-lock, you want the RIS3. Do we know how that journalist got added to that Signal group chat? He got dragged in. As to why, we don't know, but... Nah, fuck that. Regular rail is better. M-lock is annoying. M-lock versus Picatinny? Jesus.
We're talking handguards. Picatinny rail versus...
What kind of off work do you have to do out of stream? Scheduling and network. What did I do this morning? I think I had to call the Florida Department of Revenue to check on some stuff related to... I had to submit paperwork for sales tax authorization for the state of Florida, which is fucking annoying because of merch sales here. I did some stuff on Discord. I had to make a room and bring in the conductor guys to their own little area. I give them all perms to make sure that we could start talking about that. I cleaned up my script on OBS to move videos to a different folder because I'm using Dropbox now instead of Google Drive. I replied with another video. Dude, Dropbox has the worst support of any company I've ever worked with in my entire life. I'm actually shocked, and I'm really irritated because usually, not to do the out of touch meme, but usually if you pay a lot of money for a thing, usually you have like Uber support that's like awesome. For Dropbox, I think I pay like $1,000 a year or something. That's not a lot, I guess. Maybe it was $2,000 a year. It was like, I thought it was a decent chunk of change just for storage. But I'm having an issue where on the website, there's a folder of videos. Sometimes it just doesn't load. No, all the time it doesn't load. Like I click it, it's just forever loading. Like, so I can't link somebody's stuff to this folder. But if you have the desktop app downloaded, then you do get it all, like auto-synced through the desktop app. So something weird is happening in the browser. My first email to their tech support to try to figure this issue out was, I don't know, when did I first complain about this? It looks like March 8th. So like almost 3 weeks ago. And the back and forth emails have just been ridiculous. Like, the first request was to send screenshots of the issue. So I sent screenshots. Then they wanted me to send screenshots on a different browser and then an incognito window. I did that. Then they wanted me to send a video recording of my network tab open while I tried to load the tab. I did that. Then they wanted a video of another computer doing it, and then I did that. Then they wanted a... the last thing was with a different tab open. Now they want me to do... And now my last email to them was like, can I just like add you guys as a team member and then you can do it? It's just like so ridiculous. I have no idea what the fuck they're looking for from me to like... Oh, this is the last request they made. They said, our engineering team is requesting a copy of the HAR file from your browser to help them investigate the issue further, which is an HTTP archive file. And it's like, bro, this issue I'm having across 2 separate systems, and I'm having other people with the same issue like across the world accessing this folder. It's clearly not a thing on my browser computer. Like, can you guys just like try to load this and check it? Oh my fucking God. Anyway, Jesus. Dropbox is ass. That's why I see it starts wanting to get an ass. Yeah, but the problem is I can't send a lot of data. The routing is just not there to transfer tons of data. It's not about storage. It's about transferring the data at a decent speed. And I just don't think it's possible unless you're using something that's already like has preferential tier 1 peering for a huge file transfer, so like Google Drive or Dropbox or whatever else. Are so many MLs also knee deep into identity politics and overall wokeness? Doesn't that contradict itself? It does contradict itself, but generally MLs won't do the woke shit. Like you'll even hear Hassan sometimes say like he doesn't like id poll or identity politics. They just use it when it's convenient. But the reason why there's kind of a mix up between so much of it is because people usually become progressive on their way to becoming Marxist-Leninist. So...
Keymod versus Mlock. Hello and welcome to the Stinger Workshop. My name is Rick Barrett.
Wait, does that guy look like...
Mlock.
Hold on.
Hello and welcome to the Stinger Workshop.
Oh, no, wait. Okay. I was going to say, wait, he looks like the guy from Red Letter Media. But they are. Good. Okay, Jesus.
My name is Rick Barrett and I'm your host for these series of videos where we talk about everything in the gun community, from gun accessories to gun maintenance. In this video, we're going to be talking about the 3 most popular aftermarket handguards that are available to you for your AR-15. The goal with this video, like all videos from the Stinger Workshop, is to give you the pros and cons for each. That way, when you finally take the step of purchasing an aftermarket handguard, you'll...
Destiny, this is the new U.S. Army rifle. Yeah, but it uses a totally new cartridge, right? How much money does that ammo cost?
You'll be more informed about which one works for you. So let's talk about the solid veteran, which is the Picatinny rail. As I said before, the Picatinny rail is the standard bearer.
What is the most expensive mistake you've ever made at work? Like work-related stuff like that? I don't know if I've ever made a mistake like that. Like I don't think I've ever been like scammed or anything like that. Or not like in any conventional way.
It is the most widely adapted and the most widely popular. And that's because it was designed in the beginning to make it possible to attach scopes onto the receivers of larger caliber rifles. One thing for the Picatinny rail is the standard bearer. It is the most widely adapted and the most widely popular. And that's because it was designed in the beginning to make it possible to attach scopes onto the receivers of larger caliber rifles. One thing you can notice right off the bat is the 4 attachment points. One at 12, one at 3, one at 6, and one at 9. These 4 attachment points allow you to put extra equipment onto your AR-15. We're talking foregrips, night vision equipment, tactical lighting, pretty much whatever you want. Now,
you should get either an EOTech or aim point optic once you get your AR. This is an aim point. So I bought an aim point for my my M4, but apparently it fits on a lot of things. So I don't know if I'll even put it on my M4 because I got that. I think I actually got this exact one that you just linked. This this guy. I haven't put it on the shotgun yet though. I haven't even opened the box, except I ordered it from Scalar Works, whatever the fuck that is. Apparently, Mickey 17 got butchered by the studio to make it more palatable for US audiences. I'm waiting for the director's cut. It's just everything about that movie is bad. No extra cut can save that movie. I don't think. What did I end up buying for this? I got this combo, whatever this is. The Aimpoint Micro T2. And then the Micro. I'm guessing this thing up here, the footprint I'm guessing is the mount. And then this is the scope, I'm guessing. Or not scope, the red dot. This is a vid on the SIG Rattler. I don't care about that. I need an AR-15, okay? I have no rifle.
The Picatinny rail has become so widely adopted by the firearms community that a lot of firearms manufacturers will forego the traditional handguard and sell you an AR-15 with one of these pre-installed. So Rick, if there are all these pros and all these attachment points and everybody loves it, what are the cons? Well, I'll tell you. First, let's talk about the attachment points. Yes, you have 4 places to put your accessories, but I want you to take a look at the mass that each one of these Picatinny rails has. All this right here is weight. Nobody's going to tell you that the Picatinny rail is a lightweight system, and its biggest pro can in fact be its biggest con. I'll explain. Yes, you have 4 attachment points. That's great. Yes, you can put as much as you want on it. Yes, that's also great. However, I told you, this is all added weight. That's before you put on your lights, your foregrips, your scopes, whatever your heart desires. The more you put on there, if it's put on your AR-15, it's going to start weighing it down, and a lot of people will find that the rifle is out of balance. When we get to the key mod... And
what does that mean, out of balance? Is it supposed to be like a sword where you put your finger in it like is...
When we get to the M-Lock especially, you're going to see how the machining got rid of all this extra weight and it made it much more lightweight for shooters, while retaining the ability to put on attachments. One last thing that goes against the Picatinny rail is a newer shooting position. For a long time, people used grips on this bottom part of the Picatinny rail to put their support hand while they're shooting. If you've seen YouTube videos in the last couple years,
I think normally you just grab the rail on the front and shoot, right? I feel like every time I've shot rifles, when I did it with Kennedy, and then that's usually how they taught us to do it.
A popular place to put your support hand is around the actual handguard. Now you can see already that's uncomfortable, and I'm just holding it. Now imagine trying to hold it while you're dealing with the rest of the things that are going on while you're shooting an AR-15. You'll start to get cuts, it'll be uncomfortable, your hand will get fatigued quicker. Now, some people will say you can put on covers, you can wear gloves, and you can do all those things, but that's just one more...
The best all-rounder for an AR-15 optic is the Trigon ACOG. I was in the Marines, and let me tell you, those shits are accurate and indestructible. Sure, we're not even thinking of sights right now, I just want to see. These are the 5 rifles that were emailed to me. He said, the guy emailed me, he said, one of these 3 would probably be fine. And then he said he likes this company because they're local. No Doxerino. Then it might be a little lighter, but I don't even know the difference between, well, I guess now we're just looking at the different rail systems, huh?
Or negative that goes against the Picatinny rail. Now, the key mod system was introduced in 2012, and it gets its name from the keyhole profile of the mounting slots, as you can see right here on the system. This made it very popular right off the bat. Why? Because without the use of an adapter, which is increased weight, the key mod system permits the direct installation of attachments like your vertical...
I assumed you tried doing a bandwidth test between your place and August. What's the speed that you're getting between you and August? Please stop. Please don't. I've already done through all this, okay? Don't. Just trust me. I've looked into it transferring data like this. We already did a whole fucking months of stream shit on this. Please don't. How many guns do you have at the moment? I don't know. Probably less than 10. Like 8 maybe?
The use of an adapter, which is increased weight, the key mod system permits the direct installation of attachments like your vertical grips, your lights, all that good stuff. This resulted in a lighter handguard. Now I'm going to bring in the Picatinny rail real quick, and I just want you to see off the bat, they're both 6.5 inch, I believe, rails.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Look how thick your Picatinny rail is compared to your key mod rail. All this weight from your attachment points is now gone with the Picatinny rail versus the key mod. One last thing I want to talk about is the machining. Look at the slots on your key mod, and you're definitely going to see this with the M-Lock in a moment, versus your Picatinny rail. Look at all this extra metal that is on the Picatinny rail. That's increased weight. You can see with these more aggressive machining cuts how much weight you can lose while still keeping all the good stuff that this one has. Now I know what some of you are going to say, there's a Picatinny rail on top of this. I'm going to address that at the end of the video. Let's talk about the final pro with the key mod system, and that is where you can put your support hand while you fire. Now when I put my support hand around the Picatinny rail, it was bulky and uncomfortable. As you can see, with the key mod system, it lends to a more natural grip of your support hand, making shooting a more comfortable experience. Let's look at the third popular option for aftermarket handguards, that is the M-LOK system. This one right here is one you can get at StingerUSA.com. This is their Hawk model. The M-LOK system, it was an evolution of Magpool's original equipment mounting system. Now,
I'm in stream disagreements. I built my own AR. Listen, I love you. Everybody has built their own AR, okay? Chill. What do you do with your guns? How often do you go shooting? I've been going shooting pretty often now. I just, yeah, it's just a matter of like learning. No, I don't know how to phrase this. This sounds fucking retarded. If I don't have like scheduled shit in my life, I don't do it. But once it's scheduled, I can like start doing it regularly. Or not scheduled, but like routine stuff. So I've been shooting pretty often recently.
like the key mod, the M-LOK system does offer a slim profile, lightweight construction, and a customizable rail system. Now the main difference between the key mod, and I'm going to bring it in, the key mod and the M-LOK system here is the way that the rails and the accessories mount. Okay. Instead of using key mod holes like you see right here, the M-LOK system features a series of uniform slots. Now let's bring in the key mod versus the M-LOK. The key mod has the keyholes, while the M-LOK has these uniform slots.
Jesus Christ, we have to read books for this? U.S. Special Operations Command conducted rigorous testing on key mod and M-LOK. The testing revealed that M-LOK held up well beyond the requirements, where accessories stayed attached 100% of the time during drop testing. Accessories mounted to key mod rails were found more likely to separate from the handguard. Wow. M-LOK is more secure. I don't think I'm going to be throwing my rifle around, but okay. What sound settings did you change? I don't think I've changed anything. Check your computer, bro.
One of the things...
What about the gym? I've been going consistently to the gym for like 2 months now, since January like 23rd, so suck my dick, bitch.
One of the things, in addition to these uniform slots, which gives you the ability to mount any kind of equipment that you want at the 3, 6, and 9 positions, is that these M-LOK systems, especially the one you find here at Stinger USA, is incredibly light. I believe this one is 6 ounces, which gives you all the strength you need and all the performance you need while dramatically decreasing your weight. Let's talk about support hand placement with the M-LOK handguard. The Picatinny rail, very uncomfortable, very bulky. He had improvement with the key mod system, but it still wasn't quite right. Now the M-LOK gets it right. Not only is it lightweight, but it also has a smoother design with these cutouts, making it a superior shooting experience. One thing that I did forget to mention, but I'll mention it now, is I made a point to talk about the machining on your Picatinny rail versus your key mod. So let's take a look at this. Look at how aggressive the machine cuts are on this M-LOK handguard from Stinger USA. What is the benefit to that? That is less metal than this one. Also, more ventilation.
How'd you get motivation to go to the gym? Because I felt like I started thinking like, if I ended up quitting streaming, what am I going to do with my life? And then if I quit, I'm thinking like, well, at the very least, I need my health. So I've been prioritizing that shit.
To keep your barrel cooler. So we talked about the machine cuts on the M-LOK versus the Picatinny rail, and let's bring in the key mod, because the key mod was the one who did the machine cuts first.
Okay.
Why would they be more aggressive? That's less weight on this handguard versus this one. Now these handguards are the exact same length, yet the handguard from Stinger USA versus the key mod has more aggressive cuts. This is to keep your hand and the barrel that much cooler. So which one should you pick? Well, it comes down to personal preference for each gun owner who sees the key mod and the M-LOK as improvements over the Picatinny rail system. Both share some characteristics, chief among
I'll leave you to, there are some issues with 14.5 ARs. Oh my god. Who are you in stream disagreements? There's 2 names here. Neither one of them match your name, so.
among them that lightweight design and construction, as well as a simplicity of accessory installation. You're going to have to experiment with both. Me, personally, I like the M-LOK. I like the Stinger USA one. I like the design of the Hawk. I think it's a lot better. Personally, I think it's a lot cooler looking, and you can see all the cool M-LOK handguards they have at StingerUSA.com. So why is there a Picatinny rail on the top? It's because it's been around forever, and with the improvement of technology and the fact that this is made out of high-grade aluminum, you can put this Picatinny rail on the top, and you can get that extra attachment point without having to sacrifice excessive weight. So you can get the best of both worlds. You can get your Picatinny rail at the top, at the 12 and the 6 position, while still getting a more comfortable position for your support hand. And that's why the M-LOK, if you look at sales and just the vast amount of companies that are making them.
Okay, what's your problem?
Okay, so those 14.5-inch ARs, they have the muzzle device. It's welded and pinned on. Like, you literally can't, you're not supposed to take it off. If you do, it's a felony.
Okay. Oh, why? Because it lengthens the barrel to some acceptable length or something, or?
It makes the barrel 16 inches because it's technically pinned and welded to that length.
Is that a bad thing, or?
I mean, if you ever want to change that muzzle device, yeah.
Muzzle device, pinned and welded, Daniel Defense flash suppressor. That's important so people can see where I'm shooting from, right? Would I ever realistically want to change that?
could put any kind of different brake on there. And somebody said something about you might suppress it or something. I don't know if that's even a thing in your mind right now.
Okay, well, 14.5. Okay, well, I guess fuck that one then. Hold on. This is also 14.5. The DD M4V1 says 16-inch though.
That's fine.
But it also has a muzzle device. Do you think this one is welded in or no?
Shouldn't be.
It shouldn't be. Okay.
If it's a 16 by default, then it shouldn't be welded because 16 is the shortest
Legal length for.
Yeah.
Wait, can you not have are SBRs like illegal in the United States, or do they just have to be like built differently or something?
If it's an SBR, you have to get a tax stamp.
Oh. Okay.
And so when you get this gun, so if it's pin and welded at 14.5, it's considered a normal rifle. Now, if you wanted to change it, you would have to do the tax stamp and then do that because you're basically changing it to a different.
Yeah, I gotcha. I understand.
Yeah. Now, if you wanted to like get a suppressor or something, you'd have to get a certain muzzle device that would mount on there. If you wanted something like a QD mount or something. For example, I have a hybrid 46, which it's 46 caliber, but it'll do anything that's smaller than that. So
what the fuck is 46 caliber? I don't even know what that means.
It's a little bit bigger than 45, so it's like.
Okay, all right, I believe you. Wait, is it a rifle or? Or wait, it doesn't even matter. That's fine. Okay. Destiny, this guy is wrong. You can remove the muzzle device at a shop and have a new muzzle device installed. I think that's exactly what he said, isn't it?
They can, but they would have to pin and weld it again.
Yeah, you'd have to take it to like a person who does machining or something, right?
Yeah, because the moment you take that off, you're
technically it's in violation. Yeah, I got it. Okay. Do you have any opinions about Daniel Defense? Is Daniel a good defender guy or?
I did sell guns for a year at Field and Stream. I thought they were good build quality, and I mean, I think they're all right. I don't have any issues with them.
All right. Well, what would you recommend if somebody was like, I want a sick AR-15 that's a good memer?
I mean, honestly, the way that they've been mass produced and like the quality of them nowadays, like realistically, you're not gonna.
Doesn't matter much.
Yeah, like you know.
Okay. What kind of rails are these? Does that matter that much?
Me personally, I prefer M-LOK just because the Picatinny, it will tear your hands up if you're trying to hold on to it without the plate covers that come. So.
Okay. Gotcha.
And I wouldn't get the DD-M4 just because the front sight, I don't think you can take that front sight off. So without changing the gas block, and that's just another pain in the ass.
Oh, seriously?
I think so. I think it might be like.
I imagine most people that put this shit on would probably want to like put sights and stuff on their gun, no? Or do they just shoot with the sight on and the front sight there as well?
Yeah, it's co-witnessed.
Cringe. Okay. Would that fuck you up if you have like if you got like a scope, or do scopes typically sit higher?
It all depends on the scope too.
Gotcha.
But like with like an EOTech, like the hollows or whatever, they're meant to be co-witnessed. So like you can have the EOTech on there, and then like if the battery died or whatever, you could still use the.
You could still use the front sights through the scope or whatever. Okay. Okay.
And then somebody added me saying, get a 300 blackout for home defense. I don't know why. I mean, 300 black's fine. 5.56 is fine. I mean.
Damn. Okay. All right. I'll email the gun guy back and I'll see what he says.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. Thanks a
lot. But with the A2 front sight, like if it is pinned on there, it's kind of annoying. So me personally, I just like taking a flat top just so that you can, put whatever you want on there.
Sure. And then if you want to add a front sight, theoretically, you could just do that anyway, right?
Yeah, you can get Magpul. They make detachable or quick, QD front and back. So then you can just flip them up, flip them down, do whatever you want with them.
Gotcha. Okay.
And then Athlon, ANTHON optics. They're pretty decent.
Gotcha. All right.
They have a lifetime warranty. They're just like Vortex, but they're not as expensive. But check them out.
Oh wait, one more question.
Yep.
Okay. I got a Hollow Sun sight for my 365 SAS. Have you ever seen one of those before with the built-in bullshit green sight thing in the slide? You know.
It's the one at the very back of the slide or whatever, and
Yeah,
like you
yeah.
line up the 3 dots. Yeah.
So I have a friend who's Jewish and co-hosts a podcast with me. I'm not going to say his name, but he says that you can send this in with the slide, and there's like a company, people will like machine these things together. Do you think this is actually necessary, or are you just like shaving off like 0.5 millimeters or whatever of clearance on the top of this? Does that matter? Do you know anything about this, or?
Funny enough, I did used to work at a machine shop. I didn't do that kind of work though. We were just doing like production stuff for pipeline stuff. But basically, all he's doing is they would be milling a what do you want to call that? Like a sight relief notch into the slide. I mean, is it necessary? That's up to you.
Okay.
Because there are certain like Glocks and stuff that come with it, or just any pistol that's like a modern day pistol that has like a like an optics ready mount. What they do is they put a cover over that hole. So like, let me see if I can find one. It's like a Glock AOS, I think it's called.
So you think? Wait. So do you think it would be worth it, especially like, let's say it's for a concealed carry pistol? Do you think that the amount of space you're saving or whatever is worth it, or is this like unnoticeable?
So is this just for you to put a red dot on it?
Is this what?
So this is just for you to put a red dot on it?
Yes.
I mean, realistically, to me, I wouldn't even put the red dot on there, just because if I'm trying to, keep it as concealed as possible, like how far do you think you're going to be shooting with that red dot? You know what I mean? Like if you're within 25 feet.
Well, what if I'm trying to save somebody like across the building? Okay. Shit, that is true actually. Fuck. Putting a sight on
You should have your 15 in your trunk, and then you should grab that instead.
Okay, true. Fuck. Was it a mistake to get this? Should I not? You shouldn't have a sight on
Oh, I mean, it just all depends on what's going on. And
well, if you have a concealed carry firearm, yeah, you're not shooting somebody that you need to fucking stare down your red dot. They're probably going to be pretty close, huh?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, realistically, like if you're, well, I mean.
No, now I feel retarded. Thanks. Too late.
No, you don't have to. You don't have to sell it. I mean, just save the sight for your AR or something. I mean, or you can put it on a 45, and then you can do some tactical operator stuff. You can put like a LVPO or something on your AR, and then have that little guy on a 45 on your AR too.
Okay.
You can do both.
Gotcha. All right.
And like red dots and stuff hold their value, so it's not like, you're not gonna like lose money on it.
Okay.
And then the other thing is, like, if you put that red dot on there, you're adding, like a snag point. So imagine you're trying to get it out of your holster or whatever, and like you're snagging that red dot on your.
Yeah, that was one of the arguments given to me for machining it on, is to reduce like any extra length or clearance or whatever as much as possible.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to help a little bit, but it's not, it's not going to be perfect.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well.
Thanks
a lot.
Yeah, thanks again.
Yeah.
I was you talked to me about like server stuff before, so.
Shit! Cancer.
Yeah, I know, right? Anyway, dude, I appreciate it. Keep it up, and we need to, stop this stupid shit in our government. So keep it up.
Yeah, one AR-15. Just kidding. Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks a lot.
Oh yeah. Just one AR-15 at a time.
Yeah. This is that comment was not related to what we're talking about, but okay. Thanks a lot. All right.
Well, we both know.
Yeah.
If you feel like it, you can add me on Discord, and if you have any gun questions or whatever, you can just shoot me a message about that. I have no problem helping people out with that.
Okay. I'll keep it in mind.
Yep. Have a good one.
Bye. Okay, here is some of the feedback I got from gun people. This comes at the beginning of the 3/26/2025 VOD. The first two DD AR-15 rifles. AR-15s are 14.5-inch barrels, and the muzzle attachment is welded. So if I ever want to change that in the future, I have to get it machined, etc., etc. Maybe that's not relevant. I don't know, you tell me. The third rifle linked has an unremovable front sight, which seems annoying. Gives me less flexibility for adding stuff. Maybe these are all irrelevant / small issues. You tell me. Question mark. Boom. Okay. All right. We'll make him do some fucking work. Did you see the new Discord UI update? I don't know. I might have already had it. Like, I think they might have. I was one of the A/B testing people, and they rolled it out early or something. And I got it. Maybe. I think I've had this for a while, actually. So. Damn, that Assassin's Creed Twitter has been going hard. Oh my god, the double ratio. Oof. Oof. Oh, it's Usurp GG. Oh, fuck. You're here. Hi. Care to talk or just want me to send a reply? No biggie either way. Okay, you're up. What's up?
Hello?
Hi.
Yo, just got the email. What's up?
Were you here before for the last 10 minutes?
I caught like the last 5 minutes of it. I know the guy was talking about just like the differences between Picatinny and M Block and the front site post. Like, what's your biggest concern, I guess, when it comes to any of those issues?
Okay, wait. Okay, first thing you brought up was these AR-15s, the first two you linked me, they're 14.5-inch barrels, so they have some like welded on front muzzle
Correct. Yeah,
attachment.
the muzzle device
Yeah.
is welded on, so it goes over 16 inches. Now, that's only an issue if you want to have a normal stock on it. You could just put a pistol brace on it, which is kind of just like a flimsier, slightly weaker stock, and then you don't have to worry about any of the issues when it comes with the NFA. So that is one thing. If you do like the shorter barrel and you want something a little bit shorter, you could just put called an SB3. Is probably the most popular pistol brace they make.
Okay. Is there what's the difference between a 16-inch and a 14.5-inch barrel? Is there just higher like fucking bullet velocity or more accuracy, or what the fuck is it?
And it's not really going to affect accuracy. Like that's going to be more on just like how the barrel is made, but it's going to be two benefits, like a pro and a con. It's going to, if you go shorter than 16 inches, you're going to have to deal with like little quasi weird NFA rules, but the shorter barrel gives you, it just makes it easier to handle. Like a lot of people find 16-inch barrels kind of unwieldy, especially with an AR-15. People like to cut it down as short as they can. Plus, if you ever want to get a suppressor in the future, the shorter barrel is great because you add a suppressor, it makes it much longer. And plus, people just think it looks cooler to have a shorter barrel. And if you're going to be using it inside, you don't want to be having a 16-inch anyway. But again, if those 1.5 don't matter to you and you don't want to get a suppressor in the future, then just get a 16-inch and call it a day if you don't want to deal with any of the headaches.
Oh, I understand. This isn't about 16 inches on a 14.5-inch versus 16 inches on a normal one. If I get a 16-inch barrel AR-15 and then I do want to put any type of muzzle attachment, now I have like a fucking 18-inch. I understand what you're saying.
17-inch barrel, and then you add a suppressor. Yeah.
Okay. I gotcha. Okay.
So then if you look up real quick, so SB3 brace, if you just like want to look at what that looks like, that is essentially what you can put on your AR-15 to turn it into a quote unquote pistol, and you'll never have to worry about, you could put a 10-inch barrel on it and it's a pistol, quote unquote. No NFA rules, no registering it with the ATF, no nothing.
Okay. For the does it matter like the difference between like this M-Lock shit or the Picatinny, whatever the fuck?
These days, it really doesn't matter. So a Picatinny rail is going to be lighter and slimmer. You'll be able to wrap your hand around it easier. And the Picatinny rail is kind of like the older technology. I think even in my email, I said there isn't really much of a difference when it comes to like the functionality of it. It just depends on what you like better aesthetically. Personally, I like the Picatinny because it's slimmer. You can get a better grip on the handguard.
Okay.
Or, I mean, M-Lock. I'm sorry. I like M-Lock because it's slimmer and I can grab the handguard better. Sorry.
Okay. Is the M-Lock one the R3?
You're looking at the M4A1 now. That's the M-Lock.
Yeah.
Yep, the Riz 3 R3.
Gotcha.
And that's the R2, technically, the Picatinny style. So that one is that. Now, I'm going to put in my own personal preference here. If you're looking for an M-Lock handguard, Geisley, I think, is better than Daniel Defense. But again, that's personal preference. Either one, you're going to get a top tier choice.
Okay. You think that okay.
Like, I prefer the Geisley handguards over the Daniel Defense. They're thinner, they're lighter, and they're just as strong no matter what you hear about online about rail spending. It's all fucking fake news.
Gotcha. So this
Like,
this
yeah,
one,
the
even though it's
Super
like
Duty.
$400 cheaper, it's a better buy.
It is a better. So yeah, because they both have government contracts, Daniel Defense and Geisley, which is why they have such higher prices.
Okay.
But I would prefer this. I would prefer a Geisley personally. And now don't forget, so what you could always do as well is you can buy a full Daniel Defense rifle from their website or from your local gun store. And if you're on the Geisley website, if you go to the upper tabs and go to upper receiver groups, and if you click on that and go to complete upper receivers, you can just buy a whole new upper and swap it in between your lowers. So you could have two different uppers and one lower, and you can have one Picatinny and one M-Lock, and you basically swap between whatever you like more. So you can buy the upper completely individual, like by itself, and it can just get shipped to your house since it's not a serialized item.
Oh, I could buy this. Does the upper, when you say upper, does that include like the barrel and everything?
Yeah, so if you go to see upper receiver groups tab at the top of that website,
Uh-huh. Oh, I
if you
see.
click
Okay.
on that and complete upper receivers, you can just buy the upper. It comes with like if you ordered one of those, it would come with every single thing you need. You would just attach it to the lower you have, and you're off to the races.
Gotcha.
So yeah, you have like the 10.5-inch barrels there. If you wanted to do that, you would have to put a brace on it. And I would personally, I don't have any of my AR-15 pistols SBR'd because if you ever want to travel with it, it's a pain in the ass. You have to like notify the ATF if you ever leave your state with it, if you have it
Jesus.
registered. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Maybe I'll throw myself on the email list for these Giesel dudes or whatever. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah, no, they're a good company. But yeah, either one of those, if you get any of them, Daniel Defense or Geisley, you should be
Hold on,
good
wait.
to save the country.
Okay. Hootie wants to say his piece now.
Who's this? What's up, Hootie?
What's up? All right. So if you buy this gun and it's a pistol first, you cannot swap it and then put like a 16-inch upper on it. If it's a pistol, it has to stay a pistol.
Mm-hmm. That is correct. Yes. So, but even if he bought something with a 14.5 pin and weld, that's not going to be a pistol anyway.
Correct.
Okay.
But like with the uppers also, so like if you got like different uppers, you cannot like, and the other thing is you can't even put like a vertical grip on that either, because you're not allowed to put vertical grips on pistols. I know it's retarded.
Wait, on a 14.5 inch that's machine welded up to be a 16-inch thing.
No,
I can't.
That's fine.
Okay.
Because it's a rifle. Yeah.
Wait.
And
Okay. Wait. Also,
also
for shooting. Okay, because I've learned to shoot the AR-15s where you basically just grip the front barrel. Is that better, or should you get like an under thing attachment to hold? Does that make sense? What I'm saying?
Yeah, I have an angled foregrip on mine. So like vertical foregrip, like that's the annoying thing. You can't, if you have a AR-15 pistol, you can't have a vertical foregrip, but you can have an angled foregrip. The rules don't make sense. It's just the way they're written. And personally, I actually prefer angled foregrips instead of vertical. But again, that always comes down to personal preference. But if you get the 14.5 pin and welded, you don't have to worry about any of that.
Okay, someone in chat, Nico, who's also down a stream disagreements, but I'm not doing him in because I'm trying to clusterfuck. He says that DD is a carbine, and G, the Gessler one or whatever, is more mid-length.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So the Daniel Defense that has that front sight post installed, like that front sight that can't be removed,
Okay.
that is a mid-length gas system.
Okay.
Most of the Geisleys are going to be, I'm sorry, that's a carbine gas system. All the Geisleys are going to be mid-length. You're not going to notice a difference. It doesn't really matter. The Army uses carbine length. The Army uses mid-length. It's a personal preference. Some people say that mid-length gas system's a little bit softer than carbine, but you have to be shooting for 5-6 years to notice a difference.
Okay.
Yeah, and so the shorter the gas system, the more recoil that you will feel.
Gotcha.
Just because of physics.
But
it's
yeah.
negligible, and there's all sorts of different things that you can do with it. And then with a C grip, I do prefer having the angled foregrip, because doing the C clamp grip with the angled grip, it allows you to hold on to something and pull it back into your shoulder.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool.
And it just looks awesome.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah,
no worries.
Okay, have fun.
All right,
I also
safe democracy.
I also have a Radian Raptor charging handle. So like literally, there's so many different things you can get. You can get different buffer tubes, different grips, different stocks, different uppers, lowers, internals. Like I have a Geisley trigger in mine. So it just really depends on what you want and what you like. And I like having an LVPO on mine just because I like being able to go from, close all the way out to 300 yards easy. So.
Okay. All right. I'll keep it in mind.
Yeah.
Okay.
No problem.
Have fun. Peace out.
Yeah. I'm playing Factorio as well, so keep it up.
Yeah. I'll see you later. Bye.
Yeah.
So Elon Musk was throwing out some tweets here calling Asana sellout, and then Assassin's Creed. Sellout would be more accurate. Objectively, he's promoting a terrible game just for the money. And then Assassin's Creed said, is that what the guy playing your Path of Exile 2 account told you? Damn. And then Grums. I have no idea who this guy is other than some, like, anti-woke dude on Twitter, I guess. Decides to throw some tweet about Assassin's Creed not being the hit Ubisoft needs, and then he hits him out with the our game is out. I think this guy might have been like developing a game for 10 years and it hasn't come out yet or something. I don't know. I feel like I heard that about him, but maybe I'm mixing him up with somebody else, but rip. If you don't consider this to be classified info about imminent war plans, it may be that you're too partisan to recognize the truth when it slaps you around your tribal chops. If this had happened on Biden's watch, Republicans would have rightly gone berserk. From Piers Morgan. Team update. Time now. Weather is favorable. Just confirmed with CENTCOM. We are a go for mission launch. F-18's launch. Trigger-based F-18 first strike window starts. Target terrorist is at his known location, so should be on time. What does trigger-based mean? Do you think that means they're waiting for like the go-ahead or something? It's not strictly scheduled. It's just like a window and then... Strike drones on target. This is when the first bombs will definitely drop, pending earlier trigger-based targets. And first sea-based Tomahawks launched. Grumps was part of a great game called Firefall, then it shut down. Now he's making another game, which has been in dev for like 12 years and sadly will amount to nothing. Damn. It's a conditional statement. Okay.
Oh, the federal law, he had to kill ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine because under the federal law, you cannot You, my friend, are being scammed into paying for your TV channels.
What?
Here's how you can watch TV for free.
How?
No
Hold on.
subscriptions, contracts,
I gotta get on
recurring
this.
or hidden fees. Although this sounds impossible, it's as easy as 1, 2. And if you're thinking, why haven't I heard about this before?
Yeah.
Well, as someone who used to work in the industry, I can tell you that these greedy people don't want you to know this.
Oh shit, that makes sense.
How would they make money out of you then, right?
Yeah.
That's why as soon as I got my hands on this device, plugged it into my TV, chose it as my main broadcast source, and saw hundreds of TV channels in crystal clear quality.
Oh my God.
Without paying a penny to a cable company.
Those weren't pennies. Okay. In stream disagreements to clarify the pistol thing if you... I don't care. Okay. Wait, what time does... Somebody said Trump joins this? At what time? Why would he... What even is this show? Vince? Should I know? The reason we had a stealth bomber shot down in Yugoslavia was because they got exactly that kind of information by the same kind of air defense system that the Houthis use, by the way. Nice. Hello? Who linked this? When does Trump join? I'm not watching this. Oh, wait. Oh, you're lucky.
Administration and Democrats are very desperate to kick up some negative news against you right now. And one big item that we've seen in the last 24 hours is this piece out of Jeffrey Goldberg at The Atlantic, where he claims that he was added to a signal chat between a bunch of your top officials. That's something that the White House has confirmed, that somehow he ended up in there. There's an investigation going on as to how that occurred. But let me just start with that piece of it. Out of a country of over 300 million people, how is it that Jeffrey Goldberg, who hates you, ends up on this signal chat? Isn't that bizarre?
It is bizarre. And he's a, sleazebag, but at the highest level.
Yeah.
His magazine is failing. It's going to be out of business soon, in my opinion. It's bad. It's too bad we give it a little boost like this. But somebody in my group either screwed up or it's a bad signal. It's a bad signal, happens too. But it seems to be maybe came in with a staffer, and it was by accident, from what we can tell. We'll know pretty much today, I think. But we have some pretty good guys checking out the phones. But it's something that is not a big deal, other than you want to find out who did it and how they did it, because you don't want to happen, in the future. You can't have that happen. But I've known him for a long time, and he is truly a sleazeball. There's no question about it.
The update we got this morning, the breaking news update this morning is yesterday, Jeffrey Goldberg was insisting that there were secret war plans that were discussed. There were plans, he insisted. And then just a short while ago, this morning, The Atlantic published some of these texts that they claim were war plans. And I noticed that in them, they refer to it, Secretary of Defense Hegseth is referring to known targets, but he doesn't say what the targets are. He just generically refers to them. Those don't sound like detailed war plans.
No, and there weren't details, and there was nothing in there that compromised. And it had no impact on the attack, which was very successful. It was a very, very successful attack. Then it's an attack that Biden should have done 3 years ago, but he didn't do it, because it would have been a lot easier 3 years ago.
Talk about Biden.
But we're having very good luck on the attack. It's an attack that has continued.
Yeah.
But
bro, this guy's slurring a lot. Is he okay?
Maybe Goldberg found a way. Maybe there's a staffer. Maybe there's a very innocent staffer. But I think we'll get to the bottom of it very quickly, and it's really not a big deal.
Yeah. On the foreign policy front, you mentioned all these strikes on the Houthis. I know when you were elected, one of the key reasons is that you would bring about a peace in all of these big conflicts, in particular in the Middle East and in Ukraine. Mm-hmm. Where are you most hopeful right now? Do you sense that one of these conflicts is more likely to end sooner than later?
I think I'm hopeful everywhere. Everywhere we're working, we're making tremendous progress in the Middle East. October 7th was a bad day, to put it mildly, and a lot of people were killed.
Yeah.
And they shouldn't have been killed. But we're making great strides in the Middle East, and we're making great strides with Russia, Ukraine.
That's good.
Yeah, it sure seems like it. you're working with Democrats to some extent, although you don't need to at the moment. You've got the House and the Senate. But if one of the things I've noticed about these Democrats is that they don't have a leader. It's not clear who's even leading their party. So if you, Mr. President, were to try and negotiate with the Democrats today, who are you calling? Who would you even call to negotiate with that party right now?
Is he okay?
Well, nobody knows. You know, they don't have a leader. They have a girl named Crockett, who is
Oh, he hates her.
something wrong with her.
Ooh.
She can't speak.
He wants to
She
N-word
can't
that girl.
speak.
He wants to drop it.
She
He
can't
wants
get
to
the
drop
words
that
out of her
N-bomb.
mouth. She's I can't see her going very far in politics. That would be a shocker. That would be a shock to the system. You have some young ones. You have AOC plus 3, I guess. They're hanging around. And, you know, people are waiting to make their moves, I would imagine, like in the Democrat Party. But we have a party where we do have a leader. So strong leader, very strong.
That's right. And Jasmine Crockett, who you just referenced yesterday, video going around of her calling Governor Greg Abbott, who's in a wheelchair, Governor Hot Wheels. She's been called out for that.
Bro, these guys reminds me of people that fucking attack me, who all of a sudden pretend to give a fuck sometimes about, like, can you believe this horrible thing that was said about this poor disabled person? Like, these are the same people who are like, comedy is legal again, by the way. Like, come on. Are we being real right now? You're going to pearl clutch over this? Give me a fucking break. Oh, my God.
She later came out on Twitter, on X, and she claimed that she was actually just talking about when he was busing illegals around the country, which seems to me like a pretty brazen lie on the Congresswoman's part.
Well, it's a lie, and she lies, but she's a lowlife, and she's a very low IQ person and a lowlife, and I don't imagine the Democrats are going to have a person like that running their party. If they do, they'll never win an election again. It would be very hard, but I can't imagine she's going to last long.
And what do you think of Governor Gavin Newsom's?
To be smart, you do need a brain. You know, you can't get around with little quips. And I've watched her. I've only heard of her for the last couple of days, and I watched her make a speech, and she can't speak. And she truly is a low-level person on the very important chart of intelligence.
Yeah.
And really, it's nice to have intelligent people running your operation.
Yeah. It's somebody you can talk to, who you could have a good conversation with.
She was a comedian. I couldn't believe she was a congressman or whatever she is.
Says the actor.
No, I thought she was a comedian.
That's unbelievable.
And she was sort of a little bit funny, but crude. And now I find out she's actually a politician, which the Democrats are going to suffer with this one.
More like the dummy-crats,
Yeah,
right?
in some ways, finally, I kind of think that she's helping you in a way, because Democrats are just all cartoon characters right now, and people are looking at you.
Dream.
Yeah.
She's a dream.
Yeah, she really is.
Is he okay? Oh, my God.
The President of the United States, Donald
Everyone,
Trump.
thank you.
Sir, it is such an honor to talk to you again. Can't wait to do it again sometime.
Well, good. We're going to do it, and good luck. And you're replacing a man. Maybe he'll be back there someday. But when I heard you got the job, I said they cannot have done better because you are terrific, and you're going to have a great career anyway. So whether you'll be there or someplace else, Vince, you're going to have a great career.
President Donald Trump, the absolute best. Thank you, sir.
The GOAT.
Thank you very much.
As some would say. Absolutely.
What an honor.
Goated.
What a complete honor to talk to the President of the United States. Great conversation.
My goat. Somebody said Ryan Grimm's new media, The Drop site, has done some crazy reporting on. Statement issued by the elders and Mukhtars of Beit Lahia, northern Gaza Strip. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. Response to popular demands to end the genocide being carried out by the Zionist entity with full and direct support from the U.S. administration, spontaneous marches erupted in the steadfast city of Beit Lahia. I've never even heard of that city before. I thought aren't there 4 large cities in the Gaza Strip? Was this one of them? I could have just forgotten the name. It's like Khan Yunis, Gaza City, and then there are 2 others that it might be one of the other 2. Or there might be more than 4, and I just... Oh, there it is up here. Okay, yeah. There might be more than 4. So drop site saying that the marches were because, the people, elders, and Muqtars of Beit Lahiya unequivocally declare their firm stance alongside the legitimate Palestinian resistance. They reject all treacherous attempts to isolate them from the broader Palestinian struggle or to portray it as separate from the revolutionary Palestinian movement. Revolutionary. The translation is false. Lonerbox covered it. Oh. People don't want Hamas rule. Hamas rule is over. The best words are less and less. All the people you see here, all the people who are here, the children, the mothers, the youth, don't want this rule. This rule destroyed our homes, destroyed us, killed us, destroyed all the people. And in the end, all the homes are ours. Wow, Mike Klum, thanks for the $20.
Afternoon, everybody. Good to see you all. Since Inauguration Day, President Trump has secured trillions of dollars in private and foreign investments.
Oh my God.
Every single day,
More hype?
more money is pouring into our country, which will create more jobs for hardworking Americans. Today, Schneider Electric pledged to invest more than $700 million in the United States to boost American energy infrastructure and AI. On Monday, Hyundai announced a $20 billion investment in the United States, including $5.8 billion for a new steel plant in Louisiana, which will create nearly 1,500 high-paying jobs. President Trump is truly turning America back into a manufacturing superpower. Yesterday, President Trump marked National Medal of Honor Day by meeting with 21 of our nation's bravest heroes and incredible patriots who have been awarded the highest military honor.
Beautiful.
The president also signed a historic executive order to protect the integrity of American elections by strengthening voter citizenship.
I don't know, Ivan. Never held it before.
And banning foreign nationals from interfering in U.S. elections.
Wow.
These are the
So
common
brave.
sense solutions that only Democrats could oppose. But voters deserve elections they can trust, and critical confidence is being restored thanks to President Trump's leadership.
Thank you,
Later
Trump.
this afternoon in the East Room, President Trump will mark Women's History Month by honoring the exceptional women around our country, including the highly talented women in his administration and his cabinet. And on an additional scheduling update, the president will hold a press conference in the Oval Office today at 4 o'clock p.m. to announce tariffs on the auto industry. And I will leave that to him to make that announcement later.
It's not going to happen, guys. Copium. He won't do it, Copium.
For our country, this administration is working hard on behalf of the American public every day, but the mainstream media continues to be focused
More like the lamestream
on a
media, by the way.
sensationalized story from the failing Atlantic magazine that is falling apart by the hour.
True.
Here are the facts. The National Security Advisor has taken responsibility for this matter, and the National Security Council immediately said, alongside the White House counsel's office, that they are looking into how a reporter's number was inadvertently added to this messaging thread.
Oopsies.
We have said all along that no classified material was sent on this messaging thread. There were no locations, no sources, or methods revealed, and there were certainly no war plans discussed. The Atlantic has even admitted this themselves. Their release of these internal messages validates the truth, which we have been saying all along. If this story proves anything, it proves that
How patriotic and wonderful.
Democrats and their propagandists in the mainstream media
True.
know how to fabricate, orchestrate, and disseminate a misinformation campaign quite well. And there's arguably no one in the media who loves manufacturing and pushing hoaxes more than Jeffrey Goldberg. Goldberg is an
Yeah, as a real quick thing, the admission that they're talking about is the title of the article called it like attack plans, and they're saying, oh, these were just attack plans. They weren't war plans. War plans are what are classified as attack. It's just the most ridiculous. It's just the most ridiculous fucking. I don't even know what you would call this, equivocation, I guess, that like it's just absolutely ridiculous.
Anti-Trump hater. He is a registered Democrat. Goldberg's wife is also a registered Democrat and a big Democrat donor.
Like, what does this have to do with anything? Oh, so we don't trust it because they're... Why did you drag him in then?
Goldberg, who infamously lied about weapons of mass destruction to get us into the Iraq War.
True. It was him personally that did it. True.
And how else has Goldberg discredited himself? By absurdly claiming that President Trump was Vladimir Putin during the 2016 campaign. By peddling the Russia hoax that tried to hijack President Trump's first term. By inventing the suckers and losers.
Has this admin made you hate blondes also? No, what the fuck kind of question is that, bro? We already hate women here.
Helped Joe Biden in the 2020 election. By peddling a hoax about President Trump involving Gold Star families to help Kamala Harris in the 2024 election, which our campaign at the time vigorously denied. Jeffrey Goldberg didn't care. There's more, but we don't have all day, and we can now add this signal hoax to this very long list. The real story here is the overwhelming success of President Trump's decisive military action against Houthi terrorists.
True.
On March 15th, President Trump ordered a series of military operations against the terrorist Houthis to defend U.S. shipping assets in the Red Sea.
Something Biden never did. Bring up Biden again. Hold on, I'm edging. I need to hear the Biden thing. I'm edging.
United States forces successfully struck down dozens of targets.
Also, fuck you guys in chat. Like, I've never seen anybody have audio problems like Destiny. All these motherfucking channels have audio problems. Kill yourselves.
Houthi-controlled territory. And as a result of these actions, several Houthi leaders were killed, including the Houthi drone chief, his deputy, and several of their drone experts and other key leaders. We also destroyed command and controlled facilities, weapons manufacturing facilities, and advanced weapons storage locations. And it's important to remember why this powerful action took place in the first place.
Because of Trump.
Because of Joe Biden's incompetence and pathetic weakness on the world stage for years. The Houthi terrorists grew emboldened. Immediately after taking office in 2021, Joe Biden removed the Iran-backed Houthis from the foreign terrorist organization and specifically designated global terrorist list. Did anybody in this room ask the Biden administration at the time why they made such a stupid mistake? This reckless action undid the designation put in place by President Trump during his first term, and what followed was predictable and devastating. The Houthis targeted U.S. military ships and aircraft, hit commercial ships, including U.S.-flagged vessels, threatened our personnel overseas, and attacked our allies in the region. This resulted in more than a year of U.S.-flagged commercial ships being prevented from safely sailing through the Suez Canal, the Red Sea, and the Gulf of Aden. This had a massive negative impact on global trade of the economic security of the United States. Joe Biden was the commander-in-chief and he sat on his hands while the United States of America was bullied and embarrassed by terrorists.
Also, it doesn't matter. None of this matters. Sorry. I keep getting excited. I'm like, oh my God, look, I found a contradiction. But then I was like, oh wait, these people are irrational, so contradiction doesn't matter. Remember, the talking point over and over again was no new wars, no new wars, no new wars. So they said Biden ended a thing, and now they're starting it. Does this count as a new war? Are we going to say that this doesn't count as a war? They're just like attacks? Or maybe taking the position that like all war and all conflict is bad is kind of like fucking stupid. Maybe? I don't know. Who knows?
President Trump and his team are putting a stop to these threats in restoring American strength around the world. The Trump peace through strength approach means no terrorist force will stop American commercial and naval vessels from freely sailing the waterways of the world. But unfortunately, this is not what the Democrats and the media want to talk about.
True.
They are focused on a coordinated campaign to try and sow chaos in this White House. And this has been the most successful first 2 months of any administration ever, which is exactly why they are doing this. We are not going to bend in the face of this insincere outrage.
Okay.
And here's just one example of how bad faith the Democrats' criticisms are.
Okay.
Democrat Senator Mark Warner is hysterical over the use of Signal, which is an approved decrypted app, in the killing of Houthi terrorists. But Senator Warner himself used Signal to work with a lobbyist for a Russian oligarch to connect with it.
I love my daily propaganda briefing from my White House, from my own government. I always wanted to know, like, what's it like being in North Korea. And now I know. Now I feel it. Feels good.
To connect the disgraced Steele dossier author who started the Russia.
Destiny, war plans got leaked to a messaging app under Biden, too. Can you kindly address the difference? I don't know what you're leaking or what you're talking about here. It says, or I mean, like, I don't know what point you're trying to make when you say this. There was a leak. They said it was bad and it shouldn't have happened. And that was it. They weren't saying that, like, oh, well, it was no classified information at all, or, oh, nothing even happened here. I don't know where they said that the leak came from, but the guy's been leaking for the past hour. Like, the response here is completely and totally different. I don't know how you could possibly compare these two things. Just like reading this article is insane.
Hoax, which Jeffrey Goldberg later reported on. How ironic. We're not going to lose focus of the bottom line, which is that Joe Biden's weakness enabled and
The bottom
emboldened
line,
Houthi
Joe
terrorists,
Biden.
and President Trump's strength and resolve eliminated those terrorists. Here in our new media seat today, we have Lindsay Keith. She is the managing editor for Merit TV and serves as
Just a few things or whatever, I guess, just to hammer home these talking points. Signal is not an approved app for communicating secured information, so, like stuff that's marked with secret or higher classification rating. It's just not. So they keep saying Signal is approved for use for people in intelligence. That is true, the same way that people in intelligence are allowed to have conversations with civilians, but that doesn't mean you can say secret things or classified things to civilians. It's stupid. They keep trying to walk this line, but who knows? Maybe it's working.
White House correspondent. Merit TV launched 1 year ago and creates and distributes content across diverse platforms. We're glad to have you with us, Lindsay. Please kick us off.
Thank you, Caroline. I appreciate it and this opportunity for Merit TV. Two questions, if I may. One on Signal, one on the economy.
Sure.
On Signal, how comfortable is the president with what was shared so far now that the chain has been released?
The president's view on all of this remains the same today as it did yesterday. And I think it speaks volumes about the leadership of this president that he went directly to all of you, members of the press corps. He was asked, do you want someone else to go out and do a briefing? And he said no.
This narrative is 100% working for their base. They only need to slow the curve until this blows over time. I don't know. Remember, guys, you got to keep focusing on that 5%, that 10%. Because I saw even Portnoy, that's his name, right? Even he released a tweet thing today saying, like, oof, this was a fuck up, guys. And I would consider him a decent barometer for, like, normie, quote unquote, centrists who all ended up siding with Trump but aren't, like, total fucking sycophants. So.
No, I will tackle this story. I will discuss it. The people need to hear from me about this situation. And so his thoughts on this remain the same today. He has placed great trust in his national security team. And as for the usage of Signal, as the president said yesterday,
Why do they keep going after Biden? Do they think he's running again? Shouldn't they keep saying Democrats? Well, I guess right now with the Democratic Party not having a strong, clear leader and so much of the MAGA messaging being built on negativity because they don't really have anything they can brag about yet, any good accomplishments, they just have to continue to drive up negatives on the other side. They just go after Biden over and over again. As much as they can pin on Biden means there's less blame for the current admin, and that's really all they have to go on right now. Because there's really not much in the first 2 months that these guys have to show for anything other than a ton of executive orders. And I guess those border stats, which sounded good, although suspiciously good, but I don't know the context or whatever. But
as the CIA director has testified under oath, this is an approved app. It's an encrypted app. The Department of Defense, the Department of State, the CIA has it loaded onto government phones because it is the most secure and efficient way to communicate. As for, again, the original situation in this messaging thread, the National Security Council, the White House counsel's office continues to look in to how this mistake, which the National Security Advisor
Barstool is a super liberal platform. That's fine if it is, but Portnoy himself, I've heard him carry water for Trump before and kind of like go in on the Democrats for a lot of the Republican memes. So
owned occurred, and the president has ensured they are doing that.
On the economy, consumer confidence hit a 4-year low this month. Can you help explain to the American people how tariffs will help them in the long run?
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm grateful for the question.
Thank you.
The American public will hear later this afternoon from the president directly on the topic of tariffs. And as you all know, April 2nd day, President Trump has proudly dubbed it Liberation Day for our country. What he means by that is
liberating us from our economy, yes.
will be a day where the United States of America will no longer be ripped off by nations around this world. It will be a day where Americans finally see free and fair trade practices restored. We are no longer going to allow our allies, our competitors, and our adversaries to take advantage of American workers. And if you think about your hometown in the state that you grew up, Main Street looks a lot different today than it did many years ago. And President Trump wants to restore America as a manufacturing superpower around the globe. He wants products to be made right here in our great country with great, hardworking American hands that will ultimately result in.
Noah Rothman, senior writer for National Review, super conservative, has been nothing short of scathing for the admin. I think you have to be careful when you're talking about like the difference between like conservative and MAGA, because conservative and Republican have nothing to do with the MAGA movement. The MAGA movement is more akin to kind of like a cult. Now, most Republicans and conservatives bought into it, but like if you were a strong like conservative or something in values, like you wouldn't have bought into Trump. But chances are you would have disappeared. You wouldn't have survived the media environment, which is why people like Glenn Beck, people who were, or a lot of people, all the Daily Wire guys who were anti-Trump ended up eventually coming into the fold.
Higher wages and more money in the pockets.
You basically, if you're a conservative, you kind of have to buy into the cult, because if you don't, you're going to lose your entire fucking audience. So
the American people. And he's also, in addition to tariffs, also determined to pass tax cuts later this year, as he did successfully in his first term, to put even more money back into the pockets of hardworking Americans.
I like how they say pass tax cuts. They're not really talking about new ones, right? They're just talking about extending the current ones. If they were to extend the current Trump tax cuts, then the projections for the deficit and everything get even worse, right? Because right now, the projections and all that are assuming these are expiring because they have an expiration date. So it's just going to get even worse trying to balance their budget and everything. But okay.
Peter.
Caroline, if I can ask you very quickly about the information we've seen, just to set the predicate to all this. Has the president been briefed and physically seen he's seen all the details of the chat?
He knows
by
everything.
The Atlantic?
I just spoke to the president about it, yes.
Then let me ask you, if I can, very quickly. In the chat, Pete Hegseth, the defense secretary, details F-18s, Tomahawks, with some of the weapons that were used. He details the timing involved for this.
You know, a Tomahawk is a steak too, right?
31 minutes before, as he says, F-18s would launch. The DoD manual details classified information as significant military plans, saying that is secret, that's classified. So what about, there are no methods, there are no sources, but that's not what determines what's classified. So what is it about what Pete Hegseth wrote that makes you say this is not classified?
Well, it's not just me saying that, Peter. It's the Secretary of Defense himself who is saying this as well. And he put out a very strong statement earlier today listing all of the things.
Oh, also, as a quick thing, now I'm not dishonest, okay, like a fucking MAGA person is. So I'm not going to sit here and say things like, oh, getting rid of the FAA guys is what caused, the plane crashes or anything like that, right? I'm not going to blame stuff that quickly on the Trump admin, although they are making cuts in areas that you might think would go towards making these places safe or whatever. But there are a lot of small, like, day-to-day things that, quote-unquote, don't matter because you just assume they'll be done correctly, that when you start making these heavy cuts into like staff and quote unquote bureaucracy, these horrible bureaucratic things, little things like setting up calls and inviting the right people to the calls and making sure people are doing things in a compliance approved way. These are things that your little bureaucratic people help with. And I'm not going to say that their firings caused this recent mishap, but it's not surprising to see that an administration that has absolutely no value for process and procedure starts to fuck up things related to process and procedure, which is important. Not important. Process and procedure is essential.
That were not included in that message that he sent to the group.
What do you think of Trump being left out of the group chat? Do you think the Republicans can shatter the strong party they've enjoyed for years? So I heard this was similar for Hitler, that he never signed anything exactly on his own. And I'm not saying they're trying to copy Hitler, but Trump is never personally involved with almost any of this stuff. I think that is by design. You're never going to be able to tie Trump's name directly to bad shit like this. He only ever does this stuff on the phone or in person. It was the same thing with all of the January 6th coup insurrection like stuff as well, right? Trump is never signing stuff. It's always other people signing it for him and everything. But he'll have personal conversations over it. But so that way you can never tie anything directly to him, or there's not at least like a paper trail to do it. That's why he loves talking on the phone so much.
And again, this message, there was no classified information transmitted. There were no war plans discussed. Why did the Atlantic...
No war plans, just attack plans. I can't believe they're running with this lie.
downgrade their allegation about war plans to attack plans.
Oh my
They're now
God.
playing word games because they know this was sensationalist spin from a
Unreal.
reporter who is well known for doing this. We have said all along no war plans were discussed, no classified material was sent. You have the Secretary of Defense saying that. You have the director of the CIA, the director of National Intelligence, the FBI director, all testifying to that under oath, and they should be trusted with that.
To be clear,
Why does that distinction matter? It doesn't. It doesn't matter at all. But they're trying to lean into it like an attack plan isn't a war plan, so it's actually okay to talk. It's just stupid. It's intentional.
Americans can make the decision for themselves, but whether is the
Sure.
you said it's not war plans. Would you characterize these as military plans, military operation plans?
Don't.
I would characterize this messaging thread as a policy discussion, a sensitive policy discussion.
Policy discussion? The policy of when to attack, which targets with what weapon systems? What?
Surely amongst high-level cabinet officials and senior staff. And I'm so glad, Peter, that you said the American public can decide for themselves, because I think the American public should decide for themselves based on the outcome of this.
Will anyone go down for this? Shouldn't multiple people go to jail / at least get fired? Yeah, I think they're trying to pin the blame on one dude, because I feel like I've seen at least headlines where some guy is talking about how Mike something, is it Radcliffe? I don't know who, but they're trying to say that like, oh, like this guy is 100% responsible and takes full accountability. So it seems like they found their fall guy. Oh, Mike Waltz, is that it?
For themselves, because I think the American public should decide.
Bro, every conservatard lies and lies and lies on Twitter. It's getting so boring to me, and it feels like no conversation is happening about anything ever. Should I just stop engaging with X? I seriously feel like a bloody event is coming. On X, you should only be there to retweet things that you like, and maybe like leave a meme comment, but don't ever get into a long form discussion or anything like that. Nobody, it's either a bot or a bot. Those are the only two things you're dealing with. You're either dealing with an actual bot, so some script or program or whatever the fuck, or you're dealing with a MAGA person who's essentially a bot, and they're just there to repeat conservative talking points. So that's it. It's just bots and bots.
Decide for themselves based on the outcome of this operation. And what happened in this operation? Terrorists that were allowed to run wild by the Biden administration were killed because of the direction and the determination of this president and his team. And this message also shows, this messaging thread also proved that President Trump has an incredibly dynamic team who is working incredibly hard, flying all over the world to secure world peace and to fix up the foreign policy crises that the previous administration left for this team to inherit.
So to be clear, we all in this room and around the country would agree that we're glad no American service members were harmed, and we're glad that the mission was a success. We'll stipulate that.
Do you think it's dangerous to dismiss opinions as bots, even if some of it is? Wait, which bots? Which ones are you referring to? I'm just saying that for your own personal health, you shouldn't be arguing a ton on X. It's just not good for your mental health. It's going to drive you crazy, and you're not going to accomplish much doing it. I'm just saying for your own personal well-being, you shouldn't be doing it.
But the president said that Pete Hegseth said none of this was classified. So given the president has seen it now, and given the president understands that significant military plans are deemed classified as secret, how does the president view none of this, which details times and weapons and more, as being not classified?
I've already been asked and answered this question. The president's thoughts on this remain the same today as they were yesterday,
On what basis,
as
I'm asking?
well as the Secretary of Defense. This question has been asked and answered. There was no classified material discussed. Jackie.
On what basis I was asking?
Go ahead, Jackie.
Thank you, Caroline. So why aren't launch times on a mission strike classified?
Again, I would defer you to the Secretary of Defense's statement he put out this morning. There were various reasons he listed, things that were not included in that messaging thread that were not classified. And again, going back to the American public, do you trust the Secretary of...
I could steel man some stuff, but this is just beyond the pale. You can't. It's just such an egregious, obvious fuck up. There's no way. Like, there are things that they could have talked about that they really shouldn't have. That it's like, if we're really stretching, at the furthest reach, if we're really going to stretch, then maybe we can say that it wasn't. But like, this is just, it's beyond the pale. There's just no way. There's no way.
of Defense, who was nominated for this role, voted by the United States.
Why am I using 2 roboports per section? Listen, I haven't played Space Age yet, I don't know, but sometimes when you do huge things on your base and there's lots of bots flying from one area to another, it's just nice having more roboports for them to charge along the way. But maybe I won't need them, I don't know. It's my first time playing Space Age.
Senate into this role who has served in combat honor.
Is there any example of an administration that leans into hating the previous admin as much as the current one that I'm aware of in my life as an American? Absolutely fucking not. Well, that's not true. The 45th president did. But aside from that, I don't remember hearing Bush talk about fucking Clinton over and over again. Did he? And I just missed it. You'll hear like conservative commentators do it, but the president and the administration, I don't think I've ever heard anything like this in my lifetime. Obama certainly didn't for Bush. Biden didn't for Trump.
Honorably served our nation in uniform, or do you trust Jeffrey Goldberg, who is a registered Democrat and an anti-Trump sensationalist reporter? This president and this national security team are putting our national security and the American people first. We are restoring American strength around the world, and the results of this operation speak for themselves.
Putting aside Jeffrey Goldberg.
Wait, somebody said bots don't get stuck anymore? You mean like if they don't have enough energy to make it across the space and they go back to the other roboport, they don't get stuck like that? If the roles were reversed, the only thing maggots would be talking about is how the VP explicitly said how he was hiding information from the president. It seems like no one is even talking about that aspect. Yeah, we'll read through the messages later, but it's obviously it's all ridiculous. Yeah.
Go just for for American.
Democrats are kind of just laying down and taking it though. I mean, what can they do? I mean, you have to pick your battles. I think that the CR shouldn't have been passed. I think that's the one major flub. But otherwise, the theory was, and I mean, hey, you know, maybe they're being proven right. I think the theory was, listen, this administration is a fucking joke. Just let them do their thing, and they're gonna lose all on their own. That the Democrats don't even need to create opportunities or moments to fight because this administration will lose all on their own because of just how reckless and insane they are. And I mean, maybe that theory will end up being proven true. Who knows? I guess we'll see.
Of this operation speak for themselves.
Putting aside Jeffrey Goldberg, though, just for for American service members who are going to have to carry out these missions in the future, what I guess the message that's coming from the response to all this that we're hearing is that nothing sensitive happened, and I guess the logical conclusion.
Like we still don't even know that. So, for instance, fuck, I had an analogy in my mind, but I don't remember what it was to. But I mean, I don't need an analogy. This got asked in a hearing earlier today, okay? And it references something that I said yesterday. When stuff comes out of a classified area, all of that information by default is considered classified. Even stuff that looks stupid and it seems like it shouldn't be classified. So for instance, if the CIA is working a confidential informant and they say something like, yesterday, John ate a cheese sandwich, okay? Now, you might get that report that comes across some analyst's desk and it'll say, okay, John ate a cheese sandwich. Now, you might think, okay, and then that gets marked top secret SCI. And you're like, wait, there's no way that him eating a cheese sandwich is top secret information. Like, not only is that stupid, later on in that day, he literally confirmed that he ate a cheese sandwich. So why the fuck? This is obviously not classified. Like, it should either be declassified or it never should have been classified. But the thing is a lot of the times the reason why one reason why all these things are classified is because you're protecting your sources as well, right? Maybe the fact that he ate a cheese sandwich is something only 2 people knew. And if that information was publicly known that the United States knew it, well, now the guy knows that, well, hold on. The fuck? Something just flew by my window. Somebody's informing on me. Much the same that maybe the movement of that particular target that they were after, maybe there were only a handful of people that even knew that guy was moving that day. Maybe it was only one person. Well, that source is basically burned now because they're going to be killed or not trusted anymore. So it could be that there's damage that's already been done due to things like that because now this is all public. So it's just so, God. It's also, I don't even know how I have to explain this. I think most people can arrive here reasonably on their own, but.
Of that is that if these messages had gone out publicly prior to the launch, that wouldn't have been a risk to service members. I don't know that they're comfortable with that. So can you explain, had these messages been published, would the plans have moved forward? Would the launch have still taken off?
What I can tell you is that the president, as the commander-in-chief of our United States Armed Forces, and Secretary Pete Hegseth, who is an incredible man and a warfighter.
Can you explain what's the difference between this and the Clinton stuff? What Clinton stuff?
Taken off.
What I can tell you is that the president, as the commander-in-chief of our United States Armed Forces, and Secretary Pete Hegseth, who is an incredible man and a warfighter himself, take the lives of our American service.
What do MAGA followers believe right now? I'm out of the loop. How do they justify this? Probably just ignore it. They just don't think about it much. Or maybe they think, like, oh, it was kind of a goof, but it's not a big deal. Biden's done worse. Remember, when you've convinced people that the other side has already done everything, then it gives you a lot more leeway to get away with a lot of bad stuff on your own because the other side has already done it. This is a big problem that I've said before with one of the issues with the left. Constantly saying that lobbyists own our government, that our system is failing and not working, that all this stuff, that when somebody actually shows up to actually attack the system, well, why the fuck are you trying to save the system that you yourself have said has been corrupt and broken for, decades now? That's why you got to be careful about how strong you go in on things. So this is the extent of how powerful and intoxicating populism is, I guess. MAGA defending and advocating for making our country look and act weak and insecure. Populism and crazy. Maybe. I don't know how much this is populism versus just culty stuff. Maybe all populists end up being cultists because you need that figure. I'm not sure. I really don't know. I mean, we saw in the book where we're at, right, that when Hitler was jailed after the beer hall putsch or whatever, that the Nazi movement was kind of falling apart because it didn't have a strong person to hold them together. So maybe the Nazi Party was also a bit of a cult, based on how the author Richard Evans describes the people that become captivated with Hitler's ability to speak and everything. It makes it seem like it, but
members with the utmost responsibility, and they would never do anything intentionally to put their lives at risk. And again, they are working hard on that every single day, and we are protecting our service members while also restoring peace throughout this globe. It's something the previous administration has not done. And I would just add one more point. We are not going to be lectured about national security and American troops by Democrats and
Benghazi. Bring up Benghazi and the pullout of Afghanistan. Yes.
Mainstream media who turned the other cheek when the Biden administration, because of their incompetence, left 13 service members dead in Afghanistan. And not.
How is Hillary's email server different? Hillary's email server, she wasn't conducting, or she wasn't trying to intentionally. She was never conducting secret, top secret business on the email server. That private email server was supposed to be for, I think, scheduling related stuff or personal, business related stuff, or political stuff that it wasn't classified information. That's why the big deal that they tried to get her on was that there were files on that email server that had ended up being retroactively marked classified, or some that was sent that were classified. Now she claims that the classification marking on the email was buried and she didn't see it. Whether you believe it or not is up to you, but there were tens of thousands of emails they went through, and I think it was only 120 or so, I think, that ended up being classified. So, I mean, that's up to the FBI. Didn't feel like they saw any intentional misconduct on there. So, whereas for the Signal group, they were obviously and intentionally, very much so, conducting what should have been classified meetings on an unsecured line, basically.
Not a single.
It's Putsch, like Putsch with a B, like Butch. Oh, Putsch. Okay, Putsch.
Person in the previous administration was held accountable for that botched withdrawal. Joe Biden said, in fact, it was a great operation. That is despicable. It's unacceptable to this president and this Secretary of Defense.
Remember, more people died in Afghanistan under Donald Trump than they did under Joe Biden as well.
National Security Advisor has taken responsibility for this inadvertent number being added to the messaging thread. But above all, we take the lives of our troops, safety, security, prosperity around the globe with the utmost seriousness.
Goldberg's intentions, do you believe
Jennifer,
that he would release that to embarrass the administration ahead of the worldwide threats?
Jennifer, go ahead.
Given what you've said about the president's trust in his national security team, can you say definitively that no one will lose their jobs? No one will lose their job at all because of this Signal situation?
What I can say definitively is what I just spoke to the president.
And you know that how she deleted thousands of Mayo, you can't know she didn't have. I think you can reasonably infer that, given the fact that a whole bunch of extra emails were discovered on, I think it was Anthony Weiner's wife's laptop or something. That's when they announced that they reopened the investigation. And then you've got anybody that she was emailing, and nothing ever came out more, ever, that they'd found more classified stuff. They went through a lot of emails. Is it possible that nobody else, reported on it, or nobody else, sent a report to the FBI, or nobody else found out about it? I mean, I guess it's possible, but then you just have to admit at the end of the day, you just have no evidence for any of it.
And he continues to have confidence in his national security team.
One more. Can I ask one more, Karen? On the targets in Yemen on March 15th, can you say were 100% of the targets that were planned for?
Also, I mean, I can't believe I have to point out the difference. The difference is that Hillary was willing to sit down with the FBI and do interview after interview after interview and make her personnel and her server and whatever was there available as much as she could to the FBI to cooperate with those investigations as much as possible. Donald Trump has never willingly sat down to answer questions about any of his conduct ever and has just tried to stifle any investigation. That was why Mueller was appointed, was because Trump fired Comey because he was trying to end the investigation into his own conduct. So the behavior, the response to both events is not even remotely comparable.
For March 15th, were they all destroyed? Because that would be an indication if some of them were moved or they were not all hit, that maybe perhaps some of the enemies were able to get some of the information in that signals chain.
What I can say about the operation is what the Department of Defense has put out there. I would refer to them for any further operational details. But there have been more than 100 strikes conducted against Houthi targets, and they have hit key Houthi leaders, air defense systems, command and control nodes, headquarters, weapons manufacturing and storage facilities, and these operations will continue until the freedom of navigation in our seas is restored and U.S. shipping can safely transmit without the fear of attack. And again, we believe that this has been a very successful operation thus far, and it will continue until this administration feels it no longer has to, and these terrorists have been taken out, which again is something previous administration should have done, but they didn't, and now we've inherited this crisis. Stephen.
Thank you, Caroline. I'd like to clarify something about the investigation and also ask about some conservative commentary. On the investigation, Mike Waltz said last night that he had spoken to Elon Musk about figuring out how Jeffrey Goldberg's number got in his phone.
People are running in the same old problem of not being able to distinguish in severity and magnitude, because in the abstract things seem the same with relation to Hillary's emails compared to this. It's so fucking doom repelling. Yeah, but I mean, it's not even that they can't distinguish the magnitude. It's that, like, Republicans and conservatives literally sold the idea that a whole bunch of evil, terrible shit was happening on Hillary's email server. Like, most Republicans or conservatives don't even know the facts of that case at all. They have no clue. And then Republicans will repeat the same retarded shit over and over again. Like, oh, they bleached the server, acid bit bleach, and blah, blah, blah. Like, these are like standard protocol for handling any device. Like, you can literally find these published and printed in manuals for how to discard devices. They weren't doing anything special for any of that. They just don't know the details or the facts of any of the things. And so they think that, like, the worst shit ever was happening. But then the question is, of course, like, where are the criminal charges? You investigated it. You talked about it for how long? Like, why didn't anything ever? Nobody ever asks that question, right? Why are there no criminal charges?
You mentioned the NSC and the White House counsel's office investigating. Can you just clarify who is investigating, who's leading that? And also, Dave Portnoy, who endorsed President Trump, said today that he thinks that Mike Waltz should leave. Could you respond to that?
Sure. Great respect for Dave Portnoy, but I just answered that previous question from Jennifer. As for
even Rob Noor is not on board with the current COPE. Yikes, that's a bad one.
Your original question about who's looking into the messaging thread, the National Security Council, the White House counsel's office, and also, yes, Elon Musk's team. Elon Musk has offered to put his technical experts on this to figure out how this number was inadvertently added to the chat. Yeah. Again, to take responsibility and ensure this can never happen again.
Wait, why do they have to take responsibility and ensure it never happens again? They just said nothing classified was there, so it shouldn't matter, right? No?
Two questions. One on a follow-up on something you just said, but since we have these messages released and you said that the president has now personally reviewed them, at the chat at one point Pete Hegseth wrote 1415 strike drones on target, and in all caps he said, "This is when the first bombs will definitely drop." Does the president feel that he was misled by his national security advisors, whoever it was that told him there was no classified information in there, now that he's seen these messages?
I've now been asked and answered this question 3 times by the both of you, and I've given you my answer. The president feels the same today as he did yesterday.
Okay.
Philip.
And on my follow-up on what you had just said.
Go ahead, Philip. Caitlin, I'm not taking your follow-up.
I have a follow-up on something you just said, though, Caroline. That's
Caitlin,
regarding
I'm not
Jeffrey
taking
Goldsberg.
your follow-up. Philip, go ahead. I have called on you.
The vice president seemed to express some frustration that Europe wasn't doing more to police waterways in their backyard, noting in that signal thread that 40% of European trade goes through the Suez Canal. Does the president share that opinion and frustration? And then going forward, should the Europeans be responsible for policing that waterway?
Well, the president was asked this question yesterday by the pool in the cabinet room, and he answered this question. He said yes, he believes that Europe has been, as the vice president put it, freeloading on the backs of American taxpayers and off the backs of the United States of America, and he wants to ensure that Europe pays their fair share. He's always been very honest and upfront about that, and I think the vice president shares those concerns with him as well.
And then one more.
Sure.
Enlisted soldiers, sailors, and Marines would face consequences
Oh
if
my
they
God.
shared
Why are
this
you
type of
harassing this
information
poor lady?
inadvertently with a reporter. Can you tell us more why the president is so willing to give Mike Waltz a mulligan here?
Again, I have now been asked and answered the same question
Come on,
using different
guys.
language multiple times. If anybody has another question, there's a lot of different things going on in the world. We have tariffs possibly being implemented later today. The president is going to talk about that at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Sure, go ahead.
Okay, thank you for taking my question. I wanted to first and foremost thank the administration for the election integrity executive order, because so many journalists for 4 years were banned from talking about this very subject. So thank you to the administration
Were they really?
for that. My question is, yesterday President Trump, when signing the order, said that there is more to come when it comes to election integrity. Would that include
Hi, what's up, buddy?
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
I'm just for a little bit. Can you do me a little favor?
Yeah, what's up?
And show. I have sent you the link on Twitter. I think you can show it on stream if I send it that way. Yeah. This is just. Oh fuck. I gotta run. Drone. I will call you back.
Okay.
include same-day voting and hand-counted paper ballots? And why are Democrats so against election integrity measures like obviously proof of citizenship when it comes to voting in the United States?
I think Trump signed an executive order. I don't know if he can actually do this, but he signed an executive order saying that, I don't think it was the voter ID thing. I think it was saying that all the election votes have to be turned in and counted. Was it counted by election day, or was it just all the votes have to be done by election day? Which I think is, I thought was already the law in every state, but.
States election.
Well, it's a very good question. You'll have to ask the Democrats why they're against so many common sense things, not just mandating voter ID. Why are they against men and women's sports? Why are they against deporting foreign terrorists from American soil who have been designated a foreign terrorist organization?
He obviously can't. Well, apparently the Congress does have the right to mandate some things in regards to the election, the federal ones, because I think Congress, so like you have to be a citizen to vote. And I don't think a state can overrule that. Like a state can't allow non-citizens to vote in federal elections.
Mandating voter ID. Why are they against men and women's sports? Why are they against deporting foreign terrorists from American soil who have been designated a foreign terrorist organization? I'm referring to Tren de Aragua. As for the election integrity executive order that the president signed yesterday, this is in an effort to restore trust in American elections. There were more than 10 steps taken, 10 executive actions taken throughout this one order. It directs the department, or the attorney general rather, in Homeland Security to prevent non-citizens from any involvement and administering elections. There's also another host of actions. We can provide the fact sheet for you, but it's a very strong election integrity executive order, and the president would also like to see Congress do something about this very important issue.
Okay. Hello, hello?
Hello, I'm back. I wasn't killed. Yay.
Oh, that's good.
It was very close. I heard it from the window, so I had to go. Anyhow, point is that a friend of mine got like pretty severely injured, and the cars got destroyed, 2 of them, which are the cars that your community buys for this particular brigade. The brigade is in Kupiansk region, which is like Kupiansk is in Kharkiv, in Oblast, in my part of the country.
Okay.
So yeah, I just wanted you to show like this first clip and maybe second one, because many people in your community as well ask questions like, why do they need cars? Why do they need cars all the time? So yeah, if you could show them, there's no gore there, like nothing bloody.
It's the tweet that you linked me?
Yes, the last thing I linked you. They have like two videos of how the cars look after FPV drone attacks.
Okay.
So yeah, I would just appreciate if you could, you know, show people what's up.
Let me finish.
I covered it.
Go ahead.
I covered the car for them already, so it's not a fundraiser. I had previous money left from Fuck Elon fundraiser.
Okay.
For like the one I did, which thank you very much, for antennas and like routers and things like that, Mikrotik tech to basically cover internet in some parts to avoid using just Starlink, and because we can't, you know, really trust that shit, obviously. So yeah, so I have some money left for that, and I used it to buy another car. But yeah, but just I get those questions like constantly, so I think it would be cool to show. Other than that, I'm back to the corridor. Have a nice stream.
All right, we'll watch it after as soon as we finish this press conference. So
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, bye. It's short, like a couple seconds. Yeah, bye.
Bye.
Sure, go ahead.
Caroline, the Republicans and Democrats alike have been expressing some concern about the frequency with which senior Trump officials have been using the Signal app. Has there been discussion, or will there be a review about how often they use Signal, and if you could explain to us
More Signal questions?
how they might be considering other applications to get away from something like this happening again?
Sure. Well, again, first of all, Signal has been an approved app for government
The
use.
same
It's
lie.
an encrypted app, and as I said, it's the most safe and efficient way of communicating, especially when people can't be in a skiff or inside a room physically together. I think, as the president said yesterday, he wishes that everybody could be in the room, and it's our goal to ensure that everybody can be. But again, no classified information was discussed.
Like, just think about like how crazy it was that there was a guy who was in Moscow, potentially even in the Kremlin, like looking at these messages. That's just insane. Think about like, oh God, there's so many different reasons why this is so bad. Imagine imagine you work for like the State Department, you work for intelligence, and you go to visit Moscow. If I'm Putin, I know now that maybe I could gain access to highly classified information by abducting and torturing and taking just the cell phone of some intelligence operative or somebody with a classification designation. Because I know now that all I need is Signal on the fucking phone, and as long as I can do the Face ID or the thumbprint to get in, I can now potentially get dragged into rooms or be in rooms where these conversations happen. Like, it's just so bad for so many different reasons.
In this chat, and anytime classified information is discussed amongst high level of administration, secure lines of communication are used, including, by the way, our special envoy, Steve Witkoff, who I understand the Wall Street Journal erroneously reported that he was on this Signal chat on a personal device while in Moscow. That is absolutely false. Steve Witkoff did not have his personal device, nor did he have his government device with him. He was given a classified, protected server by the United States government. And he was very careful about his communications when he was in Russia. So rest assured, the American...
He was given a classified server, a whole ass server. He was just carrying it around in his back. What does that even fucking mean? What? What?
Public, this administration is taking every precaution when it comes to protecting our national security, and that's why the American people reelected this president, because they know that our national security is in good hands with the President of the United States. Speaking of the Vice President, I understand he's going to be speaking any moment now. I would hate to counter-program the Vice President of the United States. You'll also hear from the President at 3 o'clock. He will be honoring Women's History at the Women's History Month celebration. We have a lot of great women across our cabinet who will be in attendance, so we'll see you all there. And then you'll also hear from the president again at 4 o'clock when he talks about tariffs. So plenty of time for more questions. Sorry it's a bit shorter today, guys. We'll see you later.
Jesus, that was rough.
Не видно. Ай-яй-яй-яй, больно як.
Damn, homeboy's screaming over here. The guy's like, let me get some video footage.
Колесо поменял. Ось колесо. За FPV.
According to PodSave, when they leave the plane, they are given a burner and aren't allowed to bring their personal devices into a foreign nation. Like, let's assume that's true. Isn't that even more concerning? So that means that, like, these Signal accounts are then logged in on multiple devices that could all be possibly seeing outside of a skiff top secret information? Like, isn't that even worse?
Менял. Ось колесо. За FPV. Бак пробитий. Закрив веточками. Вроді не тече щось. А так нас влупило.
Вот так вот мы сегодня покатались. Вот тут въебало нас. Вот след удара. Вот след удара. А это все барахло. Очень похоже на детали от батарей.
What does FPV drone stand for again? These are the ones that like crash into things and blow up, right?
Ми військовослужбовці 43-ї бригади.
First person view.
Виконуємо бойові завдання на Куп'янському напрямку. Для виконання бойових завдань нам потрібен автомобіль. Ми просимо допомоги у Анастасії Параскевої. Слава Україні!
Oh, this is from before when we got the truck stuff. Why do Europeans switch the comma and the period? It's actually so cringe. So the full signal text chain that was released. We've got our disappearing messages set. Good job. Team establishing a principals group for coordination on Houthis. Let's see. Mike Needham for state. Andy Baker. Okay, this is them calling out who they want dragged into the convo. JD Vance, team, I am out for the day doing an economic event in Michigan, but I think we are making a mistake. 3% of U.S. trade runs through the Suez. 40% of European trade does. There is a real risk that the public doesn't understand this or why it's necessary. The strongest reason to do this is, as POTUS said, to send a message, but I'm not sure the president is aware how inconsistent this is with his message on Europe right now. There is a further risk that we see a moderate to severe spike in oil prices. I'm willing to support the consensus of the team and keep these concerns to myself, but there is a strong argument for delaying this a month, doing the messaging work on why this matters, seeing where the economy is, etc. I wonder how normal it is that you're having like these political conversations on top of like right as a military operation might happen. Seems like it'd be frustrating, but why would we see a moderate to severe spike in oil prices? Because they think the Houthis will retaliate? Is there a chart for how much trade is going through the Suez? Is it still super depressed, or? Dan donated $10. I've worked in military intelligence for 19 years. Everyone is both mortified and clowning on the gross negligence of Signalgate. The fact that he wouldn't be honest with the president about his positions is also just another damning thing. I'm trying to see how you're reading this to get that he's not being honest with the president. Is when he says, I'm willing to support the consensus of the team and keep these concerns to myself, is that what you're saying he's not being honest with the president on? I don't know if that's necessarily like It sounds like they're putting together a group of people to discuss whether or not they should go through with this. And if they all come to an agreement, then it makes sense. I don't think that it's necessarily them not being honest. It's just, okay, fine, like whatever decision we arrive at, you know, I'll stick to that. I won't go and tell the president that I think it's bullshit or whatever. I think that's probably fine, right? That being said, if anything like this leaked about the Democrats, they would all accuse us of being like a deep state running the government, but... There's nothing time-sensitive driving the timeline. We'll have the exact same options in a month. The Israelis will likely take strikes and therefore ask us for more support to replenish whatever they use against the Houthis, but that's a minor factor. I'll send you the unclassed data we pulled on BAM shipping. There's someone in there that isn't even confirmed yet. I think his name is Joe Kent. Yeah, I was going to ask who is the Joe Kent person. Let's see. Suez Canal, daily transit calls and transit trade volume. January of 2024. Is this when the Houthi stuff started happening? Like, it seems it's obviously depressed. Is this just because of fear of the Houthi attacks? It seems like a very strange drop-off. Like, it happened... like at a very consistent level instantly, and then it's just held steady. Are these just boats that aren't afraid of getting hit by Houthis, or is it a certain type of boat that can't go through anymore, or... Joe Kent is the director of the National Counterterrorism Center. Gotcha. Why do they care about what does and doesn't align with Trump's messaging on Europe or whatever? Will MAGA be mad at Trump if he helps our allies a bit? I don't even know. Jesus Christ. Everyone just rerouted around Africa? Okay. From a CIA perspective, we are mobilizing assets to support now, but a delay would not negatively impact us, and additional time would be used to identify better starting points for coverage on Houthi leadership. From Pete, VP, I understand your concerns and will support you raising with POTUS. Important considerations, most of which are tough to know how they play out. Economy, Ukraine, peace, Gaza, etc. I think messaging is going to be tough no matter what. Nobody knows who the Houthis are, which is why we need to stay focused on, 1, Biden failed, and 2, Iran funded. I love that these, like, very heavy political considerations are being made when it comes to whether or not we should strike somebody. I mean, but Jesus Christ. Fuck, did I fuck this up? Oh. Waiting a few weeks or a month does not fundamentally change the calculus. 2 immediate risks on waiting. 1, this leaks and we look indecisive. Why would that even leak? How many different people are involved in that? That's such a... Okay, whatever. Okay, the drop-off happened when that ship got hijacked. Gotcha. The brave resistance hijackers that Hassan was standing, remember? So 1, this leaks, we look indecisive, or 2, Israel takes an action first, or Gaza ceasefire falls apart, and we don't get to start this on our own terms. We can manage both. Didn't the Gaza ceasefire already fall apart even before this? But... We are prepared to execute, and if I had final go or no-go vote, I believe we should. This is not about the Houthis. I see it as two things. One, restoring freedom of navigation, a core national interest, and two, reestablishing deterrence, which Biden cratered. I agree that both of those things are good things to do, but damn, how contradictory is that to the Trump admin's messaging on not wanting to be involved anywhere in the world? Like, the Houthi strikes were before the ceasefire collapse. Were they? Oh, wait, yeah, because I'm sorry, these strikes weren't recent, right? These were a while ago? But we can easily pause, and if we do, I will do all we can to enforce 100% OPSEC. Oh no. Like 2 weeks ago, gotcha. I welcome other thoughts. It was 10 days ago, okay. The trade figures we have are 15% of global and 30% of container. It's difficult to break that down to US, specific because much of the container either going through the Red Sea still or around the Cape of Good Hope are components going to Europe that turns into manufactured goods for transatlantic trade to the United States. Whether we pull the plug or not today, European navies do not have the capability to defend against the types of sophisticated anti-ship cruise missiles and drones the Houthis are now using, probably courtesy of Iran. By the way, this is why my understanding of the Houthis initially weren't Iranian puppets. This is a relatively new phenomenon that I think picked up a lot of steam around 2015, 2016, especially when Saudi Arabia started to attack in a coalition, the northern Yemen. And I think as a result of that, I think the Houthis kind of started to turn to Iran more for help, because the Houthis originally, they don't give a fuck about, obviously Palestine is super far, they don't care about that shit. And they didn't give a fuck about helping Iran or whatever, but when Iran stepped up to offer assistance to them in fighting the Saudis, then I think the Houthis kind of had to carry a little bit of Iranian messaging as well, which turned into them attacking, ships going through. I should learn the name of this. What is the name of that strait? Sea? Is it the Red Sea? Or is it before then? Is this the Red Sea? I forget. It is. But it's not. They attacked them in the Gulf of Aden out here. There's a city that the British owned in Yemen for a long time. I think during the Mandate period. I think it's like the port of Aden, or this city, I think. And then they left, I think, around the mandatory Palestine time, I think. What's their goal with this? Who, the Houthis? I think they just, if Iran tells them to do something, they have to do it, basically. That little island has cool trees on it that aren't found anywhere else in the world. Oh. But this is why the Houthis have more sophisticated weapons now as well. Anti-ship cruise missiles and drones the Houthis are now using. Because before, the Houthis, I guess it was cool from like a startup, not a startup, like a strapping, like, what would you say? A ragtag group of people. I think what the Houthis used to do is they would use, I don't know how, they'd have controllers and they would just put a whole bunch of fucking explosives in like a little, is it a skiff? Like a small boat? Like a little, like a tiny boat? And they would just drive these things into other ships to try to blow them up. Are they called skiffs? Or am I just thinking of what are the little tiny boats that like hang off the sides of... Oh, SKIFF, is that it? Is that what they would load up? A dinghy? Fuck, I feel like we watched videos on this a long time ago. Oh wait, is it this? It's just a boat. What is a skiff? A skiff is a secured, compartmentalized information fucker or something. But I'm not talking about that kind of skiff. Sorry, a sensitive, compartmented information facility. But I'm talking about a skiff like a little boat. I feel like in D&D I learned that word, SKIFF, not that type of skiff, the other skiff. But I think you just call it a small boat. I don't even know. Are any of these shots? Are they hitting and going through, or are these shots all missing? Jesus. Also, does this work? Can you just shoot at shit and it blows up or it breaks? Is that how it works in the real world? I know in video games it works that way, but... I know there are a lot of conflicts going on right now. Just curious, are you planning to cover Africa? No, because I'm in the Western world. We don't care about Africa here. Just the very top part. Rip. There's another video where they shot it and it exploded. Oh, well. Jesus. Are these bongers? Are those bonger shouts? British oil tanker. I guess British oil tanker doesn't necessarily mean it has to be a British crew, huh? Isn't it crazy that, at least according to us, the European navies don't have the capabilities to keep up with tech manufactured in a country that we sanction to the ground, like Iran, may be concerning? While I'm sure Iran also gets weapons and stuff from Russia, North Korea, maybe China and everything too. I don't know if they manufacture it all on their own. But also, I'm talking a little bit of shit outside of my comfort zone because I don't do military analysis. But my guess is most of the upgrades in sophistication of military technology over the last few decades probably has to do with like precision targeting and guidance and stuff like that, or like collecting like some type of surveillance stuff. But just shooting missiles at ships and blowing them up, or using bombs and blowing stuff up, is pretty crude. It's pretty easy. It's not a big deal. That type of stuff is just probably not as hard to make or manufacture. Someone said Iran gets pretty much nothing from Russia right now. Okay, well, that might be the case. Well, I don't know how much they have stuff stockpiled or whatever. I also don't know anything about Iran's like manufacturing. Maybe Iran can manufacture stuff like this. I'm not sure. I don't know the answer. How sophisticated are the Houthis? Are they just a ragtag bunch of pirates or what? I mean, they're not. I don't think they're very sophisticated, but there's like Yemen is a pretty big country. There's a lot of them, so. Oh, yeah. Also, drones have just changed a lot. I think drones, it feels like right now, they've kind of sort of become the nuclear weapons of small arms or explosives fighting, to where like when nukes were invented, it was basically like, okay, well, you know, we power scaled into the season 3 and now nobody can really fight anymore. So it's all kind of like fucked. And it feels like drones are a little bit like that. You can have these like immensely scary things that can be controlled at distance without sacrificing any of your own troops. They can like blow up entire fucking ships or kill a bunch of individuals. It's just like, fuck, it's like super OP right now. I don't know why there hasn't been effective ways, electronic warfare or whatever, of disabling these. Or maybe there have been to some extent. It's probably easier to layer it on land. I don't know about ships. Like, I don't know why ships can't just like emit giant EMPs or whatever. Maybe it takes a lot of energy. Maybe it would damage the ship itself. I'm not sure, but. I don't know why an orchestra starts playing, but. A skiff is generally a flatter boat without a lot of freeboard. Sailboat skiffs look really extreme and are fast. Okay. EMPs are not real, but electronic warfare can be bypassed. It's basically a jammer for a specific frequency. Okay. Why are EMPs not real? Is it because of the inverse square stuff? Would you just need way too much power, or? You can stop drones, but it's expensive, and drones are super cheap, so it's always a losing battle. Building defensive countermeasures on commercial shipping would be ungodly expensive, at least countermeasures that could stop drones and missiles and not pirate dinghies. In Russia, Ukraine now, controlling them without signals through fiber optic attached drones have become popular to stop jamming. What does that mean? You put like a 1,000-yard fiber optic cable on the drone and just fly it like that? Seriously? Jesus. Iran and Russia signed a strategic agreement on January 17th. Okay. Check out all the fiber optic stuff left behind. Fiber optic wires left behind by FPV drones. Holy shit. Do you think this is what the city looks like? Like every time Spider-Man finishes fighting some villain? Like they never go over cleaning up all the web bullshit. Wait, the spiderweb stuff dissolves after a few hours. Okay. Whether we pull the plug or not today, European navies do not have the capability to defend against the types of sophisticated anti-ship, cruise missiles, and drones Houthis are now using, so whether it's now or several weeks from now, it will have to be the United States that reopens these shipping lanes. Per the President's request, we are working with the DoD and State to determine how to compile the cost associated and levy them on the Europeans. I like how we went from being like the world police to now like the world's mercenaries, I guess. Is that what we're supposed to be doing? Jesus. As we stated in the first PC, we have a fundamental decision of allowing the sea lanes to remain closed or to reopen them now or later. We're the only ones with that capability, unfortunately. From a messaging standpoint, we absolutely add this of horribles on why the Europeans must invest in their defense. Wait, real quick. Wait, so what was the answer to why is it that some ships just go through and don't give a fuck? Like 25, I guess, of these ships numbered just started rerouting through South Africa. Why are these guys all like, fuck it, we can just go anyway? Because they're insured and the crew don't care if they get like abducted or anything, or... Okay. At Pete, if you think we should do it, let's go. I just hate bailing Europe out again. God, Vance is so evil. Jesus. He's actually like evil. What the fuck? Let's make sure our messaging is tight here, and if there are things we can do upfront to minimize risk to Saudi oil facilities, we should do it. I fully share your loathing of European freeloading. It's pathetic. Like our cabinet has like disdain for Europeans. It's like gross. But Mike is correct. We're the only ones on the planet on our side of the ledger who can do this. Nobody else even close. The question is timing. I feel like now is as good a time as any, given POTUS directed to reopen shipping lanes. I think we should go, but POTUS still retains 24 hours of decision space. As I heard it, the president was clear. Green light, but we soon make clear to Egypt and Europe what we expect in return. We also need to figure out how to enforce such a requirement, e.g., if Europe doesn't remunerate, then what? If the U.S. successfully restores freedom of navigation at great cost, there needs to be some further economic gain extracted in return. Agree. Team update, launch stuff. Currently clean on OPSEC. So he says. I will say a prayer for victory. VP, building collapsed, had multiple positive ID. I'm assuming ID means like dead people they were trying to kill. Pete, Corilla, the IC, amazing job. What? Typing too fast. The first target, their top missile guy, we had positive ID of him walking into his girlfriend's building, and now it's collapsed. Excellent. Jesus Christ. Punch. America. Fire. Good job, Pete and your team. The team in Mall did a great job as well. Great work, all. Powerful start. CENTCOM was/is on point. Great job, all. More strikes ongoing for hours tonight, and we'll provide full initial report tomorrow. But on time, on target, and good readouts so far. Kudos to all. Good job. Bicep flex, American flags, prayers. Great work and effects. Oh, damn. There's a lot of duders in this group. Oh, shit. What was the journalist's first name? It wasn't Jeffrey, was it? Or what was it? It was Jeffrey? Okay, because I was going to say, one thing I wondered is what if on Signal, what if he changed his, not Goldberg, Goldstein or whatever? I don't know, I think the WCW guy. What if he changed his name to be like one of these other guys? But it looks like, I mean, his initials are here, so it looks like that's not the case. This was just a huge fuck up. Like, there's not even pictures on most of these guys' fucking profiles. Jesus Christ, it's so fucking wild, dude. How many people on Signal all renamed themselves to, like, fucking Tulsi Gabbard or Pete Hegseth and put this profile picture? To Mars? Yeah, I don't even know. What does Mars stand for? That's not from Mar-a-Lago, right? What is Mar? Oh, Marco Rubio. Maybe he has 2 accounts? You should still look at the phone number, though. I don't know why you would ever say that. Look at the phone number. There's no way you're memorizing phone numbers of every single person you have to invite here. You just need to be on a better app. Or at least, like, click their thing and have a message history with them or something. But you shouldn't be doing this on Signal, right? The best theory I've seen is that Waltz intended to add Jameson Greer, the U.S. trade rep. Oh, But they don't ever talk to him or message him or anything? Jesus. They're offering $6 million. Wait, for what?
I just want to let you know that Lily is the host of the Gaddis Report, which is aired by the Australian National Review, where they're offering anyone who can prove that 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust a $6 million prize. So for all of you little whiny Jews out there who watch my show just to see what it is that I'm going to say next so you can cry and kvetch about the next 24 hours or so, here's your chance to put your money where your mouth is. Actually, Jew, to put someone else's money where your mouth is, which is your favorite activity. You can make $6 million by proving that your little fairy tale actually happened. But first,
the problem with bets like these is these guys never accept evidence or whatever for any of this. Wasn't there was there a guy who, was it to prove that the earth was round, or was it to prove that vaccines worked or something? It was something like that, and he offered $1 million. And I think some scientist said that he proved it, and now they're like he's suing the guy in court because the guy's saying you didn't prove it. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? I think the judge ruled against the guy who placed the bet, or the guy who made the bet. They're saying he has to pay out because the other guy did prove it or whatever. The guy you debated? Yeah, it might have been, is that Kent Hovind, the dino doctor or whatever, maybe? I don't know. How would you go about proving 6 million Jews died? I have no clue. Like I don't know what he's asking for. Does he need like an obituary record and like dental records for every single dead person? Like, the MyPillow Mike Lindell guy made a bet about the election. He was forced to pay out. Oh, damn. Well, did you make a bet about aliens or something? Yeah, technically that guy owes me $1,000, but...
Yep. Anybody else?
Should the defense secretary...
What country are you? Wait, what country are you from?
From the UK.
Okay, we don't give a crap about your opinion and your reporting. Why don't you go back to your country where you have a major migrant problem? And you no. You should care about your own borders.
Do you care about American lives being put at risk?
Let me tell you something. Do you care about people from your country? What about all the women that are raped by migrants?
Do you care
No,
about
by migrants. No, do you care? Okay, you're done.
Do you care about
I'm not-
American lives being put at risk?
You know what? I don't
about
care. I don't.
service members fighting for your country.
I don't care
and
about your
vice
fake news.
president
Do you have a
and your
relevant
defense
question?
secretary?
Yeah, this is an American journalist. Thank you.
I'm an American, and I'd like to hear your answer to what she's asking.
I'm not answering her question
right,
because
I'll
I
ask
don't care about her network. If you would like to ask, I can answer.
Do you have any concerns whatsoever about the complete disregard of operational security from the top level of this administration?
You want to know about complete disregard about operational security? You should talk about the Biden administration, how they ripped our borders open to terrorist, cartel, child sex trafficking, human trafficking, and drug trafficking across our borders for 4 years. The Trump administration is doing a great job, and I stand by their statements. I stand by their statements. My comment to you is I'm thankful to President Trump that he is leading us out of wars, that he's ending the war in Ukraine, where American lives could have been killed if Joe Biden was still president today, whether he liked it or not. We're talking about NPR and PBS today. We're talking about fake news that was funded with federal funding from American taxpayers. That's what this is about today, not journalists from the UK that should care about their...
A journalist is being vilified for exposing failings in the way that your government conducts itself. It's that journalist being vilified.
Jesus. Uh-oh. Wait. A sound break.
Is interviewing the guy who's about to go do some shit to get himself killed, basically. That's what's gonna happen. We know from this point, that's what's gonna happen. So he walks away, gets back a little bit, and then he sets up behind this thing, right? This is concealment, I guess, not cover concealment, right? Because I think the tank's over here. So now he can capture the footage right here. He sees the guys walking, knowing that they're about to get shot, because that's what's gonna happen. And then eventually they get shot and everything is, this is it. It's like act 1, 2, and 3. It's like all here. Now this guy's down, he's dead. These guys are like,
fatally wounded.
They're not even running. They're not even like cowering and running away and screaming in fear. They're like, okay, well, they did it. We got our shots. Okay, is this guy down? Well, okay. Well, we brought the white flag, so we can put that over the bleeding part, assuming he got shot in it, actually, right?
Flag
and then this guy, what, is this guy running back to grab the wife?
By this stage, the man's wife, his widow, has heard what happened.
I'm sorry.
Man's wife.
You're the die. Sick today, so come forward. Probably, but I think they were stretched to him. They may make a lot more.
The full clip. I don't.
It's possible he didn't get shot, right? Now, do we know the name of the guy? Is he actually dead? Do we know if it's his wife? These are all.
I had never seen the full clip. I don't remember him going. Notice how he almost said way more conservative and then stopped himself because he has to aesthetically maintain that he is.
I didn't say way more conservative than stop myself. I said that if I wanted to go down a conspiratorial route, these are all questions that we could also be asking a lot. I like how he's pretending I had to stop myself. Like I have no control over what like I'm literally saying exactly what I'm doing, but okay.
Like a liberal, a true liberal. Way more, I mean, this would be way crazier in terms of speculation. Or maybe conspiratorial. I don't know. Maybe he wanted to maintain, maybe he wanted to say conspiratorial, which it is, by the way. It is a conspiracy. And it's conservative, for the record. It is conspiratorial, and it is conservative. He just didn't want to admit it because he has to be the liberal who only says the truth. He doesn't speculate about conspiracy theories.
Why does he say that? It's crazy to me that Hassan is able to say things like this as an insult. Doesn't he want to be a liberal who's just correct about things, so he doesn't even speculate baselessly? Like, yeah? Am I supposed to fight against that characterization?
I don't think he was going to say convoluted. Not that it matters. Look at what he's doing, okay? My speculation on this is utterly irrelevant.
A bunch of questions that would be valid. Now, I was way more on the pro-Zionist side. I would be asking those questions. Who is this guy? Do we even know if he's actually dead? Like, we don't actually see the wound. It seems like they don't have any problem showing anything else. Like, why just the white flag so that it can look all bloody? Like, show us the actual what's going on. The idea of
who are friends with him. Crazy that this person is not seen as like a violent radical by the very same drama slop tubers who are friends with him and get their notes from him. But I am for speaking out against these actions. Like, think about how
like, no one cares that you speak out against these actions, little bro. Like, they care that you support terrorist groups. Like,
distorted your worldview has to be, where you are fantasizing about an apartheid state murdering Palestinian civilians with a white flag and then saying, oh, they deserved it. Victim blaming to this degree.
Who's fantasizing? Like, I'm just observing what's literally happening in the actual literal video that's right in front of us. It's literally what happens. I'm just observing what is literally happening.
Jesus Christ, dude.
For no reason, because they're civilians with white flags. And you kind of ignore the fact that, like, okay, well, they're in a battle zone, and an area actually a vital Zionist sex criminal video game streamer, overwhelmingly peaceful.
How are you not recognizing this is
overwhelmingly peaceful? Just as a quick thing, because people love to talk about the Great March of Return, the Peace March of Return. Oh, this is like the peaceful Great March.
Dude, how are you not recognizing this is the same shit, like, liberal, by the way, saying the same shit about the Palestinian marches, about that people say about Black Lives Matter. Doors open! He says it's about Black Lives Matter, too. I mean, he's a Calvert House defender, to be fair, so yeah, he does.
I used it as the word is meant to be used, which is to mean overwhelmingly, which means what the word means, which is to a very great degree or with a great majority.
Overwhelmingly.
Some instances of violence during these protests do not contradict my use of this word. The protests were overwhelmingly nonviolent, which is exactly what the UN report found.
The protest camps set up along the fence can make you do a double. Actors.
The history of children that Israel intended day. What and another
take this as an offense, hopefully, but what happened?
Hours. I saw a man who had been shot in the throat. I didn't.
Yeah, the IDF also took credit over every bullet on a tweet. Don't take this as an offense, hopefully, but what happened? That UND grew apart. Did you at one point realize his worldview was messed up, or did he turn on you once you had more success? Like,
oh, this was the precursor to that. We already watched that part. Why did you link this from a month ago?
I'm talking about Hamas parading around dead babies. I'm so awake. I'm just not woke.
Hamas parading around dead babies is also a ridiculous. They did a funeral procession. That's what they did. That's what you're calling parading dead children.
And that was not a... What video is this on talking about? There was a video where that camp got hit outside of Khan Yunis, and they were literally shaking a headless baby on camera. That was not a funeral procession. What is he talking about?
And they said that it was Israel that killed those children.
Is he talking about something different?
And guess what? The Bibas family also does not appreciate...
He's talking about the hostage swap. Oh, this is like a month old. What? Did we watch this? Do I care about this?
That Benjamin Netanyahu is parading...
He's talking about Hamas mocking the release of the corpses. Oh.
The Bibas family, the children that were slain, okay, without giving the Bibas family the actual autopsy report. I'm talking about...
What was your motivation for that clip, though? I feel like if Hamas and Sam's sons didn't exist, you would do an equivalent pro-Palestine conspiracy segment. Wait, I've given both sides to this issue like a ton. What do you mean? Like, if you put me in front of an ultra-Zionist, and I'll argue the pro-Palestinian side as well as better than these fucking losers can. It's just generally the people attacking me are all like, insanely unhinged pro-Pally people, so I just end up giving the other side of the argument. But I've given both sides plenty. If you haven't heard me give both sides, it's because you're just willfully not listening, or you're just here trying to clip me for whatever other shit, so. What's this? Fact-checking the Trump White House's claims about illegal immigration dropping sharply. 1 month since President Donald Trump was sworn in as president, the White House is touching the administration's daily alien encounters plummet 95% under Trump. This infographic from the White House Instagram based. Illegal immigration at the U.S. southern border has dropped since Trump entered the White House, but the White House's data use is misleading. The Post's claims also overemphasize the data from a short time period. History shows immigration trends ebb and flow no matter who's in office. We won't know the full effect of Trump's policy until we're able to zoom out over a longer time period. Using two different data points inflates the drop in illegal immigration under Trump. The White House pointed us to a Fox News Instagram post. It showed a chart similar to the one Trump used. Text over a photo of Biden read 20,086 daily encounters in the last 7 days of the Biden administration. Below it, a photo of Trump was captured 1,041 daily encounters in the first 7 days. But like the White House's post, Fox News' post is misleading. It uses the total number of border encounters for Biden's last 7 days in office and compares it with a daily average for Trump's first 7 days. Oh, that's stupid. Okay. Border officials encountered migrants trying to cross the U.S. southern border 20,086 times during Biden's last 7 days in office. That's an average of 2,869 times a day. During Trump's first 7 days in office, border officials encountered migrants trying to cross the U.S. southern border 7,287 times, an average of 1,041 times a day. It's a 60% drop, not a 95% drop. Additionally, the White House and Fox News are using encounters both at official ports of entry and between them. Under Biden's admin, people could make appointments at official ports of entry and be legally allowed to enter the U.S. to seek asylum. Those appointments still counted as encounters, even though they did not represent illegal immigration. Trump ended that program on his first day in office and canceled all existing appointments. Nice, good one. We have a national security eligibility PDF somebody linked if we wanted to read about this. I don't know how much I care. We might. We've got oral arguments for this shit, for the Venezuelan immigrant stuff. We've got an Ezra Klein and Derek Thompson hosted by Lex Friedman debate thing. PBS/NPR hearing. Anti-American airwaves, holding the heads of NPR and PBS accountable. Jesus Christ. Oh my God, thank you. We got a bad economics post. Oh, we got a big old post. Oh my God. Oh, and it's over his thesis, so we don't have to do it. Oh my goodness. Let me get a drink. Give me a minute. One sec. Gary's bad economics. Gary Economics, nay Stevenson, I don't know what this anything means, it's a joke, English thing, is formerly the best fucking trader in the world and now a great fucking economist, at least according to him. Gary started off as a trader at Citigroup's STIRT short-term interest rate trading desk, where he worked from 2011 to 2014. His success as a trader earned himself a mouth-watering bonus, £2 million. Feeling that making millions from trading was immoral, he went back to get a master's in economics and started making millions from selling books about trading instead. Gary also owns a YouTube channel with 1 million subscribers. Nay or nee is what you put before surname. In his videos, he presents his grand theory of wealth inequality, asset prices, and growth. He explains how the low interest rates of the 2010s and growing house prices were caused by ever-increasing wealth inequality. The other distinguishing feature of his videos is the complete lack of any sources, citations, evidence, or clear explanations of his model. This makes his claims very difficult to assess because it is rarely obvious what exactly he means or is talking about. However, in a shocking turn of events, I've recently discovered that Gary has published his master's thesis on his website. Most of Gary's claims seem to come directly from his model in this thesis, so we can look at the model directly instead of trying to reverse engineer it from the ramblings in his video. The problem for Gary is that his thesis is bad economics. To the surprise of no one familiar with Gary, his thesis argues that wealth inequality drives up asset prices and, as a result, locks poorer people out of acquiring assets. His model shows how high levels of inequality push asset prices higher. Additionally, he shows that this holds when poor people desire assets as much as the rich do, or when multiple asset types exist. He concludes by demonstrating that high asset prices have negative welfare effects. How does Gary reach these conclusions, and do they hold water? In short, no, and absolutely not. The thesis is a chaotic tangle of bad assumptions, contradictions, and half-baked logic. What follows is a closer look at exactly how Gary's tangled mess unravels and why it was doomed from the start. Gary's model is simple enough. Start with a production function, a utility function, and a budget constraint. Everything else you can build up from that. Next, you solve for the price of wealth, expressing it in only exogenous variables. Finally, you interpret the results. Gary starts by explaining, since my interest is in the relative price of assets and consumption, I will not be able to use traditional capital accumulations in the form, or of the form, k sub t plus 1 equals k sub t, y sub t minus, because equations of this form imply that the consumption good and the capital good can be freely transformed into one another. When a model allows for this free bidirectional transformation, there can be no space for interesting movements in the relative prices of the two goods. Equations of this sort are not suitable for models interested in changes in this relative price. In order that it is always clear exactly what kind of asset is being discussed, I will henceforth use k, capital, for reproducible assets, T as in terra or land for non-reproducible assets in models where both reproducible and non-reproducible assets exist, and W in simple models with only one non-reproducible asset to represent all forms of wealth. Does this form imply that consumption good can be transformed into the capital good? No. Here's my best guess as to why Gary believes this. Gary believes that Y consumption good is produced, and at the end of the period T, we decide how much we want to transform into capital. It makes much more sense to assume that we decide how much capital we want first and then produce a combination of capital and consumption goods, which adds up to a total value Y. The utility function in Gary's model, the poor consume all of their income. The rich get utility from wealth and consumption. Fuck, do I want to read this whole thing? This might be really boring. Wait, give me a second. If you've been paying attention so far, you should notice that this looks suspiciously similar to the capital accumulation function he said we wouldn't be using. What's even funnier is that this actually does imply that you can convert the consumption good into wealth. If C sub R equals LW, then we are left with W, SR equals blah, blah, blah. Since R is paid out as a consumption good, it means we have turned a consumption good into wealth. Gary specified, however, the total wealth is fixed. We can't convert the consumption good into wealth or wealth into consumption. Those two assumptions are not only the defining and most important parts of Gary's model, they are also the reason the model doesn't work. Wealth is fixed, meaning W, SR equals W, I whatever bullshit. We can cut W from both sides of the budget constraint. This leaves us with this bullshit. This makes perfect sense. Since the rich can't buy any more land, they will consume all the income from their labor and wealth. As a bonus, P cancels out. This is the actual budget constraint. Gary does come up with this in a few pages. Hold on. Gary provides a master class on how not to build a model. Every aspect of this thesis follows the same formula. When introducing the model, wealth is fixed. When he starts solving it, wealth stops being fixed. And when it comes time to interpret the results, wealth goes back to being fixed. Economists use mathematical models to prevent you from making flawed but convincing arguments. Gary shows that it is possible to hide unconvincing arguments behind the veil of rigorous mathematics. There are so many more problems in this thesis that I simply don't have the time and space to address here. I do appreciate that Gary actually published his master's thesis. Okay, whatever. He's a loser. That's all I needed. Okay. You seen Lindsey Graham's statements on the Signal thing? No, I do not. Or no, I have not. It's all the same talking points, though. Just celebrate the success of the op, say that nothing was leaked that shouldn't have been. Somehow bring up Biden. Are they going to? Everybody thought they were using an appropriate and secure form of communication. This will also fall into the category of lessons learned. Hegseth's analysis was so good. It's crazy that, like, when classified stuff leaks, we're just going to talk about how good it is. It's like more transparency. Jesus. Wisconsin Supreme Court election Tuesday, April 1st. If you live in Wisconsin, make a plan to vote. Being too busy gooning isn't a good excuse to let maggots take another election, big or small. True. Okay. Oof, I feel like this is going to be a boring one, but it's probably important.
All within the...
Ezra Klein, Derek Thompson. I don't know anything about the Derek Thompson guy.
Oh yay, oh yay, oh yay. All persons having business.
Really? Oy vey? And this is supposed to be not controlled by the Jews?
Before the Honorable, the United States Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit are admonished to draw near and give their attention, for the court is now sitting. God save the United States and this honorable court. Be seated, please.
Off topic, but do you think it'd be good for Canada to move closer to China economically with the way the relationship with the U.S. has been heading? Yeah, but you run into a big issue. So your big issue is that the U.S. is the master of, or at least conservatives are like the master stolen valor people when it comes to complaining about issues that don't really affect the United States but have huge impacts on other countries. The problem is that Canada being, I don't want to say subservient to, but like Canada relies on the United States for their economy to work. But largely speaking, that's okay because the United States is not like an evil, terrible country that's going to fuck over Canada with like crazy shit like random tariffs or trying to destroy their economy like we're doing right now, right? For as much as the United States complains about China being unfair, in my maybe slightly uneducated opinion, a lot of the unfairness from China comes from the fact that, one, it probably doesn't have a massive impact on a lot of the U.S. firms operating in China or in the United States. And two, the only reason why we haven't done a lot about it is just because of the lack of political will, not because we truly are incapable of wrangling anything from China in terms of concessions. This is my take on it. Canada, however, being totally reliant on China and not having the U.S. anymore in its corner could actually face a lot of what people fearmonger about China doing to the United States. China probably could do it to Canada, which would be scary because now if you're Canada, you're basically completely relying on the goodwill of a country across the Pacific who could be at ends with you for a variety of reasons. It's just a very scary world to be in. I think.
Case number 25-5067 et al. JGG et al. Versus Donald J. Trump in his official capacity as
Unbelievable, the confirmation bias from Republicans, but then also, what is this? I don't know. All I know, Gary bad. I already know that Gary is bad because I've watched him talk about econ. I didn't know if this bad economics post was going over economic claims that he's made, but it seems like it's focusing on just his master's thesis, and it's going over with the formulas that he builds for his thesis and why the application of those formulas is flawed. The subject matter of this post is going to be incredibly dry and boring, and it's not going to have very much to do with any of the overall claims that he makes. So it's like, it's bad content for stream. I'm sorry that you're an ass-paying Gary lover, but try to find a single video of him making any actual concrete claim.
Good afternoon. May it please the court, Drew Ensign, Deputy Assistant Attorney General for the United States. The district court's order represents an unprecedented and enormous intrusion upon the powers of the executive branch. It enjoins the president's exercise of his war and foreign affairs powers under the Alien Enemies Act and does so in a manner that purports to direct operations outside the United States borders and in a manner that could intrude upon sensitive diplomatic negotiations. The basis of that order was explicit second guessing of the president's determinations that the statutory preconditions of the AEA were satisfied for a foreign terrorist organization, Tren de Aragua, or TDA. Even though both the Supreme Court and this court have explicitly held that such challenges are not within the power of the federal courts to hear. The district court's order is therefore appealable, much as a TRO directing the president to redeploy a carrier group from the South China Sea to the Persian Gulf, or to halt.
Hang on. I mean, one of the claims pressed here, which the Supreme Court has expressly said, and we have said, courts can entertain, so put aside interpretive questions about whether there's an incursion or invasion, is whether these individuals qualify under the terms of the proclamation, whether they're members of Tren de Aragua.
Yes.
I assume, as below, the government does not dispute that that is something courts can adjudicate, correct?
Thank you. Is it normal to interrupt the opening statement? I don't know what, I don't think we've ever listened to oral arguments from like a court of appeals before. But yes, please drop this stupid fucking analogy, this actual Reddit meme tier argument of well, are you saying that a federal court could say that we have to turn our ships around if we were in the middle of a fucking war? No, literally nobody is saying that, you fucking retard, you mongoloid. The argument is whether or not people in the United States of America have a right to challenge their designation as per this Alien Enemies Act or whatever, right? That's what this has always been about. Nobody is making that other claim that that any federal court can direct a war. Nobody's making that claim. Nobody cares about this. Nobody's arguing this. Why are you even bringing this up? Thank you.
Does not dispute that that is something courts can adjudicate, correct?
Your Honor, it's certainly something that courts have adjudicated in individual habeas claims.
That's a separate thing, but courts can do that. And so asserting a power to do that is not ordering ships to relocate.
Thank you for shooting down this dog shit fucking analogy. It's so stupid.
Waters, right? That is straight up judicial process that's allowed by the Supreme Court and circuit precedent.
They interrupt you constantly in appeals. I can barely get a word in sometimes. Okay. I didn't remember for the Supreme Court ones if they have kind of like an opening statement they make and then they do questioning. Maybe it's different for the Supreme Court versus the Court of Appeals. Or maybe I just listened to some exceptional, I don't know. Are these low-level DOJ lawyers? These people are representing the government, so these would have to be lawyers from the Department of Justice, is my understanding. I don't know who's arguing here on behalf of the government, though.
Process that's allowed by the Supreme Court and circuit precedent. I understand you have your argument then about habeas, right? But that's a procedural point. Your points about him overstepping seem to be forgetting that there is this claim, and in fact, this morning, he's limited the TROs to the likelihood of success to that prong. And so we don't need to go any further than that, correct?
No, I don't believe so, Your Honor. Because the government has taken appeals of the TRO, the district court didn't have jurisdiction to change the basis of the TRO. And so because
that was one of the bases all along.
I disagree, Your Honor. The bases of that order were set forth on page 41 of the transcript from the Saturday hearing, and they were expressly limited to just those second guessing of the president's determinations that the statutory preconditions of the AEA had been satisfied.
Okay, if we read the record differently, if we read it to include these claims, having been pressed from the beginning and including at the hearing, they've been saying from their complaint that their clients, at least the ones that we have, the named plaintiffs and some of the other ones, are not members of Tren de Aragua and had no chance to demonstrate that when they were rushed onto airplanes and flown to El Salvador, or at risk of being rushed onto airplanes and flown out of the country. And so if we read the record that way, then we don't have to get into these other questions, correct?
No, I don't believe so, Your Honor. I mean,
No, we don't have to, or no, I'm wrong?
You're wrong.
I guess I would say several things, Your Honor. One is that the district court's order goes well beyond merely preserving the status quo. It purports, as the district court explained, to order the president to conduct operations outside U.S. borders in a particular way.
This is such a stupid fucking argument. Or, like, do you think that federal courts lose jurisdiction just because you step outside of a U.S. border? That there's no more due process for a U.S. citizen that you've taken, or for a U.S. green card holder? Like, this is such a stupid argument. It's so fucking retarded. It's like Trump crosses into Canada with a child and rapes him, and then a federal court is like, hey, like, you know, we're charging with it or whatever bullshit, and it's like, well, hold on, actually, are you telling me that a court can somehow make declarations about events happening outside of the United States of America? No, what the fuck are you talking? Like, that's not what this is about. What the fuck?
He directed that the executive branch either turn planes around or to find another way to operate internationally.
Right, but so, I mean, at this point, my understanding is that the government has been complying with the TRO. Obviously, it doesn't extend to people who are being deported on grounds independent of the proclamation. So when I say complying, that there are no planes now en route out of the country with people covered by the TRO, correct?
That's my understanding, yes,
No
sir.
planes on the ground anywhere in the world with people covered by the TRO that would have to come back.
And Your Honor, let me
Right?
first clarify.
Is that factually right?
I believe so, Your Honor, though. Let me clarify one thing about that, which is that the district court's order only applies to those that would be removed under the Alien Enemies Act.
Correct.
It does not apply to those that may separately have final orders of
Correct.
removal under the
Yes,
INA.
absolutely. That's right. I'm sorry I wasn't clear. I was trying to say that up front. That was, if there are other grounds for moving them out of the country, he was quite clear, was clear again this morning, but it's been clear from the beginning that's never been enjoined under the temporary restraining orders.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Right. So we're not talking about those. You might have planes with people going other places because
When was this? Sorry for this has to do with the Venezuelans. I keep saying Venezuelans. Fuck me. With people that were deported to El Salvador, basically. Trump had a way that he was going to do it, but then he invoked the Aliens Act in order to do it even quicker, and then arguably without due process, any kind of due process. And 5 people are named on the complaint, but it's representing all the people that have been deported without having any process or procedure to challenge if they were even part of this act. Like, if Trump wins this case, then the argument follows that the government could walk into your house and deport you, that just saying that you're part of this gang, and that's it. But there's no, even without any evidence or due process, they would just do it, and you have nothing you can say about it. Like, it's insane.
got ordinary orders of deportation.
I think that's right, and I apologize, Your Honor. I think we're agreeing. And
Okay. No. I was clearly me not being clear enough. So clearly me not being clear. So now to clarify again, my question is the concern about ordering planes back and forth is moot at this point. That's over and done. There's nothing we could do to address that. Nothing we could do to remedy that, even if we were to agree that that shouldn't have happened. That's a question, but it's just moot at this point.
I don't believe so, Your Honor. I think the district court understands the government to be under a continuing obligation.
Understands?
I don't believe so, Your Honor. I think the district court understands the government to be under a continuing obligation, having not turned the planes around to return the find some other way to return the people. I don't think the district court has interpreted its TRO as no longer being operative. And so I think that continuing aspect of it supports appellate jurisdiction here.
You read it as requiring the return of people who are no longer in U.S. custody?
Your Honor, the government does not believe that the oral pronouncements as opposed to the written one is binding. But as the district court appears to have a different view, his oral order provided for two ways of compliance, either turning around the planes or finding a way to return the people to the United States. The first option is no longer available, but the district court has not said that the second option is not, is not still in force.
And much of this, I think, has to do with the compliance issues that are, I think, separate and go forward regardless of what happens with TROs. And so, as of right now, your concern is that if the TROs, and well, for your sake, say even the written TRO, so the written version of the second TRO is in place, what language in that requires the retrieval of people from U.S. custody?
Your Honor, I think
sorry, let me clarify again, that are no longer in U.S. custody?
Your Honor, it's not that it would not be the written order. I believe it's on page 43 of the Saturday transcript. It was an oral directive, but more broadly too, this is a nationwide TRO that enjoins the president from using any of his AEA authority to remove people during this period.
Okay.
That is something.
But that's different. That's not ordering ships around in the water. And that's not ordering planes to go anywhere. All that the TRO, the nationwide TRO says is folks that are detained and folks can still be detained under the AEA. They just cannot be removed from the country until this point, until I guess you get a preliminary injunction decision from the court, which looks to be forthcoming soon.
I agree that the district court looks like it may be acting on a preliminary injunction soon, but I think the intrusion upon the war powers and foreign policy powers of the president is utterly unprecedented. And in a way...
Well, this is an unprecedented action.
Yes, that needs to be the answer to every single thing. Every time they say, like, it's unprecedented, no one's ever done this before. Your actions are unprecedented, sir. So, of course, our response is going to be unprecedented as well. They keep saying that. The J6 case, it's unprecedented. The New York charges, those are unprecedented. The Mar-a-Lago documents is unprecedented. Yes, your actions are unprecedented. That should be the response to every single time conservatives wield this as some sort of defense, that it's unprecedented the way your actions are unprecedented. They warrant unprecedented reactions.
Of the president is utterly unprecedented. And in a way...
Well, this is an unprecedented action as well. So, of course, there's no precedent for it because no president has ever used this statute this way, which isn't to say one way or the other what it can be done, but simply to say we are in unprecedented territory. But I'm just trying to really clarify here, if you agree that, and I believe you agreed in district court, I think you agreed here, but tell me if I'm mishearing, that these folks have a right under the AEA, under precedent, to challenge their status as individuals subject to, that fall within the terms of the proclamation here. That is, I think most relevantly, whether they are members of Trinidad, although maybe they deny Venezuelan citizen status too, I don't know. But the big one that seems to be in the papers is they say we're not even members of this. In fact, some of us are fleeing from Trinidad. Is it your position that temporary restraining order that simply prevents removal until there's procedure and opportunity in place to address whether they even fall under the proclamation? Are you arguing that that is an unwarranted intrusion on the president's powers?
Yes, Your Honor. I think whenever a district court enjoins the president from exercising...
That's an insane statement, if I understand her correctly.
Are you arguing that...
She's saying, okay, the president obviously has the right to exercise these powers, but are you seriously arguing that the right of somebody in the United States to challenge whether or not the act even applies to them, you're arguing that that due process there would infringe on the president's right or on the president's ability to deport people? And he says, yes, nobody should have any ability to challenge whether or not they're actually part of some gang that needs to be deported as per this act. Like, that's
that is an unwarranted intrusion on the president's powers?
Yes, Your Honor. I think whenever a district court enjoins the president from exercising
His military, don't say the same dumb shit.
his war and foreign policy powers on bases that are manifest error, that is absolutely the sort of irreparable harm.
You're
but the
like, she needs to ask the question. So if the president goes into your house today and takes your child from you and puts him on a plane to El Salvador, you agree you have no right whatsoever. If the president were to deport 10 million people from this country, under this particular act, none of them have any due process to challenge that. Like, on its face, it's just an absurd notion. Like, you can't possibly be making this argument in court, right? This is, like, comically stupid.
Injunction doesn't have to be against the president. I mean, the president said, I only want people who are members of Tren de Aragua removed. And so if his lower level executive officials are removing people who are not, or who we don't know are members of Tren de Aragua, the problem is not with the president's proclamation, it's with its implementation by lower level executive officials. And that's against whom the TRO runs. So there's nothing there about enjoining his war or national security powers. That is all about lower level folks who are not implementing the terms of the proclamation because they're not making sure these folks are members of the gang before they remove them.
Your Honor, I disagree with that for at least two reasons. First of all, that's simply not the basis of the TRO that was appealed. If you, again, on page 41 of the Saturday transcript, you'll see the basis that the district court gave for its second TRO. And that basis was explicitly not on having anything to do with individualized determinations that people were members of TDA. It had to do with second guessing the president's determinations that there had been an invasion.
Second guessing the determination of an executive? That's a very interesting way of saying due process. Should we go back and find that 41-page TRO, or find the TRO and read page 41? Like, this argument is just insane, right? Like, the cop said that you did this crime and you're going into jail, and you think you should, what, have a trial to second guess our brave police officers, to second guess the district attorney, to second guess the attorney general? What do you mean? Like, yeah, hello? What?
Or predatory incursion or threatened or attempted of the same, and that
I'll make sure I've got that. 46, is that what I heard?
41 of the Saturday hearing. Let me.
That's March 21st, right?
Sorry, that's
Yes, Your Honor. Let me get to that specific language.
Okay.
So what the district court said in explaining why it was issuing a TRO was, I think they, plaintiffs, have certainly presented a serious question that the president's proclamation is not legal under the AEA or a.
I just want to make sure I'm on the same page as you. I'm looking at the afternoon transcript.
This would be the.
Oh, you know, I think I'm in the wrong transcript. That's my problem.
And
I think the transcript has line numbers, so if you could tell us the line number you're starting with. I think I have it, but just so we're all on the same page.
Yes, Your Honor. It's page 41, beginning at line 12.
Can somebody link the original? Can somebody link this so that we could read along?
Sorry, that's my fault.
I'm sorry, let me pull that as well.
Totally my fault.
I think are they talking about the TRO that the court issued? Was it really that long, 41 pages or longer?
So what the district court said was, I think they, plaintiffs, have certainly presented a serious question that the president's proclamation is not legal under the AEA, or a different way of saying it is that the AEA does not provide a basis for the president's proclamation, given that the terms invasion, predatory incursion really relate to hostile acts perpetrated by enemy nations and commensurate to war. Also, the terms nation and government do not apply to non-state actors like criminal gangs. And then he goes on without ever referencing, the opportunity to make challenges to individualized determinations under the AEA. So I think that's the order that you have before you. That's the order that we took an appeal of. And its basis is specifically the sort of second guessing of the adequacy of the president's determinations that statutory preconditions of the AEA have been satisfied. And the Supreme Court's decision in Ludecky and this.
It's second guessing
this is such an unbelievable argument, bro. It's like if the president comes out and says, like, everything about what he's doing is novel. Keep in mind the way that he's doing this is he's saying Venezuelans in this country are part of a foreign invasion because there's a gang called Tren de Aragua that also has members in the Venezuelan government. And even though there's not an official invasion or war between us and Venezuela, which the emergency that act requires you to have, they're saying that because some people have illegally immigrated to the United States that might be part of that gang, and because that gang is part of the Venezuelan government, that counts as an invasion into the United States, as like a state invading us. Therefore, the president can invoke this act to deport anybody who even looks like they might be part of Tren de Aragua with no kind of review or due process whatsoever.
Court's decision and Citizens Protective League specifically preclude such review. Here's how the Supreme Court described it in Ludecky. The very nature of the president's power to order the removal of all enemy aliens rejects the notions that courts may pass judgment upon the exercise of that discretion, end quote. Similarly, this court and Citizens Protective League recognized that, quote, unreviewable power in the president, ... is the essence of the act, end quote.
But it's like so crazy that, so you could just arbitrarily invoke this act for anything? Like, this is clearly talking about a time when you're at war with another state and there is an invasion, or people that are nationals of that country that are like invading you. Like, you can't just say that because that particular thing is unreviewable, that every single action the president does, as long as he says that, becomes unreviewable. That would almost be as stupid as giving the president absolute criminal immunity for anything he says is his official job.
The binding holdings of Ludecky and Citizens Protective League are controlling precedent here. In both, plaintiffs challenge the president's determination.
I don't want to, I could read these underlying cases. Ludecky or whatever is, there's no shot that they were talking about the president's ability to unrestrictedly, like, I bet that had to do with an actual war declared on an actual country, and not just the president saying a gang being president of the United States counts as a war.
That one of the statutory preconditions there, whether there was a war that could justify invoking the act, was satisfied. In both cases, plaintiffs had very strong factual arguments. World War II had long since ended as a practical matter, and victory in Europe Day had been declared years earlier. As Justice Black
1948 case, Ludecky v. Watkins. Did this have to do this? Under the authority of the Alien Enemy Act of 1798, which empowers the president whenever there's a declared war between the U.S. and any foreign country to provide the removal of aliens. So this had to do was this like the Japanese and everything for the our internment camps or whatever? Like, this is during an actual... In the circumstances of relation between the United States and Germany, there exists a declared war, notwithstanding the cessation of actual hostilities, and the order is enforceable. The Alien Enemy Act, construed as permitting resort to the courts only to challenge its validity and construction and to raise questions. Oh, wait. Hold on. Are we reading the syllabus? Because the Alien Enemy Act, construed as permitting resort to the courts only to challenge its validity and construction and to raise questions of the existence of a declared war and of alien enemy status, does not violate the Bill of Rights of the Federal Constitution. Construed as permitting resort to the courts only to challenge questions. Am I reading this correctly? Or does this point directly debunk, or am I reading this the opposite? Directly, like, contradict what he's saying? I shouldn't read the syllabus. Okay, let's go to, this is going to be on page 170 to 171. Whether and when it would be open to this court to find that a war, though merely formally kept alive, had in fact ended, is a question too fraught with gravity even to be adequately formulated when not compelled. Only a few months ago, the court rejected the contention that the state of war in relation to which the president had exercised the authority now challenged was terminated. Nothing that has happened since calls for a qualification of that view. This had to do, I think, I don't know why I feel like I've heard something about this case. Did we watch a Legal Eagle video or something? But I think it had to do with the fact that, like, is the war officially over, like, when the last gunshot is rang out, or can the president still exercise some wartime powers for a little bit after, or something like that? It is still true, as was said in the opinion in that case, which eyed the war power most jealously, we have armies abroad exercising our war power and have made no peace terms with our allies, not to mention our principal enemies. The situation today is strikingly similar to that of 1919, where this court observed, in view of facts of public knowledge, some of which have been referred to, and the treaty of peace has not yet been concluded, that the railways are still under national control by virtue of the war powers, and that other war activities have not been brought to a close, and that it cannot even be said that the manpower of the nation has been restored to a peace footing. We are unable to conclude that the act has ceased to be valid. Okay. The political branch of the government has not brought the war with Germany to an end. On the contrary, it has proclaimed that a state of war still exists. So one, we have a state of war with another country. The court would be assuming the functions of the political agencies of the government to yield to the suggestion that the unconditional surrender of Germany and the disintegration of the Nazi Reich have left Germany without a government capable of negotiating a treaty for peace. It is not for us to question a belief by the president that enemy aliens who are justifiably deemed fit subjects for internment. I wonder what that meant. Justifiably deemed fit subjects for internment during active hostilities do not lose their potency for mischief during the period of confusion and conflict, which is characteristic of a state of war, even when the guns are silent, but the peace of peace has not come. These are matters of political judgment for which judges have neither technical competence nor official responsibility. That brings us to the final question. Is the statute valid as we have construed it? The same consideration? Okay. To mean actual support the validity of the statute, the war power is war power. If the war... Arguments find no defect in the act. The act is almost as old as the Constitution. Hold on. An argument to find no defect in the act because resort to the courts may be had only to challenge the extraction validity of the statute and to question the existence of the declared war, as has been done in this case. The act is almost as old as the Constitution, and it would savor a... Okay, so then it says here you literally could challenge, in this Supreme Court decision at least, but okay. I wonder, were there any processes or due process for people in internment camps before? I have no idea. If they could challenge like how they're being removed or what evidence had to be shown for it. Such great war powers may be abused, no doubt, but that is a bad reason for having judges supervise or exercise whatever the legal formulas within which such supervision would normally be confined in relation to distribution. Okay. Whether Congress accounts to replace it. Okay. All right, I just want to see the underline.
Very strong factual arguments. World War II had long since ended as a practical matter, and victory in Europe Day had been declared years earlier. As Justice Black noted in his dissent, the very idea that World War II was still ongoing at the time of Ludecky was, quote, pure fiction. None of that mattered, however. At the time of Justice Black noted in his dissent, the very idea that World War II was still ongoing at the time of Ludecky was, quote, pure fiction. None of that mattered, however. President Truman's determination that World War II had not ended simply was not reviewable. Federal courts therefore lacked jurisdiction to hear challenge to the president's findings that the requirements of the AEA had been met.
This had to do with whether or not the war was ongoing after the Nazis had lost and the Third Reich disbanded. But there was a formal war declared against a formal enemy, and there are people who had already been justifiably deemed as coming under that act. I feel like this is a horrible stretch of what that case was about, but whatever. Well, but there's no good argument they're going to be able to make here, of course. It's just insane, but...
The same result must obtain here. As in Ludecky and Citizens Protective League, plaintiffs are bringing facial challenges to the president's determination that the conditions for invoking the AEA have been satisfied. And there is no basis for concluding that the president's determination that there is a war is wholly unreviewable, but determinations that there has been an invasion or a predatory incursion or threatened or attempted of the same is somehow reviewable.
Like, just to be clear, like, this is how this is cringe. So everybody agreed that we had formally declared war in World War II. Everybody agreed with that, okay? And then some citizens, I guess, came under this Alien Enemies Act, okay? And then I guess there was a Supreme Court challenge where there was somebody that tried to argue in the U.S., okay, hey, look, the Third Reich has collapsed. The war is over. And then the Supreme Court said, well, no, we can still say there's an ongoing war because a peace treaty hasn't actually been signed. So just because the Third Reich collapsed or whatever, doesn't mean, just because the German Nazi Party or whatever collapsed, doesn't mean that we can say that the war is over, okay? We need an actual peace agreement. So wartime powers still apply. That argument has nothing to do with this novel, original determination of us being at war because a gang is in the United States. That's what's being challenged here. So when they're citing Ludecky, they're trying to say, oh, well, look, the court before said that the president is allowed to say that we're at war without a challenge to that. That was after a war was declared, and it was about determining when that war had formally ended. It wasn't about a novel declaration of war based on the fact that there's a gang in the United States. It's an insane, in my opinion. That's an insane citation. There is no congressional declaration of war. There's no formal declaration of war at all. The president has declared that we're at war with anybody. There's just an insane stretch to say that these things are comparable or that case even applies here. Because none of the litigants here, the plaintiffs here are not challenging the government's ability to declare war or to exercise wartime power. We're not even in a war. There is no declared war at all.
Or threatened.
Doesn't this imply there was an active war? Yeah, it was funny. I don't know if we watched this on stream or if this came up in the hearing I watched before stream. It was so boring. We're not going to watch it on stream. But somebody asked I think they might have asked Tulsi Gabbard. They were like, you guys did an assessment of all the current threats to the United States, right? And the person replied, yeah. And they were like, isn't it kind of weird that the current war supposedly that we're in with Venezuela didn't qualify for any of your assessments? Like, notice how you guys didn't talk about apparently we're actively at war with Venezuela and that didn't come up ever. What the fuck's up with that, right? Like, yeah. Do the lawyers know that and are acting in bad faith? On Trump's side, yes. The Trump lawyers are people that work with Trump. Well, it used to be Trump lawyers. Now he's actually smart enough to realize he has to rig the government. These are now White House lawyers. These arguments are obviously in bad faith. This is fucking garbage. It's garbage on garbage. It's on garbage. They're just trying to delay as much as possible and see how much bullshit they can sneak through. That's why they're doing so much illegal shit. Yeah.
But determinations that there has been an invasion or a predatory incursion or threatened or attempted of the same is somehow reviewable.
So he also, but he said, and again, I apologize, but I think this is line 10 to 11 of 41. It's outside of what Ludecky talked about.
Oh, thank God they have. Yes. Okay. This is good because these are educated people, so they know what these court cases are about. It's not a fucking YouTube argument. Okay.
And we know what was outside of what Ludecky talked about, and that was the individual determinations as to their qualification, as to whether they qualify under the order. I mean, again, there's no question that that can be done. That's been argued in this case from the beginning. It's in the complaint. It's been argued about. That's the basis on which the government keeps saying you have to do this through habeas. There's just no question that he was basing it on multiple things, and one of which, and we now have the clarification from the district court judge this morning, is it's just about all it has to rest on now in denying your motion to vacate is the right of them to have an opportunity, and there's no procedure as implemented by lower level officials that allows anybody an opportunity to challenge their status.
Your Honor, I simply...
The TRO rests on that. It's to the extent, I understand there's language on both things here, but to the extent it's resting on that, and that's what we've been told this morning, and it's here as well. It's at least part of it here, and it's what's been clarified now. The extent it's resting on that.
Wait. Yes, but she is 1v2 on the judge's side. You will see later, which is why this is being tossed. She's overruled. What are you talking about?
There isn't an impermissible intrusion. It's fully consistent with our precedent in Clark and Ludecky, correct?
No, Your Honor. I simply don't agree with that. I think he told us on page 41 explicitly what his reasoning was. And I think you're reading a lot into that additional language and a whole nother holding that now exists in 37-page opinion form, but did not exist when the order was appealed and is not before you.
Can I ask, one of the things he said today, I just want to see if there's common ground between you and the plaintiffs and the district court.
Oh, wait, hold on. This was today? Oh, so this TRO did get stopped. They spoiled. Upon consideration of the emergency motions for stay, so a stay is when you stop. When you hear stay legally, think stay back, or stay, stop. Upon consideration of the emergency motions for stay, the opposition thereto, the reply, and the Rule 28J letters, the amicus brief filed by South Carolina, Virginia, and other states, the motion to participate as amicus curiae, filed Representative Brandon Gill, and the lodged amicus brief, and the motion it is ordered that the motions to participate as amicus curiae be granted. The clerk is directed to file the lodged amicus brief. It is further ordered that the emergency motions for stay be denied. Separate concurring statements of Judge Henderson and Judge Millett and a dissenting statement of Judge Walker are attached. So then will this end up going to the Supreme Court, or? Wait, it's further ordered that the emergency motions for stay be denied. Never mind. The motion for, I'm sorry, I was reading the motion for the TRO or whatever. Okay, wait, so this says it. Wait, who said the opposite of this? Yeah, sorry, I read this backwards. Okay, never mind. I don't, this person in chat is retarded. Okay. Stop spoiling also. Fuck you.
He said, before they may be deported, they are entitled to individualized hearings to determine whether the act applies to them at all. I think you agree with that. Do you agree with that?
Say that again.
Entitled to individualized hearings between you and the plaintiffs and the district court. He said, before they may be deported, they are entitled to individualized hearings to determine whether the act applies to them at all. I think you agree with that. Do you agree with that?
I agree with part of that, Your Honor, in that he cites to a number of different cases that allow for such review in habeas proceedings. And so to the extent that someone were to bring a habeas challenge, review of some sort along those lines is, you know.
So let me just, I'll use your words and then make sure that we're on the same page. To the extent that it's brought in an individualized habeas challenge.
When people say like habeas challenge, they're talking about habeas corpus. Are they just, do they just mean like the ability for you to have like formal charges brought against you? Is that what that's, or some kind of like formal due process to challenge like an arrest or to challenge some state action depriving you of your freedom, basically? Is that what that means, basically?
They are entitled to individualized hearings
to
determine whether the act applies to them at all, correct?
Your Honor, there's certainly precedent to support that. It's not precedent of the Supreme Court, so the exact contours of what a habeas court might hold are unclear, but I will certainly acknowledge there are cases that are habeas cases that exercise review, certainly of that sort. Ludecky itself exercised review over a due process challenge, and that was reviewable. It just simply had no merit whatsoever. This court itself and Citizens Protective League exercised similar review over constitutionality, but again, just thought there was no merit there.
Well, let's say that, I understand you not to be affirmatively endorsing, but not to be affirmatively contesting the statement that if they bring it in an individualized habeas petition, they're entitled to individualized hearings to determine whether the act applies to them at all. In other words, they bring a habeas petition, they can say to a federal district judge, I am not Trende Aragua. And a federal district judge would review that, at least to some degree. It sounds like you're not affirmatively endorsing that, but you're not arguing against it. If that is true, that they can do that, how would that work? My understanding is that in some ways it's already working. There are some individualized habeas hearings being held in Texas where the detainees are being held. So can you just help me understand, this is, I think is a friendly question. So if they can bring a habeas petition to say, I'm not a member of TDA, so you shouldn't remove me under the president's proclamation, how would they bring that habeas claim? What would that look like?
Certainly, Your Honor. So that they can bring an individualized habeas claim, and at least some arguments are certainly available in habeas. Ludecky itself reviewed a due process argument in the habeas context. So certainly at least that is available. The precise contours of that would be resolved
He's
by
going to say there's no answer. Sorry, Jesus. Every time I get the precise contours, who knows what it would be?
habeas courts. But, to your question of how would this work
Who the
is
fuck
how
knows?
it is working in Texas right now. Courts are deciding that. How it absolutely cannot work is how the district court is.
I know that's what you think. I'm not saying I disagree with you about that. So let's say they're being held in a detention center in Texas, and they want to file a habeas petition to stop their removal under the proclamation. Would they have access to a court to do that?
They would certainly have access to a court to do so, and many have done so.
And that's important too, what you just said. Many have done so. These hearings, these habeas hearings are ongoing now, individualized habeas hearings in Texas.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
Were the people that were on the airplanes last weekend given an opportunity to file habeas?
Well, Your Honor, that we are here on a case in which the 5 individual plaintiffs were able to get in court and were able to get a TRO, and therefore were not on planes. And so they.
One or so was on planes and got removed.
What's that? Of the 5 named plaintiffs? That's not my understanding, Your Honor. All 5, the government has represented that those 5 were not placed on planes, that the 5 that had the benefit, the individual plaintiffs that had the benefit of the first TRO who were able to get in court in time.
In this process that I'm describing, the 5 named plaintiffs here who did file in this court before they were removed from the country could have, you tell me if this is wrong, could have just as easily filed in a Texas district court a habeas petition in the district where they're being held.
Absolutely, Your Honor. And notably, in the complaint that was filed in this case, they did raise habeas a habeas claim. It was count 9 of it. And
they didn't just raise it. It was the title of their complaint. Their title of their complaint, I think I have it somewhere here, was class action complaint and petition for writ of habeas corpus. And they later said, plaintiffs respectfully pray this court to grant a writ of habeas corpus to plaintiffs that enjoins defendants from removing them under the Alien Enemy Act. And those are ongoing in Texas, you're saying. Some of those are ongoing in Texas.
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Yes, is the government detaining anyone solely on the basis of the Alien Enemy Act?
Your Honor, I would have to check that specifically. Almost everyone is being detained additionally under Title 8. So I'm not sure if there are any specific AEA.
So this is a question I had yesterday. Are any of the people on the named complaint people that were deported without due process? I was curious about that. And I think none of these people have been deported yet. So what this judge is asking is like, well, these guys are filing court cases, right? So that means anybody can, right? Is essentially what he's saying. I don't know why these are the 5 that have filed the court case, other than the fact that the other people already got deported. So maybe that's, they didn't have a chance to file the court case. But even though there's only 5 named people on this complaint, though, I think it would apply to everybody that this is coming under, everybody that this impacts, all the people that would be deported under this act. Yeah.
Only detentions, certainly.
He's using such cucked language. I think it's a friendly question. What the fuck? Well, because this judge, I think, agrees with the government's arguments. Like when you listen to oral arguments, usually you can tell which way they're leaning. And this judge, my guess is he's probably leaning that the government is justified in doing this, which is why he's asking him questions to explain, like, other people have already had due process, right? Like they literally have, right? Yeah.
Or if there are any specific AEA, only detentions, certainly. But the challenge has been brought to that.
I'd be curious to know if you can find out and if it wouldn't reveal, something too sensitive to reveal. If there is anyone being detained solely on the basis of the Alien Enemy Act.
Your Honor, we're certainly happy to track that down and provide that information to the court.
Thanks.
And it seems like the relevant thing is where people being removed solely, not detained, but removed solely based on the proclamation. It seemed like, and again, you can clarify for me, I'm just looking at a cold record here, that the proclamation was signed and people were getting put on planes immediately without even notice as to the basis.
that might be true, but my guess is the government's going to want to restrict this complaint as narrowly as possible to just the named people on the complaint and not talk about those. But
let alone an opportunity to file suit. And so for those removals, I think there was one airplane that you said that was people were removed on other grounds, but there were two where the government hasn't argued that. Am I recalling the record correctly?
Your Honor, I believe so. I mean, the
two planes worth of people removed under the AEA, not under withholding of removal process or removal of the ordinary INA removal.
The Title VIII process. Yes, Your Honor. But
how long is the video? 2 hours. Come back later.
I think the fact is that 5 individual plaintiffs were able to march into court, file habeas, actually get relief, admittedly on non-habeas grounds. And the fact that opportunity...
Without the government, I mean, that was a super fast order that was done, as you know. I mean, the government was called and notified, and then a hearing that afternoon. But that's one of the reasons there's all these separate disputes in district court about compliance, because planes were already loaded and taken off. And those folks did not have notice or an opportunity to challenge their status at all. And that's why there's had to be a class certification to slow things down until we have an opportunity for due process.
Your Honor, I think this court's decision in IM versus CBP is instructive on this.
Am I wrong about anything I just said factually?
Planning to watch the conference video later? Probably not. It's way too long.
Your Honor, I think it's incorrect that they couldn't have gone into court as the 5 individual plaintiffs.
No, but the point here was that
Jesus.
There were plane loads of people. I mean, it's a class action. There were plane loads of people. There were no procedures in place to notify people.
That they were going to be subject
got
to
better
this.
treatment under the Alien Enemy Act than has happened here, where the proclamation required the promulgation of regulations, and they had hearing boards before people were removed. And yet here, there's nothing in there about hearing boards. There's no regulations, and nothing was adopted by the agency officials that were administering this. People weren't given notice. They weren't told where they were going, and they were given. Those people on those planes on that Saturday had no opportunity to file habeas or any type of action to challenge the removal under the AEA. And like you've agreed that 2 of those airplanes, people were removed under the AEA.
This is part of why the judiciary is so upset about how these people were deported, is because this order apparently was signed like at night or in the evening or whatever, and then they started deporting people basically immediately. There was probably no realistic way by which any of the deported people could have actually challenged any of these deportations, because they were like, they barely even realized it, and then they were getting deported. It was like, oh shit, wait, what the fuck? Like they had no clue, and then they're on a plane and they're being shipped out of the U.S.
What's factually wrong about what I said?
Well, Your Honor, we certainly dispute the Nazi analogy, but more importantly, the fact is that...
Wait, fuck, did I miss a Nazi analogy? To be fair, I'm not sure people needed to be informed they'd be subject to this before they were possibly deported. Usually, legal deportations aren't announced beforehand, I guess. What? Yeah, of course you have immigration courts and stuff where deported people have like due process and all that.
Well, Your Honor, we certainly dispute the Nazi...
Any type of action to challenge the removal under the AEA, and like you've agreed that 2 of those airplanes, people were removed under the AEA. What's factually wrong about what I said?
Well, Your Honor, we certainly dispute the Nazi analogy, but more importantly, the fact is that individual plaintiffs were able to file habeas in time in order to secure relief.
Wait,
and
what
this
individual plaintiffs were?
The 5 individual plaintiffs that...
He's playing word games. He's being a fucking retard. She's clearly not talking about it. She said multiple times, this is why it's a class action. It's because the original people that were impacted by this didn't... I don't even know why I'm saying that. I don't know why the judge is going to have to repeat herself. She's not talking about the 5 listed on the complaint. She's talking about the people that were already fucking flown out because of an order signed like in the middle of fucking night to start deporting people.
Secure relief.
Wait,
and
what individual plaintiffs were?
The 5 individual plaintiffs that...
That's not my question. My question is there were a lot more people. They wanted to bring a class action. They had to have some named plaintiffs.
Yes.
So 5 people filing habeas doesn't help everybody else on 2 airplane loads. Correct? And my question to you is...
No! Make him answer that. Correct? Right?
Do we know why we're here? Hello?
And you said those 5 didn't get put on the airplanes. So as to the 2 airplanes that I think you just agreed involved removals solely on AEA grounds, on Saturday, the very short time of the proclamation's publication, had no opportunity to file for habeas or even notice as to the grounds on which they were being removed. Am I wrong about that?
I think so, Your Honor. The fact that 5 individual plaintiffs did file.
It's such bullshit. I know you can't be held in contempt for fucking being a debate pedophile, but like he's just. Do you understand the argument going back and forth? So let's assume that like 5 people died because of some bad medication, and like 10 other people brought forth a class action lawsuit representing everybody who took this medication, you know, for relief from the pharmaceutical company or whatever that sold the drug. And they're like, well, part of this issue is that like you can die, you know, taking this medication. And then the defense is arguing, well, hold on. None of the people on the complaint died. What are you talking about? It's like, well, no, of course not. But the people that aren't on, that's why this is a class action. It involves like the some people who are dead as well, right? Maybe their family members get paid or whatever. Right. So you understand that like part of this has to do with like the people that died or whatever, you know, like their families deserve relief or whatever, right? And it's like, excuse me. And then the defense is, well, hold on, but none of the dead people are on the complaint, ma'am. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And the judge is like, bro, this is a class action. What are you talking about? Those people are obviously under the umbrella of what we're talking about. That's what they're going back and forth on. And the defense here on the government, when I say government, and we're talking in court here, the government is the DOJ, the Department of Justice, representing the federal government right now. So the people that did the deporting. The federal government keeps going back and forth. They're saying, well, the 5 people that are on this complaint, they didn't get deported, so they've obviously got due process. And then the judge is representing the plaintiffs, who are part of, just happen to be 5 people on the complaint, are suing on behalf of everybody that could be deported here, saying that, well, of course, those other people aren't on the complaint. They were deported. They didn't even have a chance to file a complaint. They didn't have a chance to file a complaint, right? And then the guy says, what are you talking about? These people filed a complaint. And then the judge goes, yeah, these people did because the other people couldn't. That's why it's a class action. And he's like, but didn't these people file a complaint? Like, it's a fucking retarded argument. This is retarded. This is retarded.
Am I wrong about that?
I think so, Your Honor. The fact that 5 individual plaintiffs did file habeas and did get relief indicates that they could.
I don't think you're answering my question.
No, he's not.
My question is not as to the 5 plaintiffs. How much time? I want you to think of 5 other people on the first airplane.
Yeah.
How
like,
much?
Does she realize? I wonder sometimes if like judges, when they deal with like these Trump cases, if they have the same thoughts that I do when I'm doing a debate, where it's like, why am I asking this retarded fucking question? Like, she's about to ask a retarded question. I'm not talking about these 5. How much time did the people who were part of the first deportations have to file for a writ of habeas corpus? How long did, like, that's what we're all talking about here.
How much time when were they given notice that they were being removed under the AEA on the grounds that they were members of Tren d'Aragua?
Is he going to find a way to say, I don't know how much time they had, Your Honor, but these 5 on the complaint did. They found time to do it. So I don't know why they did it. Like, I don't know, man.
And how much time were they given between that notice and being put on the airplane that Saturday, right after the proclamation was signed, to file a suit?
Your Honor, those facts are not in the record, and I don't know all of them offhand, but I think.
Okay, so go ahead, you think?
But I think the fact that 5 individuals were able to do so.
Oh, he did it! What the fuck? Wait, this is a meme. These are meme arguments. This is a meme. These are meme arguments. This is like getting lost in hell in a shitty Reddit argument with some guy that keeps responding to you with the same debunked argument like 2 comments ago, and then he goes back to 1 comment ago, and then in the next one he goes back 2 comments, and he just, holy shit.
Others could have. Well,
they didn't. They filed suit before the proclamation was even published. I've asked you after the proclamation was published. And I assume these habeas actions that you're talking about, and correct me if I'm wrong, that are now being filed in Texas, have been filed since there's been a stay.
Well, Your Honor, I'm talking about the 5 individual plaintiffs in this case.
That's not what we're talking about. Oh. Can you ever, where's that lawyer dude? Can you ever be like held in contempt for making dog shit circular arguments over and over again? There must be some way to do it, right? Like if you were in court and you just kept like repeating the same shit that was debunked, you have to be like declared insane and then removed or something, right? There's no way you could actually do this, no?
That's not my question.
I understand.
The question here is,
why did she have to repeat herself again?
Thinks there was a meaningful opportunity notice and opportunity to file for habeas for the people on those 2 airplanes, which are not these 5 named planes.
Yes, it's not these 5. They're different people, right?
Because they filed before the proclamation was even published. If there was no opportunity for those folks to file habeas, then that's the issue for the TRO, to freeze things in place so that compliance with due process can occur.
Right?
Well, Your Honor, as to due process claim.
You haven't disagreed with any of my facts about there wasn't time for the people on those.
This is like my debates where I'll say like, okay, what do you care about? I care about the deficit. Okay. Trump raised the deficit, right? Yes. It was during a time of economic prosperity, right? Yes. He didn't do anything to control spending, right? Yes. There's no reason to think he's going to do anything about spending, right? Yes. In fact, all of his stated positions, like renewing the tax cuts, expanding those, that would all increase the deficit, right? Yes. So why the fuck do you like Trump again? Because he's good for the deficit. What? This is like every conversation I've had with somebody who claims that this deficit thing is really important to them. It's like, but you agreed with me with all the facts, right? You agreed on everything I said. Yes. Then why is Trump going to be good for the deficit? You need to understand something, Stephen. There's a little thing called wokeness, and it was going to destroy this country.
Airplanes. You have an
Your Honor,
one at a time. Were they given notice before being put on the airplane that they
These 5 filed, didn't they?
were being removed?
Bring up the 5 again. Please bring up the 5 again somehow. Bring up the 5 again somehow.
Because they were members of Trinidad pursuant to the president's proclamation.
Bring up the 5 again.
AEA.
Bring up the 5 again
Your Honor,
somehow.
I don't think that is in the record.
But these 5.
You can't speak for the government with knowledge about that.
No.
Your Honor, my understanding on public news reports is that they had some sort of notice. I don't know the specific contours of that. But again,
You are allowed to cite that? You'd think as the government, you'd want that maybe as part of the record. No? Like you're challenging a TRO. Wouldn't part of the challenge of the TRO that has to do specifically with due process be you citing due process that was afforded to these people as a basis to stay or reject the TRO? Like, wouldn't that be an important thing to do? Like,
again, our position is the fact.
So there's no record that they were given.
And if there's no record, then fuck you. This is a court. This isn't an e-debate. This isn't a Twitter thread. If you don't have something to submit to the record, then there's nothing for you to reference. Why are you bringing up fucking media reports, dog? What does that have to do with fucking any of this shit? Media reports? Submit something for the court to actually look through.
Notice. And then how much time was there between the president's signing of the proclamation and those 2 planes taking off?
Your Honor, that's not in the record. I don't know that
But
specific.
you had the times of those planes
wait,
down pretty clearly, and we know what time the president's proclamation was published.
Your Honor, the record has what times that they had departed before the 7:25 p.m.
That must be findable. What time the planes took off.
Your Honor, it's that is currently the government is currently engaged in evaluating what if any of that can be disclosed. And that's,
You can't disclose when an order was signed or when the planes took off? You don't think can't you just look up publicly like the air traffic control tower? Like, give me a break. Like, this is a joke. And this lady, the judge is a joke. All these judges are jokes. I'm sorry, I don't know anything about the actual process here, but like, they're spitting in your face. We're talking about TROs. These aren't even ordinary court cases. These are temporary restraining orders that are already extraordinary. The fact that we're appealing TROs, in my unlegal educated opinion, is already ridiculous. And now to go and fight against a TRO, you're not even fighting against a preliminary injunction. You're not even fighting, which is what the TRO is supposed to do. You're not even fighting against an injunction. You're fighting against a TRO. You don't even bring evidence for your fucking case. Like, TROs traditionally are they're ex parte anyway. You're not even supposed to have any input. You're not even supposed to have a say on the TRO. It's literally just from one side. And the fact that you want to come and fight it, but then you don't even bring any evidence to support your argument? Like, what are we even talking about here? What is happening? Your Honor, it's classified. Can you please get rid of this? Like, this is so cringe.
You can tell what time the planes landed, but you can't tell what time they took off.
we have told what time that what their status as of when the 7:25 p.m. minute order issued. And I'm not authorized to discuss any more operational details of that.
Is the government aware of how long it takes to fly from wherever this airport is in Texas to El Salvador?
Maybe they flew in circles, Your Honor.
Or generally?
Your Honor, I don't know that off the top of my head.
That can be found out pretty easily. I mean, it just feels like there was no time. And the habeas cases you're talking about now were only able to be filed because the district court froze things.
Well, Your Honor, this case itself was originally filed as a habeas action.
Other habeas cases that you mentioned filed in Texas, when were they filed?
Your Honor, at least, I believe at least one of them was filed, but before the plaintiffs indicated that they thought the plane had taken off. That I can track down, but that's my recollection.
The other ones have all been because there's a stay in place.
What's that? You know, I don't know the precise status of every single one of those individual habeas actions. That's a very
I don't know how they
fast.
could have been filed before the president's proclamation was made public, and before someone was told that they were being subject to it, right?
Your Honor, again, I just disagree.
It wouldn't be a right claim.
Your Honor, we're here because 5 individual plaintiffs filed a complaint that clearly
Bro, it's actually so ridiculous. This is so fucking retarded. What is this is such a stupid. This is so dumb.
included habeas claims, as Judge Walker indicated, and here we are hearing that very claim. And here's what this court said. In IM versus CPP, IM contends that a removed alien may file a habeas petition if extreme circumstances prevented him from filing while he was in custody. We disagree. Lower courts are created by Congress and have only the jurisdiction Congress grants, no more, no less.
And then their contention is that since these people are already out of the country, the courts no longer have the ability. Like, it's so convenient. If I just fly an American to Mexico, I can do whatever the fuck I want with him. And a court, I don't know why I keep saying it's just so on its face. Such an obviously fucking stupid argument.
And, you know, Your Honor indicated that you thought that this was a matter of due process, but I think that's very useful here because the Supreme Court and this court have confronted due process claims challenging the invocation of the AEA. And, you know, here's what Supreme Court said.
I don't know why you retards in chat. I know it's a popular lefty talking point or whatever. The Gitmo, 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 Gitmo. Even people in Gitmo were able to challenge their detainment in Gitmo. Also, we're not talking about removing people from the USA generally for Guantanamo Bay. No, wasn't that for people captured in other areas like overseas? I don't know why you guys keep trying to compare Guantanamo Bay to this because even those people were afforded more rights and it's not the same type of person that we're even talking about. And it's not the same powers that are being invoked. I don't know why you keep bringing up Gitmo, Gitmo. Like, it's so retarded.
It said, the act is almost as old as the Constitution, and it would savor of doctrinaire audacity now to find the statute offensive to some emanation of the Bill of Rights, which obviously includes the
whole
that has nothing to do with, no one is challenging the statute here, right? We know where that case is coming from. No one is challenging the statute or the construction of the statute, any of that. This is such a...
The statute offensive to some emanation of the Bill of Rights, which obviously includes...
I don't even know... Oh, it's so dumb.
Who's saying the whole statute's under Constitution? No one's saying
no one's
the
saying
Alien
that.
Enemies Act.
Yeah,
well,
no one's challenging this.
Maybe they'll tell me they're saying that, but the entire Alien Enemies Act is unconstitutional. That has been decided. The question is whether a particular proclamation and its implementation is constitutional. This happens all the time. The statutes are constitutional, but how they're implemented.
Yes, it's a different level removed. It's why it's such a...
A particular case is not. That's all we're talking about. And in Ludicky and in Clark was a case like this one. It wasn't a habeas. Sorry, I used a shorter name for the case in this court. Clark. It was 159 people and an organization who represented their interests who filed suit. And we recognize there that you could have a challenge to whether you qualify under the proclamation, right?
Your Honor, I don't think...
That's the issue here is whether there's a process.
I agree that that's how the district court saw it, but there were due process arguments raised in those cases as well.
But these 5 on the complaint, they've already done due process, right?
And you know, this court said that if there was the slightest question in the minds of the authors of the Constitution or contemporaries concerning the constitutionality of the Alien Enemies Act, it would have appeared. None did.
Yeah, that's the constitutionality of the act. You just finished the sentence for me. My question is, and I think what just constitutionality...
The slightest question in the minds of the authors of the Constitution or contemporaries concerning the constitutionality of the Alien Enemies Act, it would have appeared. None did.
Yeah, that's the constitutionality of the act. You just finished the sentence
But we're not talking about that.
My question is, and I think what district court
What's
here.
the whole point of like being a lawyer and having like the philosophy brain and like doing like the LSAT and your law school? Like, what if you can't even like understand? Like, this guy is arguing like a Twitter retard, right? Who can't understand like basic logic. It's just like so fucking cringe. Like a police officer walks up to you and shoots you in the fucking head, and it's like, bro, cops can't do that. It's like, excuse me, ma'am, executions are legal in this state. Yeah, but you have to be like, you go to court and you get convicted of everything first. You understand that, right? It's like, okay, yeah, people have gone to court and been convicted. Okay, but this person wasn't. The cop shot and killed him. Yeah, I'm aware of that. You're allowed to execute people. Hello? Yeah, but like after due process, yeah, people, like, it's the most circular, retarded argument. Is he clearly acting in bad faith? Yeah, you're right. It probably is clearly, it's just a stall bullshit. All of this is bullshit. Like all the Sidney Powell and Giuliani cases were all bullshit. The Kraken, yeah. It's just, this is, whatever.
Hasn't called into question the
judge should get more honorary.
Constitutionality of the Alien Enemies Act. It's been upheld, as you said, as a part of the war power. But, so that's not the question here. The question is whether
how many times does she have to repeat that?
Implementation of this proclamation without any process to determine whether people qualify under it. I mean, if the government says we don't have to give process for that, then y'all could have put me up on Saturday and thrown me on a plane.
Yep.
Thinking I'm a member of Trinidad and giving me no chance to protest it and say somehow it's a violation of.
I was saying earlier she should use a child as an example, but yeah, that's right. Yes, correct.
To war powers for me to say, excuse me, no, I'm not. I'd like a hearing.
Yes.
He wouldn't say that.
He's going to say, well, that's why the 5 people on this complaint have filed for habeas corpus. See, so everything's good. He's going to say it. He's going to loop. We're going to loop. He's going to say it. He's going to say it.
Your Honor, obviously nothing of the sort is presented by the record here. I think what
we don't have any record
of you allowing them to. We don't have a record of you allowing them to any due process at all.
Whether these individuals are members of Trinidad or victims.
Or that at all either, which would be part of the due process, is proving, or at least providing some evidence that they're actually members of Trinidad. Yeah.
Of Trinidad.
Your Honor, as you've characterized it, what that sounds like to me is an argument that the AEA is unconstitutional because it does.
Oh my God! Because we're not even in a declared war. Okay, sorry. I'm just gonna let this play. This is stupid. There's no point in even pausing it. This is just fucking retarded.
Doesn't provide for pre-deprivation.
It's not an argument about the statute. I'm going to say this.
One more
time.
I don't
know how to say it any more clearly.
Thank you. Yeah, tell him. Do the debate pedophile shit. I'm not going to repeat, or I'm going to say this exact same thing. Every time you bring this point up, I'm going to say the exact same thing over and over again. I'm going to ask you the same question, no matter what retarded shit you're about to say.
My questions are about the implementation of a particular proclamation under the statute. That is not an argument. And quite frankly, the statute provides that there will be regulations issued. And regulations to determine someone's status have happened every other time the statute's been used.
Oof.
So this isn't about the statute.
I haven't even read that. If that's the case, that's another huge blow to the government's argument, is that although my guess is before, it's probably pretty easy. I think someone in Kicker YouTube chat said this, that it was probably trivially easy before, because if you're trying to hold like a German citizen, determining whether or not somebody's a German national is very easy. You literally check their visa, check their paperwork, they have a passport, right? But so it sounds like the statute itself literally does provide for a process by which you verify the person qualifies for what the statute is claiming, you're a part of.
Statute being unconstitutional. It's whether implementation of it under this proclamation is unconstitutional. And not even, is it unconstitutional? Is there a likelihood of showing that there's a constitutional problem here because of the lack of due process? We're not even deciding the merits. So please do not attribute to me that I'm saying the statute's unconstitutional. You and I agree that that has been answered. But implementation of a proclamation is a completely different question. Can we agree on that?
Your Honor.
You won't agree, I mean, maybe that it's constitutional problem, but you agree that it's a separate question whether the implementation of something under a lawful statute is constitutional.
Your Honor, certainly at that level of abstraction, I agree with you. I see that.
Drilled down exactly what this case is. That's not abstract.
Well, Your Honor, where I disagree is that, as Your Honor identified, the AEA requires the issuance of regulations. It does not require the provision of pre-deprivation process. And so I think that would be an argument that under the due process clause, the failure of the AEA itself to mandate pre-deprivation hearings is unconstitutional. And I think that is the sort of challenge that was considered and rejected.
When were other usages of the AEA done and people were summarily removed without advance process? Can you show me an example in history when the AEA was used that way?
Yes, Your Honor. So in Ludecky, for example, there was a requirement in the implementing regulations that that an alien had to be dangerous before that they would be removed, and there was part of the challenge was that person was not dangerous.
Okay, but this isn't whether or not they qualified necessarily under like the nationality of a person that you're like at war with, right?
And wanted to challenge the Attorney General's determination that he was. And what the Supreme Court said is that President Truman, provided for the removal of such aliens as were deemed by the Attorney General to be dangerous, but such a finding at the President's behalf was likewise not to be subjected to the scrutiny of...
A different question. All right, footnote 5.
Like you have to understand, I'm sorry, I'll say this one more time and then we're done. You have to understand, if the government were to succeed on the merits of this argument, what the government is essentially arguing is that anybody in this country can instantaneously be removed as an enemy alien without any evidence being presented, without you ever getting to be in front of a court, without they can just say, hey, we think you're an illegal, or not an illegal, I'm sorry, we think that you're part of this gang, hop on the plane, you're out of here. And that's it. You get no questions asked. If the government's argument was correct, that's what they would be arguing for. It's just an insane argument, but...
The order recited that the petitioner was deemed dangerous on the basis of evidence adduced at hearings before the Alien Enemy Hearing Board.
Oof.
That's what I'm talking about. They had a process there for the decision. Question whether a court can review whether a secretary properly deems someone dangerous. That's what they said. That's committed to the discretion of the secretary, whether someone's deemed dangerous. But there was hearings and there was process. I asked you when they haven't had process.
Your Honor, I guess then that points to me that this conversation has been very much about due process, but even as the 37-page opinion that issued this morning, it seems to sound in due process, but doesn't make a holding based in due process. And so,
oh my God, he was citing this case to win his argument. She points out that this argument doesn't. Like, not only does this not support your argument, it actually goes contrary to your argument because the due process exists here. And then he's saying, oh, shit, that's true. This is against me. Well, I'm going to say that I believe it's called a dicta, right? That the part of the ruling about this that had to do with the due process, that's actually not the holding the case. That's not the important part. That was like extra shit that he talked. Now he's arguing against it. Sounds like, if I'm understanding, she's arguing against the case that he just brought up, and that the holding of the case isn't even relevant to what they were talking about at all. And the fact that the case contradicts him, that part of it isn't even important. It's just memes.
That alone.
Well, it says it's limits. That's how it's not holding because it's a TRO. It says it's.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, and these are temporary restraining orders. These aren't like Supreme Court decisions or like crazy, like where there's huge holding that can be cited as precedents or whatever. But
its likelihood of success analysis to that question, and then to get, if you want to respond to that, because I wanted to get to this question of whether it can only go through a habeas, but I wanted to let you.
Your Honor, we think that the rationale has been swapped out at the last minute, less than 4 hours before oral argument. We think that's procedurally improper and potentially jurisdictionally problematic, where the ordinary rules of jurisdiction do not permit district courts to present this court with a moving target on appellate review. And I think that's exactly what we have here.
Another procedural problem here is that you never sought a stay from the district court.
That's correct, Your Honor. This is obviously...
Oh, wait, what? Okay, so it sounds like the guy is saying that you're not allowed to, I don't know what would you say, amend the complaint? You're not allowed to change what you're arguing between the lower court, the DC court, and then this appeals court, your circuit court. But then her counter is, okay, maybe that might be true. However, you didn't even, it sounds like you didn't even apply for a stay of the TRO to cancel the TRO at the lower court level. You literally instantly came to the Court of Appeals for this. I don't know how you determine if somebody's allowed to do that or not, but...
You've had plenty of time. You've had a week, more than a week. You've never sought a stay from the district court first, which our precedent require.
No, Your Honor, certainly that is a general thing. This case is absolutely extraordinary that we moved within mere hours for this court. It obviously was not possible to exhaust before the district court in that time.
Before the court, I don't mean you personally, the government was before the court Saturday afternoon in person when the TRO issued, right? There was a government attorney, it was you or someone else, but there was a government attorney before the court Saturday afternoon when the operative TRO now was issued, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor, although...
An attorney have said when the TRO was entered, we request a stay so we can seek relief from the Court of Appeals? Did they have time to do that at that hearing?
I suppose so, Your Honor, although...
Seek a stay.
Your Honor, a couple things let me say about that. First of all, that TRO, it was scheduled as a hearing for class certification that the government was surprised to discover, and I was personally just surprised to discover that the TRO merits would be discussed. The hearing was only set for class certification, and on that question of class certification, the government was not permitted to file even a single sentence of written briefing in opposition before we were hauled into court on a Saturday at 5 p.m. and a nationwide class action or class was certified. And
okay, so it sounds like it was an argument for certification for the case to be considered a class action lawsuit. That's an extra thing you have to, I guess, apply for, and that's what it was about. However, for him to complain that we were dragged into court on a Saturday and blah, blah, you signed this order. This order was signed for the deportation shit, like on a fucking Friday evening. Like, yeah, no shit. You guys try to play the system hard. Listen to like there's like a, I don't want to say contempt in his voice, but there's like a, I can't believe you guys fucking heard this on a goddamn Saturday. Like, we filed this shit on Friday just so we wouldn't have to do this shit for like 3 days. Like, that's, if I'm interpreting all that correctly, that's a pretty unbelievably mischievous line of intent, I would say. But
and then in that posture, we were then surprised to discover that, notwithstanding the fact that the that the notice was for a hearing on class certification, that in fact a second TRO would be, the merits of which would be considered, that was presented there. We certainly believe that it wasn't.
I don't understand how that means you didn't have time that afternoon, or Sunday, or Monday, or Tuesday, or Wednesday, or Thursday, or Friday, or Saturday, or Sunday, or this morning. Your first day from the district court. You've had time, correct?
Your Honor,
we had time, yes or no?
We've had time. It's clear that we went to this court. Your Honor, certainly too, this is not, I believe, an issue, the FRAP 8 compliance that plaintiffs have raised. So it's by itself may have been forfeited because that is not an argument that I believe that plaintiffs have raised. But before that, we had already sought a first stay.
You admitted it right in your filings with us. You teed it up. They didn't have to raise it. You teed it up in your filings that we didn't do this. Do you know how often the government has asked this court to dismiss stay applications because someone didn't first ask it before?
Your Honor, I acknowledge that is a common course in cases.
The process and procedure. So remember, one of the things I say about like a cease and desist is important because you're putting up a defendant potentially on notice, and you're showing the court that you're making a good faith effort to like get shit done. Courts do appreciate like process and procedure, and if you go contrary to them, a judge might rule against you just because you're wasting the court's time, or you're showing disdain for the accepted rules and procedures of the court. Like, they only have so much time, and they have to read through this shit, and they have to be prepared for everything. And if you're not respecting their time, then they might toss shit or say, fuck it, you didn't even try this out here first. Like, fuck you,
There's nothing remotely ordinary about this case, and certainly not.
What is very ordinary is that you had plenty of time to
file beforehand. Yeah.
And I don't really didn't, but you did have you had the time to type into your briefs here. We didn't ask the district court for a stay.
Your Honor, because we thought, frankly, candidly, we hope this court might act more quickly. And
okay, then don't make the other argument, you fucking loser. So it wasn't about you not having time. Notice the shifting goalposts. We didn't even have time to file in the fucking DC court. We didn't have time in the district court. And now it's, well, we were hoping you guys would kind of like do this shit a little bit quicker, right? So it's not that you didn't have time. It's that you wanted a faster answer by fast tracking this to the Court of Appeals. Does it go, if you start in the Court of Appeals here for the asking for a stay for this, does it get to the Supreme Court faster as well? Like, can you, I don't know if you can do like a writ of certiorari from a district court, or if it has to go through the circuit first. Like, so this is what you're actually saying. You just wanted this to be fast tracked too.
We therefore wanted to get relief as soon as possible, given the stakes of the issues presented.
I guess I would have thought with the stakes that you would want to cross your procedural T's and dot the I's.
Your Honor, given the extraordinary importance of this case and the fact that it's presented.
Case exception to, I mean, it seems to me all the more reason to ask the district.
True. Yeah. Is there a very important case exception? Oh, so since this case mattered a lot, now the process and procedure doesn't fucking matter? Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know that your case was so fucking important that now none of that bullshit actually matters. Now we go to the extra. No, I didn't know that we were in fucking Hollywood right now. That we're just going to do shit however the fuck we want. Oh, okay.
Court for a stay if it's important. I mean, is the government now of the view that we should adopt as a ruling in this court that when it's extraordinarily important, but there's still plenty of time, you don't have to ask a stay from the court first or from an agency first?
Your Honor, we disagree that there was plenty of time, and we went to this court.
More than a week.
More than a week. She named all the days of the week.
Your Honor.
Wait, that was a long pause. It sounded like I unpaused it late. No, that was a long pause. Hold on.
There was plenty of time, and we went to this court.
More than a week.
Your Honor. Your Honor, to the extent that this court believes that exhaustion is important, we're happy to do so before the district court. We expect that we would get an almost instantaneous denial. If that's something that is.
Then get the denial. What do you mean? You can't just say, well, they probably would have denied us. We didn't even fucking waste our time. We came to you first. Hello? What? What is original jurisdiction? Hello? You got to go through the process.
Holding up relief in this case, that's something we're happy to do.
All right. I had questions about your argument that this has to be done, that this relief has to be sought through habeas corpus.
Yes, Your Honor.
There are a lot of cases from the Supreme Court and this court recognizing, I mean, again, Clark is the chief one right under the Alien Enemies Act, that when someone is bringing a procedural challenge, that two things, a procedural challenge, you
Let's
don't
use two diagonal splitters to draw from. What is a diagonal splitter?
have to go through the ordinary individualized decision-making that you do for immigration challenges, removal challenges. That you can have class actions that bring challenges to the procedures by which removals are being implemented. And that's not a habeas claim because it's a challenge to procedures. And married to that is that not one of these plaintiffs, or as best we can tell, people in the class, is asking to be released from custody. And the Supreme Court has said time and again that when you aren't being asked to release from custody, in fact, they want to stay in the U.S. custody. No one's challenging the right of the government to detain them. But habeas is not the right vehicle. You've got Thurgasium, you've got Munaf versus Green. It's not the right vehicle. And in Clark, we allowed a lawsuit by an organization and 159 parties challenging application of the Alien Enemies Act.
Your Honor, I disagree with that for three reasons. First of all, the procedural right here that the district court derived in its order this morning essentially comes out of a string side of habeas cases. And so the right that the district court has divined here is clearly, to the extent that it exists, a habeas right.
No, it's a right to have procedures and opportunity in place, notice and opportunity in place across the board for everyone who's being removed, not detained, removed under the Alien Enemies Act.
Your Honor, I think two more responses to that. One is that the right at issue is being derived from habeas, and that's very important because it means that APA jurisdiction isn't available. Here's how this court addressed a very similar case in Lebeau.
What does APA jurisdiction mean? What does that mean? Wait, fuck, did I just full screen? Sorry. APA jurisdiction. Diagonal splitters are yet faster than... This looks like autism. Okay. Oh, the Administrative Procedures Act. Sorry. Okay.
Versus Christopher. It said that the key to plaintiff's inability to pursue a suit here is jurisdictional and rests merely on the availability, not the actual seeking of habeas relief elsewhere. This court then further went on to explain that, quote, the availability of a habeas remedy in another district ousted us of jurisdiction over the alien's effort to pose a constitutional attack to his pending deportation, end quote. And so what I think you have here is the district court found a right derived from habeas cases. And the fact that it sounds in habeas means under LeBeau versus Christopher, it has to be.
I'm very confused. I'm very confused because we've got plenty of cases, and the Supreme Court's got plenty of cases that say when you're not asking for release from custody. Munaf was someone who said, I'm happy to be in the U.S. custody. Please don't release me to Iraqi custody. And that's right. And that sounds very similar to here. We are not, probably not happy, but they're not disputing the right of the U.S. to detain them. What they are disputing and challenging is the capacity of the U.S. government to release them.
For detainment, remember, for detainment, you don't have to have any charges brought against you at all. A cop can arrest you without ever telling you at all what you're being charged with. The habeas corpus part, or the right to have charges read to you, I think applies. I want to say in most states it's within 72 hours, I think, is your right to an arraignment. Otherwise, you have to be released after being arrested. Sorry, I'm saying detained, but I truly mean arrested. But for you to be held for more than like a day to 3, I don't remember if it's the same in all states. I think it's 1 to 3 days. You have to have charges read to you. Otherwise, you have to be released. This is what we're talking about. You can't just be held indefinitely with no trial or no charges read to you.
To Salvadorian jails without any advance notice and due process of whether they even qualify under the proclamation. That's not release. And we have said time and again, and the Supreme Court has told us, which is much more important, that's not habeas. Whether it's arising in the immigration context, a war powers context, like the war in Iraq.
So can you be detained in jail or are you arrested without charges? I believe you can be arrested without charges in the United States, but they have to do an arraignment. They have to read your charges to you within, I don't know if it's like 1 to 3 days or something. But I believe you can even be arrested without being, you're not formally charged with a crime, or you don't have to have like charges read to you. I'm 99% sure of that. 94% sure of that.
It's not habeas, and that is addressed through the APA.
Your Honor, I disagree with that. I agree that Munaf is an instructive case, but I think it cuts the other way. Here's how the Supreme Court characterized it, and I believe this is how you were characterized as well. It's like, here the last thing petitioners want is simple release. They essentially wanted to stay in custody, but nonetheless, I believe it was Part 2 or Part 3 of the Supreme Court decision in Munaf held that habeas was available, and then in Part 4, it held that habeas petition failed on the merits. But the first issue presented was whether or not you could bring habeas in such a circumstance, and the answer to that was yes. And then
the Supreme Court held.
I thought detainment requires reasonable suspicion and arrest needs probable cause. That is true, but reasonable suspicion and probable cause doesn't have to be spoken to or communicated to the person being investigated. Generally, yeah. Now, for a search warrant, I think a search warrant does have to be presented before you do a search of something, but
It again in Farasagian. Sorry if I'm saying it right. Farasagian, right? Filed habeas petitions in an effort to block their transfer to Iraqi authorities, rejecting this use of habeas. They rejected it.
They rejected it on the merits, but they didn't say that habeas wasn't available. And I think Therasighium is a different case. That actually was a challenge to the procedures, but that doesn't sound in habeas. But here, it does sound in core habeas, and let me explain why.
No, it's not. It's a procedure. You don't have any procedure, at least as of Saturday when the TRO is issued.
also for just, this is a super fucking nerd, whatever, legal argument, bullshit or whatever. But remember that on a legal side, I mean, nobody actually knows, any of us cares about this, but like on the Trumpel side, the whole argument against Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, the idea that you couldn't have somebody into elected office who'd been part of an insurrection or whatever, the whole argument against that was procedural, by the way. Even in the Supreme Court shit decision, they ended up supporting it supporting basically the destruction of the 14th Amendment, Section 3. They basically supported that on the grounds that the procedure would have been really hard to do. So, you know, that was all done on procedural grounds. Now the government's like, well, procedure doesn't fucking matter. Like, we just want to fucking do this shit. Who cares about procedure? Like, that doesn't matter. What matters is the fact that it's war and we decide everything during war. Right now, they wrap themselves in procedure. Before, right, when it came to the 14th Amendment, the procedure, who the fuck cares? You know, or not rather who the fuck cares, but rather like the fact that the procedure is so complicated in and of itself means that this whole thing needs to go away, you know?
At the time the TRO is issued, and we'll talk about the second one because I guess that sort of absorbed the first one. At the time it issued, there was no procedure in place, no advance notice sufficient to allow anyone to seek habeas. And there was nothing in the proclamation or in regulations or processes, don't have to be formal regulations, but processes adopted by those implementing the proclamation to give any such process. That's the argument. That's the issue. And that was not released. That is request for injunctive and declaratory relief due to failed procedures that the Supreme Court has said time and again do not constitute, cannot be brought in habeas.
I would donate this guy fucking $10 million if the government would argue, ma'am, you have to understand, we were given a mandate by the American people to do whatever the fuck we wanted. So all this shit about Gabius, no one gives a fuck, okay? We were elected by 83 million Americans to do exactly what we're doing right now. Are you going to stand between us and them, ma'am?
Because you don't want release.
Your Honor, I disagree with that on a number of fronts. First of all, again, on page 41 of the Saturday transcript, it's very clear that the basis of the TRO on appeal here was a frontal assault on the president's determinations that various statutory preconditions of the AEA have been satisfied.
Okay, but if we don't read it that way, if we read it as also being grounded in these claims for a process.
Due process to
And that's
determine
why
if
they
you
came in so
qualify.
fast.
Yep.
So we get away from those issues. They want declaration or injunction against TRO to start with. Declaratory or injunctive relief against removal.
Your Honor, the fact
a failure to adhere to
Your Honor.
due process by those implementing the proclamation.
Your Honor, I disagree for two reasons. I think, first of all, their complaint still clearly includes those facial attacks on the sufficiency of the statutory preconditions. As long as those are in there, those are an attack on the government's ability to exercise a scintilla of...
This is so boring. Nobody is challenging, in this case, Trump's ability to, well, actually, I shouldn't say that. They are challenging, I guess, like who he can declare war against or whatever, but this is fair. Because again, with the government's reading of this, the government can basically declare war on anybody or anything and then just start deporting people. The idea that Tren de Aragua represents the government of Venezuela, therefore you can just start deporting Venezuela, that's on its face also an absurd argument. Although I don't know how important that is, I guess, overall to what the people on the complaint are asking for here. But
custodial authority over the bodies of plaintiffs in order to either detain them or to remove them. And so as long as those are in the complaints, those sound in core habeas and cannot be brought here and would require transfer to another district or dismissal. But second, I think that the procedural one still challenges fundamentally in core habeas. It says you may not do anything to me under the AEA until you satisfy these preconditions. You are utterly without power to do so. I mean, that is the same sort of core habeas as asserting that a conviction is wrong because procedural requirements in a trial were not followed.
But convictions can literally get thrown out if procedure and trials aren't followed. Unless I'm totally misunderstanding what he just said there. I don't understand that statement at all. Can't that exactly happen? We saw Alec Baldwin's case get tossed because of fuck up by the prosecution on a turnover evidence. I want to call this a Brady violation. Is that what it's called? Or is it something different? Maybe I misunderstood. I don't know.
I mean, that is the same sort of core habeas as asserting that a conviction is wrong because procedural requirements in a trial were not followed.
No, I don't think that's the same at all because people don't go through a trial in this country without getting the gold standard of due process.
That
was not happening here. I think that's a false equation. The problem here is, right, the problem here is that they are challenging implementation of the proclamation in a way that never gave anyone a chance to say, I'm not covered. And if your argument is he didn't have to do that, it's an intrusion on the president's war powers, the courts are paralyzed to do anything, then that's a misreading of precedent. It's a misreading of the text of the Alien Enemies Act. And that can't be an unlawful intrusion on the president's powers. It just can't. The president has to comply with the Constitution and laws like everybody else.
On that, we certainly agree, Your Honor. I think that what has occurred here is that, aside from the shifting injunction issue, is that the district court has derived a right from habeas and then used that to create a non-habeas.
I know what you mean derived from habeas.
The pre-deprivation thing, the right that he found in his this morning's order comes entirely out of habeas cases, and that's how it has to be asserted.
Sorry, so your theory is that they don't get to challenge it until they're in the Salvadorian jail? They don't get a pre-deprivation? I don't understand.
Wait. I got it. You should say, actually, ma'am, the 5 people on this complaint have already challenged it before they've gone to El Salvador, right? Bring up the 5 again, the magnificent 5, do it.
And the pre-deprivation, they're already in detention. So if I'm understanding you right, are you saying that they don't have a right until they're removed from the United States in U.S. custody?
Bring up the 5.
To challenge?
Please.
This isn't.
Yeah, it's fucking
This
retarded.
isn't
It's
an
retarded.
situation.
It's retarded. Say it. Say it's fucking
There's
retarded.
nothing like that. They're challenging an immediate removal, not under the Immigration and Nationality Act, but under the AEA without process. So your theory is they're supposed to do it from the Salvadorian jail?
No.
After the fact?
These 5.
No, Your Honor.
The 5.
It's that
the 5.
whatever right that there are sound in habeas, much like Lebeau, where the challenge was to a non-Title VIII removal. That sounded in habeas and had to be brought as such. And the availability of habeas meant that the district court was outside of jurisdiction to hear other claims. That same logic means that the TROs issued below are invalid and should be reversed or
The
dissolved.
Supreme Court in McNary versus Haitian Refugee Center, Reno versus Catholic Services said, we don't care about jurisdictional limits on claims that are supposed to go through ordinary statutory processes like Title VIII. When you are bringing a class-wide action for injunctive and declaratory relief about procedural failures, that would seem to fit this case.
Your Honor, we disagree. I mean, I think to the extent that it's procedural, it sounds in habeas, and hence this class does not operate properly.
Not procedure. An individual can't complain about that. They needed to do it class-wide because people weren't going to have the opportunity to file a suit and bring a procedural one. On the individual determination of whether someone's a member of Tender-Wagwa, that's a separate question. But for injunctive and declaratory relief that does not seek release from confinement, the Supreme Court has said time and again, that's not habeas.
Your Honor, I disagree. And had they brought this case in district court in Texas, they could have raised it as both APA and habeas. They instead elected to choose a different court. And that meant that that came with all the jurisdictional limitations of that particular court.
It's a venue issue for habeas, not jurisdictional. I mean, that doesn't affect the jurisdiction of the district court. That's a venue issue. Whether you...
Because it's jurisdiction, I think, has to do with who can hear a case. Venue just has to do with like where the trial or the case is held, basically, but within a jurisdiction. So you have multiple venues within a jurisdiction. So whether or not they went to the Southern District or whatever the fuck district of Texas or the Southern District of New York or a DC court, it doesn't matter. It's the same jurisdiction. So anything that would apply in one jurisdiction, I would imagine, would apply in another jurisdiction insofar as federal level stuff is concerned. So I don't know why you brought up unless you think some circuit or some federal courts are, I don't even know what the point of that was, why you brought that up.
That's a venue issue. Whether you're suing the custodian.
Your Honor, it's not subject matter jurisdiction, but it does go to the authority of the court. And in the Rumsfeld versus Padilla, the Supreme Court did say it was jurisdictional, not in the subject matter jurisdiction, but it's not just a mere venue rule. It cuts to the core authority of the court to grant habeas relief.
As long as they can be served with process is the test, right? As long as the defendants can be served with process, then we've got jurisdiction. It's just a venue argument. And an important one, I'm not diminishing that at all, where it's frequently enforced. The venue requirement that you sue the right custodian, and that custodian is by definition in the district where the person's detained.
Your Honor, we certainly agree that it's case dispositive. I think it's not, venue may undersell how important it is. Supreme Court has characterized it as jurisdictional in the sense that it goes outright to the authority of the court and not merely a sort of, steering things to where they might be convenient to be heard. It's something more fundamental than that. But in any event, that probably doesn't matter because I think we're agreeing that if venue is improper or for habeas, like the court is just simply out of authority to do anything.
All right, we'll give
Is
you
this just one side, or is the did the plaintiffs make their
a couple
argument?
minutes to reply.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honors.
Mr. Billard.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. Lee Galern from the ACLU for plaintiffs. Time permitting, I want to address why this court, the courts absolutely have jurisdiction to review whether the statutory predicates to the Alien Enemies Act have been met and why they haven't been met here. But I want to put that aside for the moment and sort of jump into the conversation you've been having with the government. First, I just want to put one thing to bed. The district court has not said anything yet about whether he intends to try and bring people back who are already sent to El Salvador. The district court is very concerned, understandably, that his order was violated, but he is trying to get to the bottom of those facts. He has not made a determination of whether his order was violated, much less what he would do as a remedy, whether he would try and order the individuals back. So I don't think that issue is before this court. And so I think that's a red herring. The second thing is that I think the government now, and we in the government have sort of joined issue. At a minimum, it seems like the government is grudgingly admitting that after Ludecky in footnote 17.
Wait, I'm sorry. Somebody said the fact that our government is dealing with two big hearings at the same time between the leaks and this, something new and crazy every day. Not two. There are multiple TROs that have either been in full violation that the government is now like working to come into compliance on, because the Doge one they lost as well, about whether or not, I think it had to do with the USAID being shuttered. I think it was USAID, right? That they appealed that one all the way up to the Supreme Court and they lost. So, I mean, like, there have been multiple TROs that have been issued towards the government telling it needs to fuck off with its behavior. Yeah.
In particular, that there must be ability to contest whether you fall within the act. And so now I think it's a question of how that's going to go about
Well, within the proclamation, not the act.
I'm sorry?
Within the proclamation.
Well, yes, within
Same
the
thing,
proclamation.
right,
And so the district court has said very clearly he wants to figure out how that would work. He has asked both of us, neither us or the government had a clear answer for him at the moment when he asked it, the hearing. He intends to get to the bottom of it. But I think what it means is that even if this TRO was appealable, and we don't think it is, but even if it was, I think it's the easy ground to affirm the TRO is that there was no process. And I want to be very clear about 2 points. One is that the process, to the extent the government says you can have process, that's illusory. People were designated TDA without any advance notice, rushed to planes. We will put into the district court the piece of paper that individuals are getting that specifically says you are not entitled to review. So There is a lot of factual development left to do in the district court. Judge Boasberg is working extremely hard and extremely quickly, but I think this court would want that factual record. And I think that's one of the reasons that
Boasberger is the guy that's been issuing the angry orders, saying that the government's been fucking around. Boasberger has also been assigned to the government's case relating to, I think, this the investigation to this, just the recent signal chat thing as well, I think. Boasberger has also been assigned to that one. So, yikes.
TRO is not appealable. This is not. Yes.
Could you have done everything in a Texas district court that you did in this district court?
Perhaps, Your Honor, but I don't think it was necessary. There's absolutely no question now that the law is that this kind of challenge where you're not seeking release doesn't have to be brought in habeas. It can be brought by APA. It could be brought in habeas, but it doesn't need to be.
Well, so I want to get to that in a minute. But I think the common ground that you've just sort of asserted and that the government, you said, kind of has begrudgingly given, it's really significant common ground that I think has been lost in some of the briefing and some of the transcripts. You could have filed the exact same complaint that you filed here in Texas District Court. The government is not contesting that each plaintiff could have gone before an Article III judge and said, I am not a member of Tren de Aragua, so I'm not covered by the proclamation, so I can't be removed. And could have done that. I think you would both agree that the plaintiff could have done that with the habeas petition. I know you push back and say it doesn't have to be a habeas petition, but I think you would agree that everything I just said is true and that it could have been done through a habeas petition. Is that right?
Well, Your Honor, yeah, I mean, I don't think it's insignificant that it didn't have to be by habeas and that we have to, well, plaintiffs, we can choose our venue, but I want to address your question specifically. We could have filed a class, perhaps, a class habeas, if that's what you mean, but we certainly weren't looking just to get our 5 individuals from being sent to a Salvadoran prison. Right. So this would have had to be a class. If the government is suggesting that we could have gone in there for every individual, absolutely not. We did not know who has been designated. This has all been done in secret. The president signed it.
I think you're going beyond what my question was.
Okay, I
and I'm
apologize.
not sure the government would agree that you can certify a class in habeas.
Well,
I'm not sure I
exactly.
would agree with that either, or is that more of an open question that we would need to look into? But on Saturday, early afternoon, you asked the district court to enjoin the removal of the 5 named plaintiffs. The district court did. A Southern District of Texas court could have done that as well, right?
So, I just want to factually.
Okay.
When we filed it at 2 a.m, whether it's Friday night or Saturday morning. The district court in the early morning enjoined the 5 named plaintiffs. The class papers had already been filed with the complaint at 2 a.m, both complaint for declaratory injunctive relief and habeas, with class papers seeking a TRO for the class. The district court then held a hearing at 5 p.m. to decide whether his TRO was going to apply to the whole class. Absent a class TRO, we would have had far more people sitting in a Salvadoran prison.
I get that, but my question is not about what the district. My question for now is not about what the district court did. It's just about whether everything the district court did, which you just described, and I was off by a few.
Can somebody explain? So I'm curious. There obviously is a big legal significance here that I don't understand. What is the significance of them filing or not filing it in the Southern District, or I keep saying Southern District, whatever, a district court down in Texas? Is there a reason why they're asking this so much? Like, you could have filed this down in a federal court in Texas instead of up in the DC court. Is there a reason why that matters?
A few hours, but it was Saturday.
Right.
It was a long Saturday. Everything that happened that the district court did, a Southern District of Texas district court could have done.
Assuming they would.
There's a general rule that you have to file habeas corpus petitions in district where the person is being held. Okay, sure. Well, wait, you say district, But if this is a federal thing, isn't a district, couldn't any theoretical district court hear that? Number one, and then number two, they're not challenging, they're not doing a habeas corpus petition, right? Aren't they doing a challenge via the APA?
Do it as a class?
So then,
yes.
So I think that nicely tees up where the real dispute is, because you're not saying you couldn't have done all this in Texas. And the government is saying, A, this has to be habeas, and habeas has to be in the district where the detainee is detained. And that would be Texas. So I know you disagree with both of those things, but I think.
Gotcha, I understand. Okay, so the government, one of the ways the government's trying to Hail Mary this is saying this is a habeas corpus petition, and that properly would have to be heard in the district where, in the particular district, I guess, wherever the person was being held at, and they're arguing this is a Administrative Procedures Act challenge. Actually, it doesn't have to be a habeas challenge. Okay.
The government, I think there's some common ground there.
There's common ground now that there has to be process, although I still see the government accepting it grudgingly, because this whole pre-deprivation thing, we were talking about people being sent to El Salvador, one of the worst prisons in the world, incommunicado. They're essentially being disappeared. The president of El Salvador has now said maybe they're going to spend the rest of their lives there. The government has provided zero ability to bring habeases. It would have had to have been done by a class, and to the extent the government's saying going forward, we'll give you process, I have not heard one word about them giving us advance notice.
At this point, everyone who's detained can bring, would you say that at this point, everyone who's detained can bring a habeas petition?
That's not the issue, though. The issue is that the government didn't provide notice before. They are now, but maybe in the future, again, then they won't. That's the issue, right?
Because of the TRO by Judge Boasberg only. And that is even assuming, and I don't think this is true,
that they followed the TRO.
Everyone has been clearly designated, that we know exactly who the government thinks falls under the proclamation. And therefore, if they didn't file a habeas right away, they could be put on a plane.
Exactly.
So I certainly don't think this is the way it would go about with individual habeases. You know, and
If the TRO were lifted, there wouldn't be a meaningful way to bring habeas.
I think the government's going to put people back on a plane immediately, just as they did. The whole thing has played out in secret. The president is supposed to make a public proclamation. He signed it on March 14th. It wasn't published till the afternoon of March 15th. People were already being lined up to be brought to planes. So I think we're dealing with something that is illusory, and that's even if we accept that habeas can be brought. But I
mean, we know it can be brought because you brought it. You filed a habeas.
Oh my God! Is this the Trump-appointed judge? The five have already brought it.
It could be brought by habeas, but it doesn't have to be. And I think we are.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I just want full readout. I'm so sorry. He's not arguing that it can be brought. These five are brought it. He's arguing about it being. I think he's arguing about it being a habeas thing versus an Administrative Procedures Act thing, is what he's saying. I'm sorry. I think
it could be brought by habeas, but it doesn't have to be. And I think we are.
Let's go to that. Whether it has to be.
Right.
And I think perhaps reasonable people can disagree about this. I think it's hard to get around LeBeau v. Christopher. The district court addressed it today.
I'm sorry, hard to.
LeBeau, I may be pronouncing it wrong.
So that.
Can I just read?
Yeah, sure. I'm sorry.
Says, of course, the plaintiff's focus is not explicitly on their present custody. That's very similar to this case where you're saying, you know, we're not asking to be let out of detention. We're just saying don't transfer us to one of these other countries. Says, of course, the plaintiff's focus is not explicitly on their present custody. They claim the nature of the relief requested is different here since they have not formally sought a release from custody as in the habeas action. But, the court goes on, we have rejected precisely such efforts to manipulate the preclusive effect of habeas jurisdiction. So I think that's a tough precedent for you where LeBeau was, as I understand it, was about to be extradited to Canada, didn't want to be extradited to Canada, could have filed in Illinois where he was detained, actually did file a habeas petition there, filed in DDC, and our court said, no, you can't bring this suit in DDC. You have to bring a habeas suit in Illinois to challenge not your detention, your transfer to Canada.
Yeah, Your Honor, a few things about LeBeau, then I want to sort of broaden it. LeBeau is an extradition case. The extradition has for 225 years had its own case law, but I think the key in LeBeau that the court understood was that they were in fact seeking release through the other habeas. And so it seemed a little bit like they were trying to circumvent the habeas. I think that's why it's different. But the case law is voluminous that you don't have to bring a habeas unless it's a core habeas challenge to release. And I just want to touch on Thurasingham for a second that Judge Millett brought up. Thurasingham, the government walked into the Supreme Court and said the only time habeas can be used is when you're seeking release from detention. You can't challenge your removal. That was ultimately what the Supreme Court accepted. That was the holding. That's on top of case after case after case saying, if you're not seeking release, and I want to be 100% clear.
Okay, so the Hail Mary for the government, I guess, has to do with whether or not this counts as a habeas corpus thing versus just an APA thing. I don't know any of the processes or procedures in law. I've never read a case on this. I don't know the procedure or whatever. So I can't give any informed opinion on it. But it sounds like the counter argument that the plaintiffs are bringing up is that habeas corpus can only be invoked if you're seeking an arraignment, basically. But you can't invoke habeas corpus to seek release. You can't get out of prison by saying habeas corpus. You can only say, at least read me my fucking charges. And then we can go to the right to speedy trial and all that other bullshit. But I don't know who's right or wrong on any of that. I have no clue.
Here, no class member is seeking release. Judge Boasberg was...
And then the plaintiffs are arguing, nobody here wants to be released from prison. No one here is saying that they're not seeking release from detainment. They're seeking having any charges brought against them at all. They want to have a type of arraignment, or at least, but not really an arraignment, a formal arraignment, but just some process or procedure or arbitration or something where they have a chance to argue their case, basically, yeah.
Absolutely clear that his order will not stop anybody from being prosecuted, anybody from being detained, allowing anybody to be released, allowing anybody...
And I don't know the answer to this question. I tried to ask the government.
Yeah.
I think maybe they didn't know yet. You may not know either, and suspect you haven't talked individually with every one of your class members. But do you know if anyone is currently being detained under the Alien Enemies Act proclamation and not being detained under any other legal ground?
I don't know the answer to that. I suspect that most people, maybe all of them, are being detained on the immigration laws because they were in proceedings. I mean, the government is using the act to try and short circuit the immigration proceedings. And so I think what they have done is pull people out of proceedings and put them on the plane to El Salvador. So
your original complaint mentioned apprehension and removal, and you wanted to enjoin both. I understand the district court did not accept your invitation to enjoin apprehension, but that does suggest that you were worried there would be some class members currently at large in the country who might be apprehended under this AEA authority.
So Your Honor, I think to the extent that that language is in there, it may be inartful, but we're 100% clear with Judge Boasberg, and he has been 100% clear. We are absolutely not trying to get anybody out of detention, stop anybody's removal, stop anybody's prosecution.
Were those people in prison before, as in convicted or even charged, or have they been picked up from the streets? Well, it sounds like they've done both. But it sounds like one of the things that Trump tried to do is he tried to take people who were already in proceedings, so they'd already been charged with a crime, maybe even convicted or whatever, and now by invoking this Aliens Act, he's trying to basically just say, listen, whatever your process or procedure is right now, it doesn't matter. You're already arrested. Get them the fuck out of here and ship them out. That's why he said short circuit the procedure. Yeah.
And I think that goes to the larger point. This is a very specific statute, a wartime statute dealing with a very specific problem. It does not bar any other authority for prosecuting or removing these individuals, much less have to do with anything about stopping ships in China.
Can I ask you about Munaf v. Garin? Because I do understand how you can read it to the government here and you can read it to help you here. I think the government is saying the first thing the Supreme Court held there was there is habeas jurisdiction. This is someone who wasn't objecting to being held, but was objecting to being transferred.
Right.
From U.S. custody in Iraq to the Iraqi government in Iraq, and said, don't transfer to the Iraqi government. And the first thing the Supreme Court held was that there is habeas jurisdiction for that because he was an American citizen. And then said, in your habeas cause of action, you lose on the merits, right? Because we're going to respect the Iraq's kind of what they said is Iraq's exclusive jurisdiction to punish offenses against the laws committed within its borders. So we have habeas jurisdiction, and habeas is your cause of action. But with that cause of action, you lose on the merits because of Iraq's exclusive jurisdiction to punish offenses against its laws committed within its borders. And if that's how it's read, it seems like Munaf is a pretty good precedent for the government saying, look, if you want to challenge your transfer from U.S. custody to another nation's custody, your cause of action is habeas.
I think two things about that, Your Honor. One is Munaf said you could do habeas. It didn't say you must habeas. And I think that's the difference in these core habeas cases. Whether you could bring it in habeas, you often can bring it in habeas, but then whether you must bring it in habeas. So we understand the Chief Justice to be saying in that case, I think it was fairly clear, the last thing you want is simple release.
Right.
And so I think that's why Munaf doesn't answer the question. And Thursingham, of course, is the most recent precedent from the Supreme Court.
On the not having to bring it as habeas, the district court understands your cause of action to be an APA cause of action. I think the government says this is a presidential proclamation. It's different than an agency proclamation. I think last time I was on a panel and you were the attorney, it was an agency proclamation. And you can bring it, we see every day in this court challenges to agency order under the APA. But if there's a challenge to a presidential order, the APA is not typically the vehicle for that. And Franklin v. Massachusetts says, at least as a general matter, it can't be. And I think what you'll say is, at least on the individualized determinations of whether the class members are part of Tren de Aragua, you're going to use the APA to challenge decisions that are being made by lower level officials. To me, that, if true, just indicates that there's not the type of commonality for a class that you need in order to certify a class.
Right, Your Honor. So a couple of things. One is that we cited multiple cases that say even where there's a presidential proclamation, you can challenge its implementation by the agency. But to your common question, our common questions are obviously first whether the AEA can be used at all against a non-foreign government. But the second question is, are they entitled to process? So at some point, if there's individual determinations about whether you fall within the proclamation, those obviously will be all common. But the initial question that we're fighting with the government about, and they're still, I think, grudgingly only conceding it, is whether they're entitled to some process. They clearly have not been given process, but for this action, I don't think the government would be conceding what it had to concede.
What's the status of the habeas petitions in Texas, the ones that have been filed and that are ongoing?
Yeah, that's a good question, Your Honor. We've been trying at council table to find out a little bit about where they are. I think they're generally on hold. And those individuals, there were a few habeas petitions, very few people who happen to sort of guess that maybe their person is going to be designated. But for the vast majority of people, they haven't been designated. I wanted to also clear up one point of confusion. The government keeps reading from the transcript at page 41 that the judge's initial TRO, the judge has obviously made clear this morning what his TRO is principally based on. But the judge's hearing transcript on Saturday night was very clear that he was also talking about process. And that's at pages 29 and 30, starting at line 25, Your Honor, where he was very specifically talking about process, and footnote 17 in Ludecky that said you have to be able to contest whether you fall within the proclamation. So I'm sorry.
I want to ask about, I guess this goes to some degree, I think it goes to the irreparable harm the government asserts.
Right.
And to some degree to maybe larger issues. And so the question I'm going to ask you is going to sound like I have some skepticism about what the district court did on Saturday. I want to preface that by saying we've had a week to look at this issue, and it's been hard. And the district court only had a day.
Right.
about a decade ago, one member of this court, long before I was on it, talked about district judges having to deal with Guantanamo issues. So they were difficult and intricate and complicated and novel. And he said, even when this court might disagree with the district court decision, that disagreement is with respect for the dedicated work of the district court in these matters. That said, I'm wondering if you can point me to a district court TRO or injunction that survived appeal, that stopped an ongoing, partially overseas national security operation in the way that this...
Probably not, but it's going to be the same argument as before. I can't give an example of something like this succeeding before, but like nobody's tried this before. There's a novel application of, what is it, the Alien Enemies Act? Is that what it is? Alien Enemies Act?
At the time, at least, did order planes to take foreigners from international waters to the United States.
Your Honor, so to start with, the order about him bringing people back, potentially bringing people back, is not before you. And I think there's a lot of factual development. And I don't know how much this court is aware, but there have been emergency proceedings almost every day. And I think the district court has not been pleased with how the lack of forthcoming attempt.
I just add that though.
Yeah, and so, but that,
there's this declaration by, it says that he's been at the State Department since 1971.
How was that?
54 years ago. My math is right. That's quite a lot of experience at the State Department. Now he's a career State Department official, head of the Western Hemisphere's Affairs Bureau. And he says that this TRO is, quote, harming the foreign policy of the United States. It comes after, quote, intensive and delicate negotiations with El Salvador and the Maduro regime, risk the possibility that those governments will change their minds. It gives them leverage for renegotiation. And he warns, quote, these harms could arise even in the short term. So, I mean, those concerns are ongoing. I understand that there are no longer planes in the air that are being ordered to return to the United States with foreigners that the executive branch doesn't think should be in the United States.
Oh my God.
I guess just maybe from a 10,000-foot perspective, I thought about when Justice Douglas enjoined the bombing of Cambodia, but it didn't go very well. The Supreme Court reversed him in about 6 hours.
Bombing of Cambodia, bro.
I found a couple other injunctions that are somewhat analogous, but they didn't survive appellate review either. Can you, standing here, give us an example of a district court injunction that enjoined a national security operation partially overseas that survived appellate review?
Well, Your Honor, I want to push back on the overseas part because I don't think the order to return the planes is before you. So what we're talking about is not sending people, and that is
foreign policy
straight removal.
But negotiations with
okay,
the Maduro regime.
so let me address that. So, yeah, no,
I will not stop you from having time to address that, but can you just tell me what's an example of the district court enjoining a national security operation with foreign relations implications? I think we could at least agree on that.
So I think for one thing, I would cite Boumediene with the Supreme Court saying there has to be habeas. I mean, the government could not have argued more strenuously that the court should not interfere and say that they're entitled to habeas while they're at Guantanamo. But to your point about the national security, I want to return to something that Judge Millett said. The government cannot take the position that it's an interference by this court on national security grounds to give people process. The Supreme Court was 100% clear in Ludecky in footnote 17 in multiple cases saying process. So for the government to say you're interfering by giving what Justice Frankfurter said in Ludecky was necessary as a matter of the act, and I don't even think he needed due process. He was ruling as a matter of the act. You have to be able to contest. The implications of not giving people a chance to contest it are extraordinary.
Yes.
I mean, every religious and ethnic group in this country has at some point been tagged as associated with a criminal organization. If people can just be picked up and sent.
Mr. Glenn, I mean, I just have to stop you. You're not getting an argument from this bench so far today against the idea that every single member of this class can have an individualized habeas determination in front of an Article III judge to say, I'm innocent. And I think I take your point about Boumediene and your point about Ledecky, but I think it's hard to answer some of our questions without mentioning cases that are habeas cases. Boumediene was habeas, Ledecky was habeas. And so it seems like in order to answer one question in a way that is kind of satisfactory for your position.
Well, that's because they were asking for release.
But you are asking to stop a transfer, and that is something that habeas has been used for repeatedly.
Yeah, but it's not. But it doesn't. I don't think just because habeas has been used to stop the transfer doesn't necessarily. Hold on. He's saying the judge is trying to say that, okay, so they're arguing that this isn't a habeas case. The plaintiffs are arguing it's not a habeas case. It's an APA case. Why does this matter again? Is it just because then it changes which court they needed to bring it up in a federal court that was nearest where the facts of the case are? Is that the only reason why this habeas APA distinction matters? It's super hard to find any examples, I feel like, that are gonna help the plaintiffs here, because it just feels like such an exceptional case, I guess. Like, I don't even know what you would look to.
It could be used, but it doesn't have to be used. And we, of course, but I think, Your Honor, I want to return maybe to the very beginning of this appeal. We don't think there's jurisdiction over a TRO. I mean, you just had the decision in Dellinger. That's a very, very rare thing for this court to find that a TRO is appealable. And there are two preconditions. One is that it's a mandatory injunction not preserving the status quo. Judge Boasberg was explicit that he's simply preserving the status quo. And the other thing is that the harm can't be undone. You cited Mr. Kozak's affidavit. That's the last sentence in a 2-page affidavit, which says there would be harm, but then he switches to could when he's talking about the short term. And all we're saying is that
we as judges don't know everything that the State Department knows.
Well, I think there's a reason why he switched from would to could in that sentence when he was talking about the short term. We're here asking that Judge Boasberg be allowed to do his work. And I think counsel for the government repeatedly answered questions to this panel by saying, I don't really know, there's not a factual record yet.
How do you just, on the question of whether this TRO is the type of normal TRO that can't be appealed, or is the type of unusual TRO that can be appealed? We have this Adams v. Vance case from 1978. It says that you can appeal that TRO, and it called it an intrusion on executive discretion in the field of foreign policy. I mean, I know you maybe don't think that's what's going on here, but the government argues that that's what's going on here. So it seems like if you lose on the sort of merits of this argument, you should also lose on the is it appealable part of it.
Well, I think, Your Honor, that Adams was very different because it was a mandatory injunction telling the Secretary of State what to do. And this is very different. It's preserving the status quo. And there was also a fuller affidavit.
I understand the planes are not in the air now, but it was not preserving the status quo when the planes were ordered to be turned around.
Well, Your Honor,
they keep focusing on that. Is it really the case that they couldn't have just landed and brought them back? Wouldn't that be a preservation of the status quo? Did they really have to just turn them around?
Again, I'm not sure I have much more to say on that other than that is about whether a district court's order, a federal judge's order was violated, but he still has not made any determination, so it is not before you. In saying that keep these people on the ground, don't let them be removed under the Alien Enemies Act. This is an unprecedented move to use the Alien Enemies Act for only the 4th time in our country's history without a declared war. He's saying preserve the status quo until we can find all the facts. And I think what we're going to show in the district court is that many, if not most of the people removed had no connection to the gang, that the gang does not actually have a formal structure with members. We're going to put in evidence about what happens in a Salvadoran prison, that you could remain there for the rest of your life. We're going to put in evidence, hopefully, about what the timing was and who signed it. President Trump has introduced confusion about now whether he actually even signed the proclamation. So all we're saying is that Judge Boasberg is working very hard.
No doubt. Sorry, you can finish that sentence.
No, I was just saying
he's working very hard, and that he has had to move very fast.
And I think we're going to move on a preliminary injunction very quickly. And I think
I'm so curious, because keep in mind too, we're not even listening to like oral arguments for like an actual real case yet, right? This is just over the TRO itself. So no one is even close to having all the facts of the record yet too, which is also kind of silly for this.
For this court to sanction anything about what the government's doing, or even to say Judge Boasberg shouldn't have time to figure out what the process is so it's not an illusory ability to contest. Without a factual record, I think that is probably short-circuiting the way the system should work. I mean, we're really talking about something extraordinary to name a gang rather than a foreign country.
Yes.
This was a wartime measure meant for war.
And we just, in terms of irreparable harm to your clients,
Right.
in terms of El Salvador prison that you just mentioned, all the things that you've just that you've just articulated, what's your response to the government's argument? You can maybe do all that, but you just got to do it in the right court. And the right court is in Texas, not here.
Yeah, Your Honor, I just want to I want to answer that, but I just want to make one other point. The government seemed to be suggesting that this was about pre-deprivation, as if there wouldn't be harm if they were in El Salvador in prison for a few days. But I don't hear the government saying if you win that habeas, we'll bring you back from El Salvador in prison. So it's a little bit of...
This is why I was saying before that, like, the reason why this has to be granted for a TRO, the reason why the harm is irreparable is because let's say that they win the case and then the federal judge goes, okay, well, they won, so you do actually have to give those people hearings. Then the government could go, okay, well, we went to El Salvador and we asked them to give the prisoners back and they said no, so sorry, like, tough luck. Okay, well, now you're fucked, right? They suffered a harm. You can't compel the government to go to war with another country because of like a federal court. Like, they're just fucked. Like,
you know,
is that literally it? That they should be in another court? Destiny? Do they just want a Trump judge? I mean, somebody in chat keeps typing. I just don't know if this is true or not. I'm not accusing him of lying. I just don't know the answer. A guy in chat keeps saying that they were shuffling prisoners around to different courthouses to try to make it so that it could be like or to different jails to try to make it like a habeas case, so that it was confusing, like where any of these cases even had to be filed. I don't know how true that is. That might be true. It might not be true. I'm not sure, but yeah.
The question, I'm not sure I have more to say other than there is case after case, starting with the Supreme Court's decision in Prizer in the 1970s through Thursingham, saying you do not need to bring a case in habeas unless it's a core habeas, meaning you are seeking release from detention. And Thursingham was as strong as you can be on that. That, you know, it was a case that I argued, and it was unfortunate because we were asking the habeas be expanded, but that's where it's ended up. And that just builds on multiple cases from this court and from the district court saying there's a difference between whether you have to bring it in habeas and whether you could bring it in habeas. And so, but at a minimum, I think Judge Boasberg is going to try and figure that out and decide what process, because if the TRO is lifted now, as Judge Millett pointed out, our people are on a plane. They're just on a plane. And so I think Judge Boasberg has done a good job of saying, here's an easy ground to say, if assuming it's appealable, here's an easy ground to affirm the TRO.
Why wouldn't 5 minutes after the TRO is lifted, why wouldn't your next move be to file a habeas petition in Raymondville, Texas, where they're being detained?
A class action? Well, we don't know that.
The 5 named plaintiffs.
Well, I mean, to begin with, we're looking not to just have our 5 named plaintiffs not end up in a Salvador
If you're right
prison.
that a habeas class action is possible, you could file a habeas class action.
Well, I want to also make this point. The government is doing everything in secret. We have no idea.
Yeah, the thing is that like the TRO, like depending on when they lift it, they could have like planes fucking ready to go. I don't know what the filing looks like. Like, would they literally need attorneys camped out, like they're buying PS5s or, you know, NVIDIA GPUs? Do they have to be camped out outside the courthouse waiting for that TRO release or the TRO lift announcement so that they can run like super fast to file because the government's like ready to whisk these people off to planes immediately? Like, I don't even know what that process looks like.
If everyone's in Texas, so all of a sudden we see a plane leaving from Arizona and they say, well, you filed it in Texas. So I don't know if the government's asking us to file in.
Oh, that too. Yeah. If you're saying these are habeas corpus claims, right? Well, what if they've transferred these prisoners and you even know where they transferred them to? And then all of a sudden you file your writ of habeas corpus, the TRO gets stayed, so it gets thrown out. And then you file your habeas corpus now to save your people in Texas. And then a tweet goes out with Trump saying, we've sent these disgusting Tren de Aragua criminals out of this country. And you say they actually transferred them to Arizona. You didn't even know. And now you're just like, fucked, right?
Every single district in the country, or whether they're going to specifically tell us where people are being designated and give us time to do it.
I mean, maybe, but the strangest place of all to file would be in Washington, D.C., where there's likely not a single person
It's not
detained
relevant.
under the
It's irrelevant.
Well, the people are being, I mean, just as a factual point, but I don't want to dwell on it. People are being moved from every part of the country. So we actually don't know whether people were originally in DC because the government's not saying it. We know
There's a
people.
detention center in Washington.
Well, we know
where-
there could be in the surrounding areas,
where-
but I think that the proclamation is coming out of here. The agency heads who are enforcing it are out of here, and I think this is a fairly standard place to bring it. But unless, we can't even begin to figure out where to file all our habeases, even assuming a class action habeas, if the government's not going to tell us who has been designated in every district they're in.
Do you know where the 5 named plaintiffs are held?
The 5 named plaintiffs are in Texas now. They came from all over.
I would think they could file a habeas petition in Texas.
Listen to what he just said, though. They came from everywhere. They came from everywhere. So do they have to start filing habeas on every single federal? How many federal district courts are there? Not circuit courts, district courts. Like, you'd have to do it in every single district in the hopes that you catch. I mean, what if they get shipped to Puerto Rico? Is the government allowed to fly them out of there? No. You guys are saying 13. I'm not talking circuit courts, because aren't there multiple district courts per circuit court? Like, the 13 circuits encompass beneath them all the different, all the district courts of that particular, wherever the circuit is, right? Because you're not filing these habeas writs, you're not filing these in a circuit court, you're filing these in your district court. 94 district courts, okay.
And you could try to use those 5 named plaintiffs to represent a nationwide class. And I'm not saying you would get the class certified or you wouldn't get the class certified, but at least the court making that decision would be the right venue for the 5 named class members.
Yeah, I mean, Your Honor, to begin with, once we're doing that, why Texas versus DC? Just because the 5 named plaintiffs happen to be there at the moment.
Rumsfeld v. Padilla could have argued this. I mean, why? What was the?
Well, because those are,
could have argued
yeah,
this.
I mean, those are.
You're supposed to file habeas where you're detained.
Well, only if it's a core habeas. I mean, the immediate custodian rule applies only where you're seeking release because you want to be where the district director is. Your Honor, I may have sort of said what I can say about the core habeas. I think there's just too much law now to backtrack
There's such
on
a
that.
thing as a habeas class action?
The Supreme Court has ruled on the merits on habeas class actions. But it's an open question. And so if we went there and only had habeas and they said, for reasons unrelated to this case, we're not going to allow a class action, then I think our people would be back on a plane,
And then,
El Salvador.
how many people do you represent right now?
Your Honor, I wish I knew. The government will not tell us who
You
they've
represent
designated.
more than the 5 named.
Oh, absolutely. It's a class. And
Every one of those is your client. that's in
yes,
the class.
absolutely, Your Honor.
And so every one of those would need to have you file a habeas action.
Thank you, yes.
You can find
Yeah, and how many
where they are and
courts?
what district to do it in.
Yes, yeah.
Absolutely.
Immediately.
And then going forward, we'd have to know,
It'd be
the government has
ridiculous.
said they're going to continue designating people. And, just to the point of, I get that we're now at a point where the government or this panel is not saying it's in some venue you can contest. But it's really an extraordinary thing that's happening because people were rushed out, as Judge Boasberg said, and story after story is now coming out that people had nothing to do with the gang. And so I think we're looking at people now who may be in a Salvadoran prison the rest of their lives. And I think that's really the problem. And incommunicado, families can't reach them. There's no way to reach them, and the government wants to continue doing it. And I don't, when Judge Boasberg said, well, how would the process work? And, will there be pre-deprivation? The government didn't answer. And I hear the government also bringing up pre-deprivation again. So I just want to be clear that right now, as this is moving so quickly, I think Judge Boasberg has said, at a minimum under Ledecky, the implementation of this proclamation cannot stand. And for that reason alone, I think the TRO has to be affirmed. We're going to move on a preliminary injunction. It will be back here, no doubt, from either
When are you
side
moving
on
on
a
your
full
PI?
record. I'm sorry?
When are you moving on the PI?
We're going to move in a couple of days, Your Honor, and we're trying to just gather as much facts as we can. Family members are seeing the videos of the harsh treatment men received when they got off the plane. They're alerting us. They're alerting us because they think their men have disappeared from U.S. detention facilities and they think they may be in El Salvador. We're also going to put in expert declarations about how the TDA gang works and that there's actually no formal membership. So figuring out who's part of TDA is very, very difficult, and a number of other factual developments. I would think this court, if it's going to rule on such an extraordinary issue, only the fourth time in history the act is being used, will want that full record.
And I just have one other question. So Judge Walker has noted the difficult issues about the airplanes and stuff, that sort of mess that was happening on Saturday. The TRO, the written TRO says nothing about that. It just says enjoined from removal. And I know that there's a bit of a kerfuffle in district court about those oral directions, and the government's position is those did not bind it. I think your position is that they did. So do we have to, if we were to be concerned about...
Are there multiple judges in here? Yes. Most, probably every circuit court. Circuit court is your first court of appeals for your federal courts. Every circuit court is going to have multiple judges hearing these things. I'm almost positive of that. There's 3 in this one.
TRO at least is applied to directing airline flights out of U.S. airspace, but people still in U.S. custody. Do we have to resolve that question of whether the oral language he was using at the hearing was itself part of the TRO?
I don't think so, Your Honor, because I understood that the district court to be sort of having 2 orders. The primary one was about going forward. He wants this enjoined so that other, and the other part was let's try and stop the harm from occurring, so let's turn the planes around. Now that people are in the Salvadoran prison, the judge recognizes that the first step would have to be, was the order violated? The government says it wasn't violated because the planes were out of U.S. airspace, and there's a whole contentious thing going on. So I think it's...
I thought they said they now agree that they were bound by the oral. I thought they said that they were only bound...
They're still pushing back on that as well. I think Judge Boasberg has been fairly clear that he thinks the oral order was just as binding, but I think the question really has not been resolved in the district court. Judge Boasberg is first very meticulously going to try and find the facts about whether his order was violated and only then decide if there's a remedy, but he's certainly not going to do anything before he finds the facts. And I think it would be premature for this court to get into it because we're talking about the government potentially deliberately violating a federal court's order. And so I think it would be best to allow Judge Boasberg to find those facts. Certainly the government, if he was to order them brought back, could come back up here. I can't imagine Judge Boasberg not staying that particular part of his hearing, of his order, if he ever got to that.
Mr. Gallant, just a question about the timing of us deciding this stay motion. I know the government wants us to do it quickly. Do you see sort of the fairness of us deciding it fast enough that if the Supreme Court wanted to reverse us, they would have an opportunity before the TRO runs out?
Your Honor, but leaving the TRO in place?
Well, I'm not saying whether you'd win or lose, so no, you got. I'm sort of asking you behind veil of ignorance.
So what I would say is, Your Honor,
I do think
obviously we would,
as long and as eloquently as you argued about your client's, right to be heard in court. I think maybe you would say the government, as a matter of fairness, ought to have a shot at the Supreme Court if they lose here.
No, come on, for a TRO.
If that were going to happen and you were going to rule for the government on this, then I would hope that Your Honors would give us time to seek a stay from the Supreme Court without allowing everyone to be put on a plane to El Salvador in the interim. But I would urge this court to allow the district court to just finish its ruling.
I mean, if we're going to rule for you,
go ahead.
Do you see the benefit of us doing that very quickly so that the government can get to the Supreme Court fast enough?
I will leave that to Your Honors, whether you think that...
You don't have an objection?
I mean, we would prefer that you deny the stay request and send it back to the district court, and I don't think you need to rule quickly. I mean, I just want to leave with one point.
Real quickly if we're going to rule against you.
Right, well, exactly.
If we're going to rule for it.
Exactly. I just want to leave the court with one point. If the government is going to stand up on reply and admit that under Supreme Court precedent, people have to have the ability to contest, and that's a matter of Supreme Court precedent in Ludecky, the statute, and if you want to throw in due process as well and about the implementation, then it's inconceivable to me how they can say this is an intrusion on national security, because they themselves are saying, yes, at least that part of Judge Boasberg's order must stand. And so that certainly can stand until there's a preliminary injunction ruling. But I just don't see how the government can continue using this broad rhetoric about intrusions on national security if they're conceding that Judge Boasberg is right as at least our secondary claim that there must be process, even if he was not willing at this point to rule on whether the Alien Enemies Act can be used at all against a non-foreign government.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you, Your Honors.
Mr. Ensign, why don't you take 5 minutes?
Your Honor, I'll be very brief. Just two very quick points.
This guy's a
I believe opposing
fuckhead.
counsel
Fuck
said
him.
expressly that this case could be brought in habeas. Under this court's decision in LeBeau, which I think I mispronounced earlier, that very clearly means that it must be brought in habeas. That is not in a distinguishable context. That was brought by...
involves something that couldn't be brought under the APA at all, extradition. That's not this situation.
Oof, shut down.
Your Honor, I think the same...
Extradition is its own body of law.
It does have its own, but it is the same context of a person using habeas, or in that case, actually using it in a different court. But the fact that habeas was available to challenge a transfer to a foreign country meant that because habeas was available in habeas, it must be brought in habeas.
Before Munaf versus Green and Thurasagian. And Munaf versus Green was also, I mean, the court recognized that there could be habeas and that it could apply to someone in foreign lands under held by a multinational force in the middle of a war, but American citizen would still have the right to bring a habeas, and then just said that you can't get this relief of protecting you against transfer to another government in habeas. That seems to be, and that did not involve, that was detention issues and transfer issues. It wasn't extradition, which is its own body of law and just sort of inapt in this context. And there's no APA option there. There's definitely an APA option here. That's the point of Munaf.
Your Honor, I disagree both that LeBeau and Munaf involved challenges to attempted transfers to foreign countries. In both cases, the court said, in LeBeau, the court said that has to be brought as habeas, and because it could not be brought as non-habeas. And in Munaf, the Supreme Court said that can be brought in habeas. That was the first question presented that the court resolved by answering in the affirmative. And then under LeBeau, that means that it must be brought.
Available to someone named Munaf in this foreign situation. I mean, talk about interference.
Okay, are there any interesting things? If this is what he's leading with, I'm guessing this is empty. Okay. So the judgment that these guys issued from the Court of Appeals, the judges that we just listened to, in one day, because this was, when did they hear these oral arguments? Oh, this was 2 days ago, so in about a day. They did not stay the TRO, meaning the TRO is still live. So now what? Are they going to appeal this one to the Supreme Court as well, or? We don't have to read through all this, but. TRO ultimately upheld by Circuit Court. Review the Israel dossier on Hassam Shabbat Gazan journalist, just targeted and killed. Don't you still meme that journalists aren't targeted? I don't care. For pro-Pally people, like if you take the worst and most retarded interpretations of everything that I say, then yes, that is what I say. So whatever you're linking, you are correct. Okay, thank you for educating all of us. Turkish student at Tufts University detained. Video shows masked people handcuffing her. A Turkish national who is a doctoral student at Tufts University has been detained by federal agents without explanation, her lawyer said Wednesday. She's detained by Homeland Security. Wait, do we know anything about this, or is it just an arrest? There's no point until we know anything about it. I don't know what the point is of you can arrest people without necessarily reading charges or anything else. So unless something else has happened, there's... Watch the video.
Thanks to our moment. Eliminate cancer-causing proteins inside the cell and leave the healthy cells. That's protein degradation. See how Dana-Farber is finding new ways to treat untreatable cancer.
This podcast with Ezra and Derek is pretty good, minus the Lex part. Yeah, it's 3 hours though. We might watch this. I haven't decided yet. Fuck this, we're not reading this. It's good for the 20 minutes that I watched. Trump places 20% tariff on imported autos, expected to raise $100 billion. This comes on what, April 2nd? Didn't we already expect this to happen? Because didn't he delay them by a month or something? We also have a meme story. I say a meme story, but... Jesus, track me, baby. Private data and passwords of senior U.S. security officials found online. Donald Trump's most important security advisors used Signal to discuss an imminent military strike. Now reporting by Der Spiegel has found that the contact data of some of those officials, including mobile phone numbers, is freely accessible on the internet. Well... if something more particular comes out, then maybe. This sounds a little bit retarded, but I don't know. All right. Their accounts and passwords are already outed and active from old data breaches. Yeah, basically everybody has like an email or password that's available in some data breach. There's been so many huge dumps of passwords and shit online over the years. An article, it says that most are still in use. Yeah, but it doesn't. The fact that they're not putting anything juicy up here means that it's all probably dumb, irrelevant shit. Like old passwords to like Instagram accounts and stuff. Like, okay. Or like phone numbers. I mean, you can't do anything with just a phone number. It's not. It could be bad, but I don't know. I'll save anything. If another article gets released, it's not like. It's just whatever. Tulsi's number was linked to a Signal account too, though. Okay, so what do you think that means? That if I have your phone number, I can just get into your Signal account? Is that what you think that means? What do you mean? Would you say that people being arrested by ICE without explanation have the right to defend themselves from what would effectively be kidnapping? I think anytime you're getting no-knocked or whatever, you probably can. I'm pretty sure courts have already literally ruled in favor of you doing that. There have been cases where people have shot officers breaking into their home doing no-knock raids. that have like won in court on self-defense. I think the harmful part of the claims in that article would be if the phone numbers were used to make the signal accounts that people use to coordinate military operations. Why would it matter, though? You have to have the SIM card for the phone number. What do you mean? Do you think just having a phone number means there's been a huge breach? Or like just having a phone number is not enough. You'd have to demonstrate something else. You can spoof SIM cards, maybe. True, but SIM card spoofing is something that you could do with theoretically almost any. Like, this is why you shouldn't use apps like Signal to probably do this type of stuff, right? I would hope or imagine that the government has special contracts with whoever they use for cell phone providers to not allow SIM cards to be released to anybody, but... Yes, Destiny, you can get SIM swapped and you don't need the SIM for that. Yeah, but I mean, anybody could SIM swap you by just finding your number is not considered like ultra confidential information. This is why you just don't use apps for classified intelligence stuff. But I mean, I would hope that the government has it so that whatever contracts they have with cell phone providers aren't allowing people to release SIMs like that. That would be the hope. But Twitter artist Gemzar offers his perspective on if Hassan used AI merch. This is is it Warren James or something? Whoever like this company uses, they do use AI. I don't even think they deny that. So the only dumb thing would be if Hassan said that they absolutely don't. That would be stupid of him if he does deny that, but... You can socially engineer phone company and SIM card swap. Yeah, that's why you're supposed to tell the phone company to never release the SIM card without an additional layer of authorization, so that you can't just socially engineer some tier 1 tech support retard to do that. I would hope or imagine that the government has, like I said, a special contract with the phone carriers so that those SIM cards aren't as easily released. He denied it for the guillotine, if I recall. He did deny it last time. Yeah, he might have. I don't remember. I think his denial, though, was like, no, I paid a company to do all of it or something, or I paid somebody else, and then people wonder, well, maybe those artists use AI or something like that.
Bothered me, like, get off my deck! Why am I...
I understand it's Signal. Again, why the fuck do SIMs matter? I don't think it does, but people want to sensationalize everything. I don't know, it just seemed pointless. Unless they were able to show any other type of thing, but flashback to 2017 when the Atlantic called Signal the gold standard of encrypted messaging and admitted it was used by Obama and Hillary Clinton staffers. You can use these apps if you're not talking about like classified information. This is not the same claim, though. Signal, the gold standard of encrypted messaging and calling, is used by staffers who work for President Trump, Obama, Hillary, New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, and New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio. This doesn't mean that it's okay to transfer classified information on the app, though. Especially war plans. there another press thing earlier today?
But on day one, we're ending the inflation nightmare that Joe Biden created and caused, but just by his spending, two things, his spending, but I think more important, he destroyed our energy policy. And energy started going up, gasoline, any form of energy went through the roof.
Wait.
But on day one, we're ending the inflation nightmare that Joe Biden created and caused, but just by his spending.
Somebody said you can use Signal on a computer without a phone. I don't think that's true. I think you can use Signal on your computer, but I think you have to create an account with a phone number first. I think. I could be wrong on that. I think Telegram is the same, maybe? No, I think on Telegram, I think you can have just an account on desktop. I think, maybe with Telegram. What is the benefit of them using Signal? Signal is like a pretty, it's a very secure application that does good end-to-end encryption, and I think most people consider it to be probably one of the gold standard like messaging apps, I think, right? But it's not, but that doesn't mean that it's good for communicating classified information or war plans for a variety of reasons.
No, it's
Should Secretary Hegseth consider his position over the Signal?
Hegseth is doing a great job. He had nothing to do with this.
What do you mean?
Hegseth. How do you bring Hegseth into it? He had nothing to do. Look, it's all a witch hunt.
What?
Here we are talking.
Based. It's a witch hunt. It's fake. Fake news. Not real. Bullshit.
Talking about some of the greatest business.
Does he even know what the is going on?
In the world are moving into the United States, and you want to ask about.
Does he actually know what's going on?
I don't know that Signal works. I think Signal could be defective, to be honest with you. And I think that's what we have to, because you use Signal and we use Signal and everybody uses Signal.
I don't think that many people use Signal. It's probably one of the more unheard of like apps. Like if you're chatting with somebody and you're like, "Oh, bro, like add me," and they're like, "Yeah, what do you use? What are you on, like Snap or WhatsApp or Instagram?" No, Signal, bro. Trying to sell me drugs? What?
Planning is where they try and figure out how not to screw it up across generations, and they're notoriously bad at it. It's very hard to keep wealth in generations.
Down in the 20th century, we had 2 world wars and a Holocaust. That redistributed wealth. I would prefer not to have that again.
Yeah.
This was such a great conversation. Christ.
But I took care of them. No, but I took care of them. I said I was going to, and I did.
Is there any talk of, because they lost opportunity, they lost income, any kind of compensation fund?
Well, there's talk about that. We have a lot of people talk about it. A lot of the people that are in government now talk about it because a lot of the people in government really like that group of people. They were
the January 6ers. Jesus Christ.
Patriots, as far as I was concerned. I talk about them a lot. They were treated very unfairly. You know, the thing they show is they show a group of 1,000, whatever it may have been, 1,500 people down. What they don't show, you never see the crowd that day. It was the biggest crowd I've ever spoken before. It went all the way to the Washington Monument. It was so wide, you virtually couldn't see anything else but people. They never show that. whether it was 1 million people or less than 1 million, I don't know what it was, but I see Bernie Sanders has a few people out there. They say, oh, the crowd is so big. They don't talk about the crowds. But a group of people went down there peacefully and patriotically. Remember that,
We can't keep up with all the fucking interviews and press conferences and hearings and trial. Yeah, Jesus.
5 minutes. Thank you so much. It should not be surprising that the president is doing everything possible to make it more difficult for the media to hold him accountable and for the
Wasn't this a far less damaging leak of classified info than Hillary's emails? No. Unless you can point to what leaked from Hillary's emails that was damaging. One thing.
public to be informed about his reckless and illegal behavior, yet here we are. The Republicans have actually organized this goofy hearing to try to convince the American people that PBS and NPR are, quote, domestic terrorists, or domestic threats, my apologies, not the incompetent, unqualified Secretary of Defense who's texting war plans to journalists. But it's y'all, PBS and NPR, the American people are supposed to be worried about. You can't make this up. It's as stupid as it sounds. The American people should be worried about the president threatening to investigate NBC for treason for reporting on his felony convictions, or arresting reporters and stripping networks of their licenses for not saying nice things about him or not using Gulf of America. The Republicans' witness, Mr. Gonzalez, went so far as to suggest that because NPR and PBS reported on the murder of George Floyd, they, quote, represent a danger to our physical health as well as to civic health of our body politics. Ms. Mayor, do you think reporting on the murder of George Floyd and highlighting instances of systemic racism is a domestic threat to America?
Thank you, Congresswoman. I believe it's our responsibility to report on all issues of interest to the American public.
Thank you so much. Ms. Kerger, what about
Does anybody fight here?
eliminating funding for station route infrastructure?
Unanimous consent, please.
Shall make no law respecting or establishing speech is not about whatever it is you want somebody to say. And the idea that you want to shut down everybody that is not Fox News is bullshit. We need to stop playing because that's what y'all are doing in here. You don't want to hear the opinions of anybody else. And the Constitution says Congress shall make no law respecting or establishing of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof or abridging the
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentlewoman's time has expired.
Madam Chairwoman, can I
critical
put the name to the
misspeak.
record?
Oh no.
In the world. Seriously. That is crazy, huh?
Fair. No leak from the private server. Fair. Destiny. I do think setting up that server in her home for official business signals signals a more sinister intent. No, as opposed to a moron adding someone to a group chat. No, because she didn't intentionally conduct any kind of classified affair or business out of that server at all, which I think is pretty obvious given the fact that of the tens of thousands of emails they went through, there were like 100 that ended up being classified. So it seems to be the case that if you do think there's a malicious intent, which is fair to assume or to use as the basis of an investigation, when people searched more, they weren't able to find all these troves of classified emails. They weren't able to find this intent to do business that was circumventing some kind of government oversight. That just never was the case. There were no charges brought. There isn't even an accusation that that was the case. People use private phones and everything for a whole bunch of different things. There's nothing wrong with it. There's just certain types of stuff that either have to happen on official lines that need to be preserved for record keeping, for instance, war plans, or stuff that should be communicated in a secured environment like war plans. Isn't 100 a lot? Why did she not get in trouble? Because I think of the 100 or so classified emails that were found, I think most of them were retroactively classified. So stuff comes out and then retroactively like classification is applied to stuff. I believe somebody can find the exact number. I don't remember. Why did she not get in trouble? Because in order to be criminally prosecuted, her behavior was criticized by Comey. He did come out publicly and criticize it, saying that they were being sloppy. Everybody in the State Department was being sloppy with how they treated communications that could become classified or might be classified if people just are missing the marking on the email or whatever. But in order to be criminally liable for it, you have to prove intent. That's why Biden wasn't criminally charged. It's why Pence wasn't criminally charged. Simply removing classified information or having classified information in some area where it's not supposed to be is not enough to rise to the level of a criminal charge. You have to demonstrate a willing maintaining of that information outside of a secure environment, like a knowledgeable or like you have to act with like willful recklessness with regards to that information or something like that. So none of that rose to that level, or at least the FBI didn't feel like it did. And I mean, typically it usually doesn't. You would have to see somebody say like it would be really difficult to prove that. Like somebody would have to literally say something as stupid as, I was supposed to declassify this when I was president, but I didn't, but I'm showing it to you now. Like they'd have to say something like crazy like that to probably convict somebody of the crime of willfully retaining secret information. Or they would have to do crazy shit like trying to hide the information intentionally, like moving boxes around their Mar-a-Lago residence, knowing that investigators were coming, then lying about turning over all of it. They'd have to do stuff like that to demonstrate a willful intent to maintain classified information outside of an area where it's supposed to be stored. But, you know. Hillary was also never in office. Hillary, I don't know, I think it was for all 8 years. Hillary was the head of the Department of State under Barack Obama, which was her office, where she would have dealt with classified information. Was it? It was for all 8 years, right? Was it not for all 8 years? I don't remember. Maybe it was for 4. Maybe it was for 1. Maybe it was for 69. Secretary of State, United States. Timeline. Jesus Christ, what the fuck is this? It's bullshit. Okay, maybe Kerry was second term? Oh, this is much easier. Never mind, hold on, sorry. Okay, yeah. Oh, we got a Harry Sisson response to our drama memes. Oh boy. 2.5 minutes. Here, watch this for a bit. We'll be back 1 sec.
That's a big. Her father was a great, Pat Summerall, a great announcer, really great football player and announcer for the NFL for like 27 years. He really got the NFL. He did pretty well with the NFL. He got him off to a very good start, didn't he? But he was great. But she's got those same traits. So thank you very much, Susie. Great job. Also, we're going to go to somebody that's really the rage right now. She's the youngest ever White House press secretary, Caroline Levitt. Caroline, look at you, huh? They said, sir, she's just too young. And I said, I don't know about that. She did awfully good because she did it during the campaign and she was awfully good. And she's been amazing. She just did another one just a little while ago. She looked at Susie and looked at me. I don't know. I think I'm ready, sir. How old are you? 27, right? 27. And I said, you're not too young. And she's knocking them dead. Everyone's talking about you. Thank you very much. Great job. And we have somebody else who's like a rocket ship, the counselor to the president. She served me well. I'm going to miss her, but we'll see a lot of her anyway. I hope it's on friendly basis because I've got to be very concerned because she's going to be the new U.S. Attorney for the District of New Jersey. Alina, where's Alina Habba? Alina Habba. Thanks, Elena. She's going to be great. I'll tell you, she's going to be great. She's a great lawyer and lives in New Jersey. And I said, that sounds like a good combination. Everybody wanted that job. They're all looking for the job. I said, wait a minute, doesn't Elena live in New Jersey? Yeah, I think Elena's going to get that job. So congratulations, Elena. It's fantastic. I'm also thrilled to say that we have more women in our cabinet than any Republican president in the history of our country. And joining us today is a woman I've known a long time. You talk about strong women. This is a strong woman. Remember, they were saying, he doesn't like strong women. That may be true, but if that's true, I'm in deep trouble because I'm surrounded. I got the strongest women. And this is a beautiful, strong, wonderful woman, Attorney General Pam Bondi. But yesterday, you know, she was talking about these guys that like burning down cars and plants and everything else. And I was watching her on television. She said, I'm going to get you. We're going to find you. And you're going to suffer. And I say, man, I don't want her after me. And, you know, it's amazing. The attacks have gone down very, very precipitously. And so Pam is fantastic. Thank you very much, Pam. Really amazing. Along with a woman who was given a very hard and difficult problem, the cost of eggs. This was the problem. The cost of eggs. Eggs were through the roof. If you got to see the Biden chart, it's like a rocket ship, and Trump is like this way. But I gave Brooke the Secretary of Agriculture, and I didn't know it. I didn't know it. She studied that in college. I didn't know that. I was going to give it to her anyway. It didn't matter that she studied, but it sort of helped, right? But she came in and she lowered the cost of eggs by almost 50% in 3 weeks. Someday you're going to tell us that secret. I want to find out. But the chart looks great. It's Biden like this, and then we're like this. But we also, by the way, we lowered energy costs really like tremendously. Energy's way down. Cost of gasoline's way down. The cost of groceries, a word that I used a lot on the campaign. It's like an old-fashioned word, but it's a beautiful word, very descriptive word. And the groceries are coming down, Brooke, at a level that we're finally getting costs under control in our country. And people don't like talking about it because it's so good, it's so positive. I haven't seen one story on eggs plummeting by 50%. But someday they'll get around to writing it. Secretary of Education, she's trying to put herself out of a job. Linda, she's trying to put herself out of a job. She's moving education back to the states, and she's doing it at a rapid rate, and she's an amazing woman. I've known her also for a long time. She's been amazing. No matter where she's been successful, including with her husband building a tremendous empire. And Linda McMahon is very special. Thank you, Linda. Thank you. And it's getting praised, by the way, the concept of moving education back to the states, back to the mothers and the fathers. And you probably do it for less than half, and you're going to have great, great schools. You know, I say that in our country they have charts, and they rate the countries, various countries, and Norway and Denmark and Sweden and lots of places are rated at the top. And Finland, China's rated very high too. Tell me, that takes the big problem out, because if they can do it, that's big, so we can do it. And we're rated toward the bottom. We're at number 37, 38, 39, or 40 out of 40. So we're just about last. And yet we're first in one very nice category, cost per pupil. So obviously there's something wrong. We just have to repeat that, Linda, and everybody says, well, I guess it's time to do it. And it's been that way for a long time. And originally we had it run by home states, so we never had that kind of a problem. But it's going to be, Katie, it's going to be brought back again, and Linda's going to do it. And I just say, you know, she said, you basically want me to get out of government, don't you? I said, that's right. Do your job and get out, but I promise I'll have something else for you, okay? I promise I'll have something even better for you, all right? But you're doing a job, and we appreciate it. Also, a special man. He's got a tremendous majority. It's so easy, a majority of about one. I think he's the only man could do the job because everybody loves him. Everybody respects him. He's really smart. Really, he's so nice. People say, is he smart? I said, you have no idea. He's actually, he's really nice because he's smart. He knows it's the only way you can live with it. Where is Mike? Mike, it's the only way you can do it. He's the nicest guy. But in actuality, he's not a nice person. He's ruthless. You haven't seen this guy when he gets angry. I'll ruin your image overnight. He is a phenomenal guy. Our great speaker, Mike Johnson. Thank you very much. I don't know. Is that good or bad for you? I'm not so sure. It's okay. He said whatever the heck you want to say is okay. First female Republican Attorney General of Iowa and an early supporter of Trump. And where's Brenna Bird? Brenna, thank you very much. She's so popular in Iowa. She came out so early, and I appreciate it very much. That's great. Alaska Lieutenant Governor Nancy Dahlstrom. Nancy, thank you, Nancy. Thank you very much. You have a great governor, too, by the way, Nancy. He's also tall. He's seriously tall. I mean, the guy's like 7'2". He is a tall guy, but he's a great governor. And I have a son who's tall like him. And Barron is very tall. They're all tall, but Barron's seriously tall, right? So anyway, say hello to him. He's a great governor. South Carolina Lieutenant Governor Pamela Evett. Where is Pamela? Thank you very much. Good job you're doing. Great job. Good. And good luck with...
I forgot to turn my speakers on. Did he say anything fun?
With everything. I know it's big stuff, right? Oh, good. Thank you. Well, you have a great governor. Oklahoma Agricultural Commissioner.
No. It's time for a daily hypocritical Joe clip. It's always time for those clips, baby. What? Here. Come here. Look. Here. Hi. Wait, is it actually...
I still see, if you are a journalist in Washington, I see these CNN correspondents running up and chasing down senators in the hallways, being like, Senator, what about the January 6th Commission? Senator, do you support the against January 6th Commission? What about subpoena power whenever it comes to the January 6th Commission? Meanwhile, and we recently covered this, there is a national reckoning around home prices in America.
Okay, but they're not mutually exclusive, right?
Well,
but the January 6th thing is important.
See, it is important, but is it the 6 months later? Should be the ruling number one conversation of a journalist?
I think it's really important, and one of the reasons why I think it's important because it highlights the reasons why a guy like Donald Trump is so fucking dangerous. Is because a guy can incite a bunch of morons to do something really fucking stupid. And now that he's silenced off of social media, and now that that actually did happen, once it becomes a thing, it could be like mass shootings, right? They didn't exist, then they did. Right. Now they're a thing. So that could be a thing again.
If it was a real commission, I would believe you, Joe. But knowing how these things work, I know that this commission
fucking hack, fuck, partisan loser
would be some sort of bullshit, like the Benghazi report before it, or many of these others. And maybe we should even ask, why are these people all like, why are you willing to storm the Capitol for Trump?
They already said why. What do you mean? It's not really that hard to understand if you listen to literally anything he was saying, you dipshit.
I can help you out with that.
Yeah, please tell me. Yeah,
because they're idiots. There's a lot of idiots.
It's not just because they're idiots.
It's very easy to survive.
But I think here's the thing.
But that is what it is.
Here's where I really agree with you.
He got another victim to the woke mind virus, unfortunately.
That has exploded in the past week. I want to talk openly and honestly about this entire controversy that has exploded in the past week. First and foremost, I want to start by saying I fucked up. I should have told the people I was talking to that there were other people, and of course I regret that decision, and I've reflected on it a lot, and I'm learning and going to be better in the future. Now, what I will say is that this entire situation has been blown wildly out of proportion by MAGA Republicans to further their political agenda. Like, we we all know that they don't actually care about this. They just hate me. That's why they care. I mean, when has MAGA ever cared about women? Also, MAGA has been spreading misinformation about the situation, so I want to set the record straight. I was not in a relationship with anyone. I wasn't exclusive with anyone. I never met anybody in person. I never spoke to anybody on the phone, and it was done among consensual adults. That's it. It was a very casual thing. Additionally, we as Democrats have to get better at recognizing someone who makes a mistake and can learn from that mistake, and someone who does actual harm to a community. We cannot, as a party, just attack and demonize people who make mistakes, people who are learning from their actions. If we ever want to hold office ever again and actually win an election, our umbrella should be as wide as possible, and we shouldn't be trying to silence people or push people away who are vocal on these issues. And the final thing I'll say about this is that people involved in this situation released my private text messages, private photos of me, intimate details about me that intended to stay private without my knowledge or consent. I didn't consent to any of that, a complete violation of my privacy. And I think that regardless of your political beliefs, you can agree that that's wrong. I certainly wouldn't do that to somebody, and I know you wouldn't either. One thing I'm particularly proud of my generation for doing is moving past this idea that we should idolize politicians beyond their impact. However, I'd like to look at the other side of the coin. When politics becomes a game of pointing out any small mistakes someone makes, we are putting our feelings above what truly matters, how we are all impacted by the actions our leaders take. And I'll conclude with this. I have some bad news for MAGA. I know they thought they could use this situation to try to take me down or silence me, but that was never going to work. I'm still going to be vocal about the things I care about and fight for the things I care about. And if that upsets MAGA, then so be it.
Nice. Devin Archer, the business partner to Hunter Biden, I think he testified against Hunter, apparently got pardoned. He had all these hours of testimony. I feel like I remember this from so long ago. Supposedly he had so much testimony he was supposed to bury Hunter Biden, but like nothing ever fucking came of it. But Trump pardoned him, thank God. Did Hunter not get convicted? Not for anything related to what they were going after him for. They went on a fishing expedition and ultimately convicted him of not paying his taxes quick enough because there were some overdue taxes, and for having a firearm but also doing drugs. Not at the exact same time, but just overlapping. Good one. My Second Amendments. Jesus.
Care about rules and laws or borders or enforcers.
Is she dressed up like a superhero? Is this like a Captain Marvel outfit?
Since I don't acknowledge you, you're not real. You're a superhero like me, so act like it. Act like a god, because that's what you are.
Okay. That's Spider-Woman.
Right? Democrats still think the currency of politics is money and the currency of politics is attention. And that's a huge difference between the two sides right now.
I think the steel man is very easy to make here. Department of Government Efficiency. That sounds like an organization that's needed if government is inefficient. And one of the themes of our book is just how inefficient government can be. Not only at building houses, building energy, often at achieving its own ends. Building high-speed rail when it wants to build high-speed rail. Adding affordable housing units when it wants to add affordable housing units. You know, I love Ezra's line that we don't just need to think about, deregulating the market. We need to think about deregulating government itself.
Did these guys both write a book together? Are they the ones that, I know that Ezra has some book, Abundance or something, that he released? a while ago. Am I making this up?
Getting the rules out of the way that keep government from achieving the democratic outcomes that it's trying to achieve. This is a world in which a department of government efficiency is a godsend.
I was 14 when Hillary was in government. I see people mention her emails in Benghazi, but I don't know much about the two. Is there a 20-second explanation for Benghazi emails? The emails thing, were we made aware of this because of the Benghazi, or not the Benghazi stuff, because of the Guccifer leaks from the DNC? Is that when that first happened? Basically, Hillary had, she used a private email for like doing work, I guess. And then the accusation snowballed into she was using the email to conduct like business that should have been conducted on a private government line, that she was doing like classified business or whatever on her private server when she should have been doing it on a government server. There was a huge fucking investigation. Not that much classified material was found. They could never prove that she knew any of it was like classified or anything like that. They didn't find the intent of her operating like that, but Republicans found a way to drag this out for years and years and years, trying to imply that she was intentionally trying to hide stuff from the government by doing business on a private email server that literally everybody knew she was using. So she did a shitty job at hiding it if that was her goal. The Benghazi stuff, I have not dug deep into the Benghazi stuff. My understanding is that there was an attack on an embassy, I think, and they had to pull out people from that embassy as a result of the attack. I think people died for the Benghazi stuff, but Republicans try to claim that the State Department should have known ahead of time because they had some low-quality evidence that there might have been an incoming attack, which I'm sure we get on all of our embassies all the time. They try to say that Hillary Clinton was basically responsible for that. They did a ton of hearings on this. Famously, Hillary Clinton sat through an 11-hour, I think it was just one hearing, right? 11 hours of hearings, but they didn't find any malicious intent or that they dropped the ball horrendously on something, I think. Yeah. If I recall, shit around her email started, shit started once FOIA requests on her calendar and schedule found nothing for years. That might be true. I don't know. I'm not sure.
We should be absolutely obsessed with making government work well, especially if we're going to be the kind...
Why did she delete her private email server email after getting a subpoena? She didn't delete it. The person who was managing the server, I think, ended up wiping everything. But I think this was... I don't know if these were things that he was doing like sequentially, or not sequentially, like on schedule or whatever. Although I think he had received the request already to retain the information. But I mean, the FBI interviewed him and they went through everything, and I don't think they ever charged him with a crime. It didn't seem like he was intentionally trying to hide it or anything, is what they ultimately came to the conclusion of. But they've seen troves of her emails on other people's computers. Everything, they were able to find any wrongdoing at all. So, oh, he had immunity for testifying or whatever, so that's why he wasn't charged with a crime. But I don't believe Hillary had immunity for anything, though. But some people will say because he had immunity, then he didn't indict Hillary on anything. But
of liberals who believe that government is important in the first place.
In my lifetime, the Democratic Party has never been as internally fragmented and weak, leaderless, rudderless as it is right now. Now, it won't stay that way. You cannot change American politics. You can't change the Democratic Party if you're not willing to upset people. Donald Trump reformed the Republican Party by being able to fight Republicans. He ran a...
The following is a conversation with Ezra Klein and Derek Thompson. Ezra is one of the most influential voices representing the left wing of American politics. He is a columnist for the New York Times, author of Why We're Polarized, and host of the Ezra Klein Show. Derek is a writer at The Atlantic, author of Hitmakers and On Work, and host of the Plain English podcast. Together, they've written a new book, simply titled Abundance, that lays out a kind of manifesto for the left. It is already a controversial, widely debated book, but I think it puts forward a powerful vision for what the Democratic Party could stand for in the coming election. If I may, let me comment on the fact that sometimes in this podcast, I delve into the dark realm of politics. Indeed, politics often divides us, and frankly, brings out the worst in some very smart people. Plus, to me, it is frustrating how much of the political discourse is drama and how little of it is rigorous, empathetic discussion of policy. I hate this, but I guess I understand why. If the other side is called either Hitler or Stalin online by swarms of chanting mobs, it's hard to carry out a nuanced discussion about immigration, healthcare, housing, education, foreign policy, and so on. On top of that, anytime I talk about politics, half the audience is pissed off at me. And no, there is no audience capture. I get shit on equally by different groups across the political spectrum, depending on the guest. Why, I don't know, but I'm slowly coming to accept that this is the way of the world. I try to maintain my cool, return hate with compassion, and learn from the criticism and the general madness of it all.
Wow.
Still, I think it's valuable to sometimes talk about politics. It's an important part of the big picture of human civilization, but indeed, it is only still a small part. My happy place is talking to scientists, engineers, programmers, video game designers, historians, philosophers, musicians, athletes, filmmakers, and so on. So I apologize for the occasional detour into politics,
Hi, baby.
especially over the past few months. I did a few conversations with world leaders, and I have a few more coming up. So there will be a few more political podcasts coming out, in part so I can be better prepared to deeply understand the mind, the life, and the perspective of each world leader.
Okay.
I hope you come along with me on this journey into the darkness of politics, as I try to shine a light on the complex human mess of it all, hoping to understand us humans better, always backed, of course, by deep, rigorous research and by empathy.
Thank you.
Long term, I hope for political discussions to be only a small percentage of this podcast. If it's not your thing, please just skip these episodes. Or maybe come along anyway, since both you and I are reluctant travelers on this road trip. But who knows what we'll learn together about the world and about ourselves.
True.
This is the Lex Rubin Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Ezra Klein and Derek Thompson. You are both firmly on the left of the U.S. political spectrum. Ezra, I've been a fan of yours for a long time. You're often referred to, at least I think of you as one of the most intellectually rigorous voices on the left. Can you define the ideals and the vision of the American left?
Oh, good. We're starting small here.
And maybe contrast them with the American right.
Sure. So the thing I should say...
Hi, family Ukraine. Their city is getting messed up right now. As an American, do you have any advice for me when they tell me they feel hopeless, betrayed, and abandoned by the U.S. as your president favors Russia? Nope. Tell them to leave. Move. I don't know. Good luck.
Here is that you can define the left in different ways. I think the left has a couple fundamental views. One is that life is unfair. We are born with different talents. We are born into different nations, right? The luck of being born into America is very different than the luck of being born into Venezuela. We are born into different families. We have luck operating as an omnipresence across our entire lives. And as such, the people for whom it works out well, we don't deserve all of that. We got lucky. I mean, we also worked hard and we also had talent and we also applied that talent. But at a very fundamental level, that we are sitting here is unfair. And that so many other people are in conditions that are much worse, much more precarious, much more exploited is unfair. And one of the fundamental roles of government should not necessarily be to turn that unfairness into perfect equality, but to rectify that unfairness into a kind of universal dignity, right? So people can have lives of flourishing. So I'd say that's one thing. The left is fundamentally more skeptical of capitalism and particularly unchecked forms of capitalism than the right. I always think this is hard to talk about because what we call unchecked capitalism is nevertheless very much supported by government. So I think in a way you have both. Like markets are things that are enforced by government. Whether they are, how you set the rules of them is what ends up differing between the left and the right. But the left tends to be more worried about the fact that you could get rich building coal-fired power plants, belching pollution into the air, and you could get rich laying down solar panels, and the market doesn't know the difference between the two. And so there's a set of goals about regulating the unchecked potential of capitalism that also relates to sort of exploitation of workers. There's like very fundamental questions about how much people get paid, how much power they have. Again, the rectification of economic and other forms of power is very fundamental to the left. When you think about what the minimum wage is, I am a successful podcast host. When I go into a negotiation with the New York Times, I have a certain amount of market power in that negotiation because other firms want to hire me. When you are a minimum wage worker, the reason we have a minimum wage is in part to rectify a power problem. A lot of workers do not have market power. They do not have a bunch of job opportunities. They're not working with firms. And by the way, without certain kinds of regulation, those firms will cartelize and make it so they can hold down wages anyway. So trying to rectify power imbalances is, I think, another thing folks on the left take more seriously. That would be a start of things that I think broadly unite maybe let's call it the intuitions. I want to say that's a podcast answer, not a book. I'm sure I left a million things out here, but I'll start there.
I mean, there's a lot of fascinating things there on the unfairness of life. that could be the interperson unfairness. So one person getting more money than another person, or more skills or more natural abilities than another person. And then there's just the general unfairness of the environment, the luck of the draw, the things that happen. All of a sudden you cross a street and the car runs a red light and runs you over and you're in the hospital. So that unfairness of life. And in general, I guess the left sees there's some role or a lot of role for government to help you when that unfairness strikes. And then maybe there's also a general notion of the size of government. I think the left is more comfortable with larger government as long as it's effective and efficient, at least in this idea.
That's certainly true in the last 100 years. It was New Deal liberals who enlarged the government in the 1930s. It was Republicans who acquiesced to that larger government in the 1950s. And then starting in the 1970s, 1980s, it's typically been conservatives who've tried to constrict government. Sometimes they failed, while liberals have typically tried to expand, certainly taxing and spending. But one thing that I was thinking as Ezra was talking, and I was just writing this down because I thought Ezra's answer was really lovely, but like at a really high level, I thought, maybe disagree with this. I thought about distinguishing between liberals and conservatives based on three factors: what each side fears, what each side values, and what each side tolerates. I think liberals fear injustice, and conservatives often fear cultural radicalism or the destruction of society. And as a result, they value different things. Liberals, I think, tend to value change. And at the level of government, that can mean change in terms of creating new programs that don't previously exist. It's typically been liberals, for example, who've been trying to expand health coverage, while conservatives have tried to cut it back. Just in the last few years, it was Biden who tried to add a bunch of programs, whether it was infrastructure, the CHIPS and Science Act, the IRA, and then Trump comes into office and is unwinding it. And then I also think they tolerate different things. I think liberals are more likely to tolerate a little bit of overreach, a little bit of radicalism in terms of trying to push society into a world where it hasn't been. Well, I think conservatives are more likely to tolerate injustice. They're more likely to say there's a kind of natural inequality in the nature of the world, and we're not going to try to overcorrect for it with our policies. And so I think that even at a layer above what Ezra was articulating with the policy differences between liberals and conservatives, there's almost like an archetypal difference between what they fear and value and tolerate. Liberals fearing injustice, seeking change, tolerating sometimes a bit of what people might think of as overreach, while conservatives fear that overreach, value tradition, and often tolerate injustice.
The only thing I would say is that I do think this sort of the left likes big government, the right likes small government oversimplifies.
Yeah, I was going to say, one of the issues, I'm sure they'll get into it because it's a long fucking show, is you run into an issue of those concepts that I talk about, those tricky, sneaky concepts, where I don't like speaking only on a conceptual level without giving examples. Although, to be fair, the other guy did give examples, which is nice. But Ezra's probably about to say it. When you talk about like big government, in some ways, you know, the conservatives do like big government. In some ways, liberals do like small government. Sometimes it depends on the issue that you're talking about. So you have to get a bit more granular there about what it is you're discussing when you say government overreach or whatever the fuck else. But
the left is pretty comfortable with an expansive government that is trying to correct for some of the imbalances of power and injustices and imbalances of luck I talked about earlier. The right is very comfortable with a very powerful police and surveillance and national security state. I always think about the sort of George W. Bush era, although right now with ICE agents hassling all kinds of green card holders, you can think about this moment too. But the right's view that on the one hand, the government is incompetent, and on the other hand,
it's impossible. Like that can't be a fundamental axiom that they don't trust big government, or that they don't trust. What are you doing? Chill. Like they'll say things like they don't trust the FBI, they don't trust the CIA, they don't trust all these federal bodies. But whoo-wee, when it comes to the FBI working with ICE, when it comes to the Department of Homeland Security and immigrants or deporting immigrants, now all of a sudden these agencies are gods, you know?
We could send our army across oceans, invade Afghanistan and Iraq, and then rebuild these societies we don't understand into fully functioning liberal democracies that will be our allies, was an extraordinary level of trust in a very big government. I mean, that was expensive. That took manpower. That was, compared to we're going to set up, you know, the Affordable Care Act in America, that took a lot more faith in the U.S. government being able to do something that was extraordinarily difficult. But the left has more confidence in the government of the check, and the right has more confidence in the government of the gun.
You're right. There's some degree to which when the right speaks about the size of government, it's a little bit rhetoric and not actual policy, because they seem to always grow the size of government.
That's not at all what he said, but okay.
Anyway, they just kind of say small government, but they don't. It's, you know, in the surveillance state, in the foreign policy in terms of military involvement abroad, and really in every program, they're not very good at cutting either. They just kind of like to say it.
Cutting is really hard. If government spends trillions of dollars, and if you cut billions of dollars, someone is going to feel that pain and they're going to scream. And so you look at defense spending under Reagan, you look at overall spending under Reagan. Reagan might be one of the most archetypally conservative presidents of the last 40, 50 years. he utterly failed in his attempt to shrink government. Government grew under Reagan. Defense grew. All sorts of programs grew. So I think that one thing we're sort of scrambling around in our answers is that at a really high level, there are differences between liberalism and conservatism in American history. But often at the level of implementation, it can be a little bit messy. Even Bush's foreign policy that Ezra was describing, sort of from a big sense of American history, is very like Wilsonian, right? This sense of like it's America's duty to go out and change the world.
Or to use a current example, McKinleyan.
Or McKinleyan, right. And a lot of people compare Donald Trump's foreign policy to Andrew Jackson, this sense of we need to pull back from the world, America first. We need to care about what's inside of our borders and care much less about what's outside of our borders. You're going out. Sometimes the differences between Republican and Democratic administrations don't fall cleanly into the lines of liberal versus conservative because those definitions can be mushy.
All right, so to descend down from the platonic ideals of the left and the right, well, who is actually running the show on the right and the left? Who are the dominant forces? Maybe you could describe, and you mentioned Democratic Socialists, the progressives, maybe liberals, maybe more sort of mainstream left, and the same on the right with Trump and Trumpism.
So on the right, it's pretty straightforward at the moment. And the right is composed differently than it was 10 years ago. But the right is run by Donald Trump and the people who have been given the nod of power by Donald Trump.
Yep.
So that is right now Elon Musk, but Elon Musk's power is coming from Donald Trump.
Yep.
That is, maybe in some degrees J.D. Vance, maybe in some degrees Russ Vought, maybe sometimes, Homans over at DHS. The right, beneath that, the Republicans in Congress are extraordinarily disempowered compared to in other administrations. They are sort of being told what to do, and they are doing what they are told. Republicans in Congress, Senate Republicans, they didn't want Pete Hegseth. They didn't want Kash Patel. They didn't want Tulsi Gabbard. They didn't want RFK Jr. Nobody got elected to be a Republican in the Senate, hoping that they would confirm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., a member of the Kennedys, a Democrat who was pro-choice and running as a Democrat 2 years ago, for HHS. But Donald Trump told them to do it, and they did. So the right has developed a very, very top-down structure. And one of Trump's talents, one of the things that makes him a disruptive force in politics, is his ability to upend the sort of coalitional structure, the interest group structure that used to prevail. The Koch brothers were the big enemy of the left, 10, 15 years ago. The view was that in many ways they set the agenda of the right. The Koch brother network is much less powerful under Donald Trump because he just disagrees with them and has disempowered them. Not to say none of their people or none of their groups are meaningful at all. They are, but you wouldn't put them at the forefront in the way that you might have at another time. Right this second, we're using the left, but Democrats are in fundamental disarray. There is no leader. Senate Democrats decided to vote for the continuing resolution avoiding a shutdown, or a critical mass of them did. Hakeem Jeffries, the leader of the House Democrats, and Chuck Schumer, the leader of Senate Democrats, are in bitter disagreement over whether or not they should have done that. Democratic leadership isn't even united on the single biggest point of leverage they might have had. They disagree over whether or not it was even a point of leverage. Outside of them, the party has no leader, which is fairly normal after a pretty crushing defeat. But there isn't the next in line. So you go back, right? And it was pretty clear that, after Barack Obama, it was going to be Hillary Clinton. After Hillary Clinton, it was either going to be Joe Biden or Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders had come in second in the primary. Joe Biden had been the vice president. You often have a presumptive next nominee who the party can look to for kind of leadership. Even after 2000, Al Gore was still giving big speeches. There was a question about Al Gore running again. There is no presumptive in the Democratic Party right now. You can't turn around and say, oh, it's going to be Pete Buttigieg. It's going to be Josh Shapiro. It's going to be Gretchen Whitmer. Absent, parties are given force. Modern parties, which are quite weak by historical standards, modern parties tend to be given force by a centralizing personality. Donald Trump being a very strong example of that on the right, but Barack Obama was the person who held together the Democratic Party for a long time. In my lifetime, the Democratic Party has never been as internally fragmented and weak, leaderless, rudderless, as it is right now. Now, it won't stay that way. There's a rhythm to these things. There'll be a midterm. They're probably going to pick up a bunch of seats in the midterm. If that means Hakeem Jeffries becomes speaker after the midterm, he's going to have a much louder voice because he's going to have power. It's going to be a harder road for Schumer to get back to the majority because of the Senate map. And then we'll start having a primary on the left. And you'll begin to see voices emerge out of that. But right now, the Democratic Party, it doesn't have points of power. There's simply, outside of, at the national level, there is no Democrat who wields control over a branch of government. Right? They don't have the Supreme Court, they don't have the House, they don't have the Senate, they don't have the presidency, and they don't have a next in line. So you're looking at an organization without any of the people in a position to structure it. And the head of the DNC, the new head, Ken Martin, doesn't have power in that way. So it's they're pretty fractured.
You got a lot of criticism for this, but you were one of the people that early on said that Biden should step down. Why is the Democratic Party at this stage in its history so bad at generating the truly inspiring person? To me personally, AOC is an example of a person that might be that person.
You should have her on the show.
What?
I would watch that.
Definitely. I mean, I really try to, and we'll talk about this. I try to do like 2-3 hours, and there's a hesitancy on the left, especially to do these kinds of long programs. I think it's a trust issue. I'm not exactly sure what it is. 80% of the people on the show are left wing. I'm pretty good faith, and I try to bring out the best in people.
Have you invited her? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Well, we'll see what happens when people get closer to 2028.
Sure.
Maybe people begin taking that.
I hope so. Bernie's up there in age, so he can't do it anymore. Why is the Democratic Party so bad at generating?
I don't think it's so bad at generating them. I think that it turned out to be bad at generating them this year. Look, as you mentioned, back in February 2023, I was somebody who came out and said, Biden can't run again. This isn't going to work. And my view, and that was really what that set of pieces was about the argument that even though Biden was clearly going to win the primary, there was still time for Democrats to do something the parties had done in the past and have an open convention. And you could structure the lead up to an open convention in a number of different ways, right? You could have something like a mini primary, but basically you'd have Democrats out in the media, out giving speeches, and their ultimate audience would be the delegates at the Democratic National Convention. And my hope was through that, you would find the person for this moment. The thing for Kamala Harris that was really difficult was she was for another moment. She was picked by Joe Biden in 2020 amidst just a very different political equilibrium, a sense that you had a transitionary moment between two versions of the Democratic Party. Maybe Joe Biden reaching a little bit back to the past, to these sort of lunch pail, blue-collar Democrats. Joe from Scranton was a big part of the Joe Biden appeal. But also, Biden never has a chance if he's not Barack Obama's vice president. And so you have this sort of weird set of historical factors operating at the same time. There's a desire for stability and experience amidst the chaos of Donald Trump and the pandemic. There is Biden as Obama's vice president, who nevertheless did not run in the election after Obama. I think a lot of people look back at 2016 and think, you know what, if Biden had been the candidate, he would have beaten Trump and we would live in a different reality. And then Biden chose Harris as an effort to shore up his own at least assumed weaknesses, right? He's a white man in the Democratic Party at a time when the Democratic Party is diversifying. And when the view of how you win elections is you put back together the Obama coalition. And the Obama coalition is young people, it's voters of color, and it's enough working class white voters and then college educated white voters, right? That's the Obama coalition. And so Biden picks Harris, for different reasons. My view at that time was I was sort of a Tammy Duckworth person and thought he should have picked Tammy Duckworth. But there are different people out there. And then the kind of moment that Harris was running in just sort of dissipates. First, she has a particular background from California, where she's a tough on crime. Her book is called Smart on Crime Prosecutor. But she runs in the Democratic Party at a time when it's turned on that kind of politics. People want a lot from her personally, but they don't want a sort of prosecutorial character. So she sort of abandons that and never, I think, really finds another political identity, certainly before she begins running, in 2024 that works. But she's a talented debater. She's a very talented performer on the stump. But she doesn't really have a theory of politics and policy that she's identified with. But she's a way for Biden to signal that he understands that him being, in 2020, a 78-year-old white guy, he understands the future is not him, or at least not just him. And he's sort of trying to make a coalitional pick that speaks to his own, potential weaknesses. I think by 2024, you have two problems, right? Once he only steps down, what is it, June? They are weeks from the DNC. They don't have time anymore for an open convention. You now have the Biden administration is very unpopular for a number of reasons, but particularly inflation and cost of living. So now you have Kamala Harris running with a sort of anvil of being associated. I mean, it's a Biden-Harris administration. She doesn't really have a lane on cost of living. It's not something she's known for working on in the Senate. It's not something she has a bunch of great ideas about, not something she's great at talking about. It's probably not the candidate you would pick for a cost of living election. And she's had no time to build that out, right? Maybe if she had been running in a primary for, a year and a half, having to fend off Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders and Pete Buttigieg and whomever else, she either would have figured out how to do it, right? Primaries are periods of education and learning for the candidates too, or they would have found somebody else who could do it. But she doesn't get any of that, right? She's thrown into the game with 3 months to go. So, they picked the candidate in 2020 who won. Whether you think Biden's inspiring or not, he was a reasonable pick for that moment. He should have never run for a second term, and he sort of implied to a lot of people that he wouldn't. And then the handover to Harris was a very difficult handover to a candidate who didn't go through any kind of selection process for the moment in which he was running. We'll see what they do in 2028, but the consequences of what they did in 2024 have been severe.
There's two really big questions on the table that I think click together in an interesting way. You asked, one, why did Trump win? And two, why do Democrats have this certain communication style that might make them less interested in coming onto an unstructured 3-hour conversation with you? Let me try to tell a story that connects them. I think Trump's victory in 2024 was overdetermined. There are a lot of factors here. Number one, if you look internationally, incumbents lost all over the world. They lost in the US, they lost in Europe, they lost in pretty much every developed country at rates that we really haven't seen in 50 years. And that's largely because the inflation crisis that came after COVID created an absolute disaster for incumbent establishment power. People couldn't bring prices down, voters were furious, and they were destroying establishment orders all over the world. Democrats happened to be in power, and as a result, they got the brunt of it. That's number one. Number two, if you look at elections over the 21st century, two things are true. One, almost every election is unbelievably close. For reasons that I'm not sure I entirely understand, the parties have gotten really good historically.
It is really weird that, like, even in our quote-unquote blowout elections, for some reason it seems like in American politics, our elections are always very, very, very close. And they always swing back and forth, like, over and over again. It's kind of weird. From Republican to Democrat to Republican to Democrat.
Bizarrely good at getting each group to come to the polls with about 48%, such that every election is a battle over the next 1.5%. And in a world like that, little thermostatic swings are very important. And what we've seen over the last few years, and there's this theory about thermostatic public opinion in American politics that says that what often happens in politics is one party has a very compelling message of change, they become the establishment, and then they become the victims of exactly the weapon that they marshaled. That then the next outgroup party says, we have a theory of change and we're going to throw out the bums. And the next party comes in and they overreach and then they lose. In a world where you have thermostatic change and every election is very close, you tend to have elections swinging back and forth. So I think that also explains why Democrats and Republicans have struggled to hold on to power for 6-year, 8-year, 12-year terms the same way they did, say, in the 1930s or 1960s. But finally, you have to look at what kind of character Donald Trump is and what kind of a media figure he is. We were just talking off camera about how every age of communications technology revolution clicks into focus a new skill that is suddenly in critical demand for the electorate, right? The world of radio tech.
Somebody's doing something on my hallway, Jesus.
Technology is a world in which Franklin Delano Roosevelt can be powerful in a way that he can't be in the 1890s. And then you have the 1950s. Dwight Eisenhower, 1956, I believe, was the first televised national convention. Famously, the 1960 presidential debates between JFK and Richard Nixon take an election that is leaning toward Nixon and make it an election that's leaning toward JFK because he's so damn handsome and also just electrically compelling on a screen. We have a new screened technology right now, which is not just television on steroids. It's a different species entirely. And it seems to provide value for
attention whores,
individuals, influencers, and even celebrities and politicians who are good at something like live wire authenticity.
True.
They're good at performing authenticity, as paradoxical as that sounds. Trump is an absolute marvel at performing authenticity, even when the audience somehow acknowledges that he might be bullshitting. He's just an amazing performer for this age. And it speaks to the fact that he seems to be, to borrow Ezra's term, remarkably disinhibited in front of every single audience. There doesn't seem to be this sort of background algorithm in his head calculating exactly how to craft his message to different audiences. He just seems to be like a live wire animal in front of every audience. And I think that compares very distinctly to the democratic character of bureaucratic caution in our age.
Yeah.
And there is a really important distinction between this vibe of the Trumpian ruler and the vibe of the rule follower. And the vibe of the bureaucratic rule follower is a little bit afraid of unstructured conversation, is always performing the background algorithm of how do I communicate in a way that balances all of the coalitions on my side. Because if you look at the Democratic Party right now to compare to the Republican Party, I mean, in 2015, I think there were 4 political parties in America. There was MAGA, there was the center right, there was the Bernie wing, and there was the Biden, Clinton, Obama wing. And what happened is that Trump killed and skinned the center right and is now wearing it as a hat. The entire Republican Party is Donald Trump wearing the skins of the old center right, the Romney wing. And the Democratic Party is still a fight. It's exactly what Ezra described. It's a jungle. And maybe there's something about that jungle nature of the Democratic Party that is making some of its leaders perform this sort of coalitional calculation when they're communicating, such that it makes them less interested in appearing in settings that might cost them, that might not benefit them in exactly the sort of pre-calculated way they have to get their message across. And so there's not necessarily a whole lot of empirics to that theory. I'm a little bit going on vibes here, and maybe Ezra sees some flaws to the theory.
It's an age of the vibe.
It's the age of the vibe. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm trying to perform the live wire authenticity that I'm describing. But I do think that might begin to explain why you, Lex, might be picking up on a difference between the political vibes, an eagerness and a willingness on the one hand to have kind of unstructured and even chaotic conversations, and to care on the other side about not letting conversations become too unstructured or too careless.
Can I build on that? I know we're supposed to talk about abundance, but I want to talk about this.
There's an abundance of time.
An abundance of time. We're on the Lex Friedman show. So 2 or 3 things. One is Democrats still think the currency of politics is money and the currency of politics is attention. And that's a huge difference between the two sides right now. So what did Kamala Harris come in and do? She came in and raised a shit ton of money, right? Like $1 billion in, record time, basically. She had more money than Donald Trump did and used it to try to buy attention. What it meant for Democrats to be good at social media is to have a good social media team. People in your office somewhere, in your campaign headquarters, who put out cool things on social media, good memes and good advertisements and so on. What it means on the right to be good at social media is to be you personally good at social media. You're Vivek Ramaswamy, you're JD Vance, you're Donald Trump, you're Elon Musk, and what you understand is you are the product. What it means to be good at attention is you are good at attention. Now, Harris, I think, was actually better at some dimensions of this. They were just slightly older dimensions than people always gave her credit for. Hell of a performer on the stump. She was way better on the stump than people realized she would be. And a good debater. She'd always been a good debater. She trashed Donald Trump in that debate. But she does not do social media herself at any level, right? Because she's not going to take risk. Most Democrats still live in a world where the thing that they are optimizing for in attention is to not get negative attention. And what the Trumpist wing of the Republican Party understands, and this is truer for them than it probably would be for Democrats, because for them, the media is the enemy, or at least the mainstream media is, etc., but is that attention, a volume of attention is itself good, and you can only get a critical mass of it if you're willing to accept negative attention. Agenda control doesn't come from positive attention, it comes from conflict. You get agenda control by doing things the other side disagrees with, so they enter into functional agreement with you to keep the thing you're doing at the front. Now, that doesn't make you highly popular. Donald Trump is the most unpopular modern president at this stage of his presidency, except for Donald Trump's first term. It took, I think Nate Silver said it was 221 days for Joe Biden's net favorability to go negative. It's taken something like 55 days for Donald Trump to do the same. So what Donald Trump is doing does not optimize for favorability. It does not optimize, by the way, for big wins. Democrats feel like they got trashed in 2024, and in a way they did. But Trump's popular vote victory was the smallest popular vote victory since 2000, when Al Gore, beat George W. Bush by 17 dogs and 3 old men, or whatever it was. And so attention works really differently. And while I think some of the the Rogan of the left discourse has been frankly overstated, because honestly, the most parsimonious model of 2024 and 2020 is in 2020, you have a 48-48 nation, something like that. Or maybe you have something that's more like a 49 Democrat, 47 Republican nation. And in 2020, because of the pandemic, Donald Trump suffered let's call it a 2.5 point incumbent penalty. People are mad about the pandemic. They're mad about things being chaotic. So he loses 2.5 points. That gives, given the natural split of the electorate, Joe Biden a 4.5 point popular vote victory. In 2024, people are mad about inflation. They're somewhat mad about the border. You have a 2.5 point penalty applied to the incumbent administration. Now it's Harris. And you get a 1.5 point popular vote victory for Donald Trump. I genuinely don't think, and this held internationally too, right? I genuinely don't think you need a lot more to explain the election right now than that. But you do need something more than that to explain Donald Trump's now, since 2016, almost decade-long dominance of all attention in American politics. Starting when he came down the golden escalator in 2015, Donald Trump, American politics from 2015 to 2020, when Joe Biden won, was about Donald Trump. Then from 2020 to 2024, when Joe Biden was president, it was about Donald Trump. And then from 2024 on, it's about Donald Trump. Joe Biden was an attentional void, be it his age, be it their strategy.
That's one of the things I talked about, that me and Dan talked about, that it was actually probably a mistake, the idea that, oh my God, we're like a real president that we're not hyper fixated on all the time. Thank God. But it's probably actually not a good thing. You want the attention whores. We live in an influencer economy. Unironically.
He agreed that the topic of the nation should be Donald Trump, right? When he went back to begin his campaign in 2024, he goes to Valley Forge and gives a speech about January 6th and Donald Trump, right? It wasn't about his own achievements. It was about Donald Trump. Joe Biden didn't do the Super Bowl interview, right? In 2023. That's when I did my thing about this is not going to work. Probably because at that point he was not capable of good extemporaneous interviews. I mean, I think that was my view of them, right? That the revealed thing here was that they didn't trust him to do interviews. I didn't have some inside information about anything. I just looked at what they were doing, what they weren't doing. They're behind in the polls. They weren't doing things like the Super Bowl interview. If you can't turn your candidate into the product, and so that was to me the tell. But attention is the coin of the realm. Now, there are better and worse ways of doing it. I don't think Donald Trump is doing himself huge favors right now. I think there was a path they could have walked to be a majority party. I think that if he was more restrained, more inhibited, if he was able to not do a bunch of things that are mobilizing opposition to him, you could talk about what they would or wouldn't achieve that way, but I think they could be in a much stronger political position. That would make them stronger for the midterms. It would eventually make, JD Vance stronger as a successor. I think they're running a very high risk strategy that has a very reasonable chance of, if they don't make a, what I would call like an autocratic breakthrough, they might completely blow up their own movement, right? It's all very high risk. So for them, like for everybody, for everything, what makes them good at politics is also what makes them bad at politics. But for Democrats, the caution, the sort of bureaucratic culture, the fear of saying anything that will make anybody mad, it is optimized for a different attentional era. And one of the things I am watching, when you were saying about leaders, one of the things I'm watching in the people coming up, the ones who want to run in 2028, is who...
Oh, fuck, because everything is like streaming, because that's my perspective that everything in life is basically like streaming now. I guess something that's kind of funny is one of the things that I always give people the advice, right? The stream through it, all those memes. People will have like a dramatic situation and then they'll think it's like the end of the world. And I'll say like, as long as you keep making content, generally stuff passes. It's just the way of the internet now. In a way, the Republicans kind of operate that way, such that Democrats function in a way where they're too afraid of having these like negative moments. Republicans don't care because they can just have a negative moment and they'll just keep pushing through it. And then eventually people forget, which is what happens. So that's why they can do like horrible thing after horrible thing after horrible thing after horrible thing. They know it just doesn't stick around because it doesn't.
Who seems like they've adapted to this era, not in the way Trump did or Vance did or Musk did. I think they're going to need something different. They fully represent the Twitter era of politics. I mean, Musk bought Twitter. They're sort of all in on what politics right now, what online politics feels like. I think the thing that will come next is someone who's able to synthesize both the lessons of it and the feeling that we all have that it's kind of sick and poisoned. Right? That Twitter's not a good place. X is not a good place. TikTok politics is not a good place. That we're all being turned on each other. Somehow you need to be authentic and authentically angry at what we've all become in the way that Obama ran as a political reformer who hated the red and blue cut of America, who hated what political consultants and pollsters were doing to us. You're not going to have somebody who just echoes. There's not going to be, there will be no Joe Rogan of the left. There will be no Donald Trump of the left because the left is different than the right. But it will have to be something authentically of this era, but also authentic to the backlash to it, which I think as we enter into this period where the president and everybody around him fully embraces this attentional economy, I think people are going to want something different from this attentional economy in 4 years.
And be okay with the negative attention that comes with being authentic.
You're going to have some of it, right? You cannot change American politics. You can't change the Democratic Party if you're not willing to upset people. Donald Trump reformed the Republican Party by being able to fight Republicans. He ran against George W. Bush, against Jeb Bush, against Mitt Romney, against the trade deals, against a bunch of things that were understood to be sacred cows. Somehow this guy ran.
How do you counter that? I don't know. I think there's something to be said. There's another type of analysis that I've never engaged in. There's something to be said for maybe the strength of the conviction of what both parties believe in as well. Or I don't know. Maybe that could be untrue. Like one hypothesis is that Democrats believe in the things that they say that they believe in. So when you run a campaign, you're a little bit constrained by whatever Democratic beliefs are. Whereas on the Republican side, like you can clearly see, because of the way that Trump lives his life and the things that he's done and everything, that there are things that Republicans said they believed in that they clearly never believed in, right? So the complete 180 on a hawkish foreign policy, actually 180s just in the past 2 months on hawkish foreign policies over and over again. It might just be that Republicans, ironically enough, are more powered maybe by an emotional worldview that is more reactive to things that are upsetting them. And so you can capitalize on that better on an emotional sense. Whereas on a Democrat playing field, you're a bit more constrained by policy. You have to be within your certain messaging thing. You've got a lot less room to maneuver. Maybe, I don't know.
Like right after Mitt Romney and John McCain, while attacking Mitt Romney and John McCain, right? If you are not, like the Democratic Party does need to change. It needs to attain a different form because the Obama coalition.
I'm Florida District 1. Valamont does a good job in conflict. She's doing town halls. When people ask questions, she's straight up about her views, even if it's MAGA asking who she knows may not like her answers.
And is exhausted. It's done. It's not going to be able to do that if it doesn't have standard bearers who are willing to say, we were wrong about some things. We have to change our views on some things. We have to act differently and speak differently.
Is there a degree to which the left uniquely attacks its own more intensely than maybe other parts of the political spectrum?
It's possible. You go back to the model that I gave you of 2015, where there used to be these four large parties: MAGA, center right, center left, and left. Right now, the Republican Party is all MAGA.
Like, I understand his analysis, and he's correct in identifying four wings, kind of, but the size and power, like, I don't know if the progressives ever even got as much power in the Democratic Party as like the Tea Party got in the Republican Party. Like the Bernie wing, the progressive wing of the Democratic Party has always been largely absent from Congress or from office in general, I think, until like the justice systems. And even at that, the number was incredibly small. But my understanding was, I think the Freedom Caucus, I want to say were they fucking things up for in the end of Bush's term? How old, or was it just Trump won? When did the Freedom Caucus start? Fuck, this has been so long. No, these were founded in 2015. Who was the Gang of Eight or whatever? That was like under Obama, right? I might just be thinking like Trump. But for whatever reason, Republicans have always just been better at mobilizing their different factions, like in Congress or in elected positions, versus the progressive wing of the Democratic Party was absent from all lawmaking.
So there is no coalitional fight to be had. It's all Donald Trump. And if Donald Trump wants to name a former left-wing environmentalist to be the HHS secretary, everyone says, okay, that sounds like a fantastic idea. That's exactly who we were going to nominate too. Thank you, Donald. That's wonderful. Tip of my tongue. On the Democratic side, there is a fight, and it's happening right now. And our book is trying to win a certain intra-left coalitional fight about defining the future of liberalism in the Democratic Party. So I'm not of the left. I'm certainly not of the far left. I have center-left politics and maybe even like a center-left personality style, if we can even...
What is the solution if they have such a small fraction of power on Congress / the party, but such a big influence in culture, which is what normies steers the party by? People just need to be braver and just not give in all the time to it. Like Republicans are shameless because they know they don't need any shame. They can just say or do whatever, and nobody's going to give a fuck. Nobody's punished the Republicans for sucking off Andrew Tate and all them. But on the left, for some reason, Democratic lawmakers or companies think that progressives have all this power to regulate anything. I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know where this comes from. I don't even know if there are examples of this happening where somebody's lost legitimately. They've legitimately lost an election because they didn't give in to the left enough. I don't know if this has happened before. So I don't know where these fears come from.
Even call it that. But I do not begrudge the left for fighting because there's a fight to be had. In many ways, I think sometimes they see, I'm not endorsing this, I'm describing it. I think they see their near-term opposition as not always the Republican Party, but as the forces in the Democratic Party that are in the way for them controlling one of the two major parties in this country. And so they do have an oppositional style, and maybe that's personality-based. They are fighting the center-left. They are criticizing the center-left consistently. But I want to be good faith about this, even though I don't share their politics, and say that they're doing it because they're trying to win power on the left of center. And so that's why they're criticizing the way they are. Now, our book and much of my writing is an attempt to do a little bit of a very specific dance. Ezra touched on this, I think, really beautifully. We're in an era right now of anti-institution politics, anti-establishment politics. And Democrats are at risk right now as being seen as the party that always defends institutions, the party that always defends the establishment status quo. And that is an absolute death knell, I think, for this century's angry anti-establishment politics. So what we're trying to do is essentially say, here's a way to channel the anger that people have at the establishment, but toward our own ends, right? We believe that we have answers on housing and energy and high-quality governance and science and technology, really good answers that are fiercely critical of the status quo in Democrat-led cities and Democrat-led states. We're trying to be oppositional in a way that's constructive rather than just destructive.
Just to put a nice, pretty bow tie on the whole thing, let me ask for advice. What do I need to do for AOC to do a 3-hour interview with me? Ezra, from your throne of wisdom.
I don't think I know how you get AOC herself to do it. I would not pretend to know her offices or her particular views on this. I do think, though, that you can see different Democrats taking on different kinds of risks. Right now, we're sort of in the age of Gavin Newsom starting a podcast. I mean, Gavin Newsom is the governor of California, and he's spending some percentage of his time
doing a podcast
with Charlie Cook and Michael Savage and Steve Bannon. Gavin Newsom realizes that one lane for a Democrat is to be high risk and talking to virtually everybody. I think Pete Buttigieg, in a different way, is somebody who wants to take media risks. Now, I think my gut on him is he's going to hold his powder a little bit. So he'll probably want to do the Lex Friedman podcast, assuming he runs in 2028, in 2027. Buttigieg, right. I think a lot of them are trying to figure out what is the lane for right now. And there's a lane for the next 2 years, and there's a lane for the 2 years after that. And you're going to see a lot of people begin to blanket media in the 2 years after that. Now, it'd be interesting. I would be curious, too, would Hakeem Jeffries come on to do your show right now? That'd be interesting. I mean, would he do it for 4 hours? I don't know. The 4-hour ask, the 3 to 4 hour ask, as somebody who also books politicians, is hard. I have trouble. I like to book people for 90 minutes to 2 hours, and I tend to get negotiated down to, I try not to go under 75 or 65, but even as somebody I think well-regarded in that world, it's very, very, very hard for me to get politicians to sit for 2 hours.
I don't have the sense that the 3-hour ask is a big ask because of scheduling. I think it still is grounded in the fear of saying the wrong thing.
I just think they're used to something else, right? I think that when you talk, they are scheduled by schedulers, right? If you talk to them yourself, if you end up having a personal relationship with Wes Moore of Maryland, and he wants to do your show, he will tell his scheduler, I want 3 to 4 hours to do the show. Yeah. But the scheduler is used to a world. The staff is used to a world where nobody gets 3 to 4 hours with the boss. Yeah. Reporters don't, donors don't, policy staffers don't. So then when some interview comes in and they say, hey, I want 3 to 4 hours, the answer is no, because culturally it's not done. You need Donald Trump himself, Pete Buttigieg himself, AOC herself to say to their staff, no, we're making time for this.
Right.
Because it's not how they make time for things normally. I don't know how much it is fear. I do think they're unused to it, but I suspect a lot of it is simply booking culture. Like I run into it too. They're not used to saying yes to 3 to 4 hours for anything. It's not that they don't have it. They have 3 to 4 hours if their kid is having a graduation, right? I mean, they're human beings. They can make time, but it would have to come in a way from them. My sense is this was part of the Rogan. It's very unclear because there are very differing stories on what happened in the Rogan-Harris negotiations, but it does seem that time is one of the sticking points.
It's also possible that you're going to find, as you try to interview Democratic politicians, that the exact same thing that happened with tech CEOs is going to happen among Democratic politicians. You interviewed some tech CEOs, and then they did a great job. And their friends were like, you were fantastic on a Lex Friedman podcast. That was such a great thing that you said in, minute 97. And then there becomes a bit of a meme that you can create really high-value moments for yourself if you appear on Lex's podcast. And then it becomes less risky for the next marginal CEO to say yes. And I think right now, what we're talking about fundamentally is not physics. It's culture. It's just norms. I think there's a fear of low expected value. If you're a high-ranking Democratic politician and maybe you do a podcast like this, what if I say the wrong thing and it goes viral and my bookers and my agenda people and myself just feel terrible for the next few weeks because all we see on Blue Sky and X is just people hating. But if you get one interview that goes well, if you talk to Wes Moore, let's say, and there's a 5-minute segment where he articulates some vision of liberalism in the 2020s that everyone says, my gosh, that is the best possible articulation of what the Democratic Party can stand for the next 4 years that I've ever heard. Suddenly what's happened is that appearing on the show becomes massively de-risked. And in fact, the risk valence entirely switches. We are leaving dollars on the floor by not.
This is when we were scheduling political people. It was always if you could get one, you could get everybody. Because then what happens is the this time with the DNC scheduling too, even that as soon as you do one, and it's not a disaster, all the others are looking at it like, fuck, well, hold on, this guy went on this dude's platform and he spoke to this audience. Are we really going to not speak to that same audience when one guy already did it? But getting that first person is like the hardest thing.
Not appearing on this guy's podcast because I'm AOC. I'm a sensational communicator. If Wes Moore can do it, I can do it even better. And so I think to a certain extent, there's a little bit like of a riot theory phenomenon here. The person who throws the first stone in a riot has to be very courageous. The person who throws the 100th and first stone in a riot doesn't need to be courageous at all. And there might be a little bit of that going on, that people need to see proof of high expected value before it breaks what we're acknowledging to be a bit of a communications norm on the left.
That's a really convincing and powerful theory. I think I want to push back on it because so what's going to happen? For example, this very conversation, you're both going to come off brilliant.
Well, we're barely like 50 minutes into a 4 hours.
It's
I have no more material. Right. It's all straight downhill.
But what people will
get tired.
They'll listen to this and they're like, well, that's Ezra. Like, he's brilliant. They're going to be worried about their own candidate. If AOC comes off brilliant, they're not going to be thinking, oh, this is a place to be brilliant. They're going to be like, well, that's because AOC is brilliant, but my candidate is not. It still boils down to the caution. I've had a lot of high-profile Republican people reach out to me. They don't give a shit. They're just like, whatever, I'll come. People on the left, I've had 2 people who I respect deeply and admire express caution about the previous people I've interviewed and not wanting to come on.
Well, that's the thing the left has to get over.
Yeah, like what?
That's a very important cultural. They began to do a thing where spaces were verboten because it had platformed so-and-so. And I think that culture is changing. I think they realized, that they abandoned huge, vast swaths of significant culture because, like, they wouldn't go places. It's crazy. Like, you have to, the idea the only go where people agree with you is genuine lunacy. I don't want to act as your booker here. And 2020 candidates are what they are, and they each have their own press strategy. But I would say, like, I'm doing this myself on my show. I don't think the best people to get right now in the Democratic Party are the 7 people who lead the polls. Like, I'm looking for people who will think out loud. Like, I just had Jake Auchincloss on. He's like a not that well-known House member from Massachusetts. I just think he's a guy who thinks out loud. I am booking someone else right now like that. I have 2 more people like that, frankly, who are neither of them. They're like I could get like a bigger name. I'm more interested in people who are thinking. Like, one reason I think Bernie Sanders always did everything is, to him, the thing he was really doing was he had something to say. The point of almost everything for Bernie Sanders is to be in a place where people can hear the thing he has to say. And a lot of politicians don't have that, right? The point of anything is what it does for them in the polls, what it does for them with the donors, how it repositions them. I'm interested right now at this moment because it's not 2028. It's not 2027. There's no Democratic primary happening right now. The idea that you're going to like pre-run the Democratic Party is stupid, or primary is stupid. We don't even know what we might be in World War III, right? We have no idea what, we might have, AGI. Like, the things that the 2027 primary might be about, the kinds of scandals that might have erupted by them are totally different. Whereas, the reason I have people on is because they are saying something. They're a live mind in the moment that has a perspective on this that you want to hear. And so I would look for that. And I think a lot of people who are not You know, there are people who are trying to protect something, protect a standing in the polls, protect a sort of coalitional set of allies they currently have. And then there are people who are, you know, trying to just be heard. Again, a lot of Bernie Sanders' culture, the way he does media, is now Bernie Sanders is Bernie Sanders. He didn't used to be. He wasn't in 2015 even. Like when Bernie Sanders ran for president in 2015, it wasn't initially a big deal. It was like, oh, bummer, Elizabeth Warren didn't run for president, was a feeling of most people on the left. And so Bernie Sanders was a guy who's been saying the same thing for decades, but in the wilderness and nobody was listening.
Yeah.
And now he still has the instincts of somebody who understood that like the most important thing was to find a place where people were listening, where they would let you talk and even better let you talk for a while. I think the candidate who's going to do well in 2028 is going to have an instinct like that. But even right now, I think the question is, one of my big questions as I'm booking for my show is just, I want someone who has a perspective on this moment, who feels like they have had a thought that is about right now and who we are right now and what the story of America is right now.
I think what's really important is what Ezra said. It's about having something to say. We wanted to talk to you and talk together about how much we wanted to talk to you because we got something to say. You know, we wrote a 300-page book about how much we have to say. We love going on podcasts and television shows and radio and then doing live events to tell people what we have to say. We think this idea of abundance isn't just important for redefining what the American left means. We think that the outcome of thinking abundantly about housing and energy and science and technology is what politics is all about. It's about giving people the good life, and we think this is the path toward it. So certainly one thing that's profoundly motivated us is having something very concrete that we just want to get out there in the world. Like my sense as a writer, as a thinker, is I want my software running on as many pieces of hardware as possible. I want to get my ideas out there as much as possible. And who gets credit for them and where the idea goes, and that's all secondary. I believe in ideas because they're important. And so I want to talk to people who have large platforms about those ideas, because how else is the idea getting to the mainstream except through those large platforms? That's how broadcast technology works in the first place. So maybe one thing that you're touching on is a little bit of ideological ambiguity. Maybe a part of this is the sense that people don't know exactly what it is they have to say for 3 hours. All I can say for sure is that we know.
There's also a reality, and I mean, the book is trying to enter into this reality. I think one thing you're saying is that people have coded you. And so Donald Trump is really excited to do it, and maybe left-wing politicians are not. One thing that we think is that we're in a period of realignment. The last chapter of the book, we talk about an idea that is picked up from a historian named Gary Gerstle, which is the idea of political orders. And political orders are periods that have a sort of structure of consensus and a structure of a zone of conflict. But it's more or less agreed on by the two sides, even if only tacitly. So you have a New Deal order. New Deal order is founded by FDR. It is entrenched when Dwight Eisenhower accepts the New Deal as part of the U.S. proving that it can treat workers better than the Soviet Union. So those are sort of right there, the three ingredients typically of an order. You have a party that starts it, opposition party that accepts key premises, right? Dwight Eisenhower doesn't come in and say, we're going to roll back the whole New Deal. And it's often held in place by an external antagonist, in that case, the Soviet Union. You have in the 70s, stagflation, the Vietnam War, a series of problems that the New Deal order no longer seems able to handle. So you have the rise of what he calls the neoliberal order. And the neoliberal order is, if you're going to choose a founder, it's going to be Reagan on that one, right? It's much more about markets. It is very concerned with things like inflation. And it really is entrenched by Bill Clinton. You know, the era of big government is over. And partially it's entrenched also by the fall of the Soviet Union, right? The fall of the Soviet Union is like this proof point that
neoliberalism
the sort of capitalists are right, that markets are the way of the future, government does not know what it's doing. And that becomes like the governing set of assumptions. And so there are arguments about what the markets should be doing, right? You know, Obamacare is about creating sort of markets in health insurance, right? You can use markets for very progressive ends. We want to use markets for lots of progressive ends. But the neoliberal order basically collapses amidst a financial crisis and climate change and China. And those are the three things that sort of Gerstle, but also separately we think kill it, which is the neoliberal order does not have an answer to the financial crisis, and it botches in many ways the answer to the financial crisis, puts too little demand into the economy, lets a sort of recession linger and a very slow recovery linger for too long. It doesn't know what to say really about climate change. Markets have made a lot of people rich by, you know, doing a lot of things that are very, very damaging for the environment, very damaging for the future of the human race potentially. And you have the rise of China. And the neoliberal order said, you integrate China into the global economy. You bring them into the WTO. You trade with them. You help them build their industrial base. You help them pull their people out of poverty, which that part is good. And they will become more like the West. They will liberalize. They will have a free press. They will. The richer we make China, the more China is going to become like us. And that proves totally wrong, right? China becomes more authoritarian over time. But it also sort of develops an industrial base. It becomes, as it does not become more like us, becomes dangerous, you know, at least in our view, right? You don't want to ever have a conflict with another country who you've outsourced your key industrial base to. And so you have the sort of fall of that order. And then, again, here, things that would have been ridiculous at one point in American politics then become possible. Bernie Sanders is one of them, right? The idea that you would have somebody, a self-described socialist, running for president and coming anywhere near the Democratic nomination, that was unthinkable in 2004. And by 2016, it almost happened. And Donald Trump is another thing. Donald Trump runs like headlong into the failures of neoliberalism in the Republican Party. He runs against trade. He runs against a sort of Paul Ryan, more open immigration. George W. Bush and John McCain were both very big on liberalizing immigration policy. He runs against the Iraq War and, sort of foreign adventurism. And there's a sort of isolationist instinct that coexists very awkwardly now within a territorial expansionist instinct, but at least in 2016, it was more isolationist. And so Donald Trump and his sort of reimagining of the Republican Party as a right-wing populist, more like sort of some Christian democratic parties in other countries, up in that quadrant of socially conservative, economically populist, that becomes something that's possible. But nothing has found an equilibrium, right? Nobody's agreed to the other side's premises. There are certain ones that people are agreeing on. Both the Republican and Democratic parties have a very different view on China now, right? Like Biden kept a lot of Trump's policies on China and actually strengthened them. And now Trump is building on that aggressively again. But in terms of the other things, there isn't agreement about what the next period in American politics should look like. And that's one reason I think it's very dangerous, both as a question of media strategy, but also as a question of politics, to code people, places, platforms too tightly. Republicans and Democrats aren't going to get along in Congress. That has to do with, I think, the incentives of Congress. My first book is called Why We're Polarized. It's about those almost hydraulic incentives for partisanship. But in terms of what is the meaning of my podcast, of Derek's, of yours, of Joe Rogan, of Theo Vaughn, of Call Her Daddy, of a million different places that are not well coded, that's, I think, very up for grabs. I mean, Elon Musk was an Obama-era liberal in 2012. I mean, I think his personal process of radicalization is not going to unwind itself. But a lot of the people who Democrats are like, all these billionaires are right-wing now. No, people are just uncertain. What? I mean, some of them are a little bit afraid, but people are uncertain. They're moving back and forth. The sort of texture of it is unsettled. And it's going to take time. These transitionary periods, I mean, they can go very badly too, but they take time. And I think people who are clinging to old certainties about what tells you which side folks are on, my sense is a lot of people who are very open to MAGA in 2025 are going to feel very differently about it in 2028, depending on how they do, right? If they do great, then they're going to entrench. But if they don't, then a lot of people who became MAGA curious are not going to be MAGA curious anymore. But they're not going to want the last Democratic Party either. I was making this point to someone the other day about why the Democratic Party's embrace of the Liz Cheney style independent didn't work. Liz Cheney, of course, being Dick Cheney's daughter, a Republican. But what Liz Cheney, the Never Trumpers were a way of reaching out to who the Democratic Party thought the independents were. But the key thing about an independent to a political party is not that they don't like the other party. It's that they're an independent because they also don't like your party. And so finding a bunch of people who are meant to be messengers to them about why they shouldn't like the other party, it's fine. But what you need to do is explain why they should like your party. You need to have some message. You need to accept some fault. You need to think about what it was about you that drove them away. One of our deep views about politics right now, and not politics, policy, the texture of the economy of the country, is that the last period in American politics, in the economy, was about demand. The fundamental problem coming out of the financial crisis was demand. We had too little demand in the economy. Behind that too little demand in the economy was this other thing that was building up, which was a cost of living crisis. Housing was getting super expensive. Healthcare, in certain ways energy, but energy is more complicated in ways we can talk about. Elder care, child care, higher education, right? This is a point, my wife is a journalist at The Atlantic, Annie Lowry with Derek, and she wrote this piece in 2020, early 2020, right before the pandemic, that went very viral, called The Affordability Crisis. And it sticks in my head because she's writing at a time when people were saying the economy's great. Everything's great. Like you looked at measures of consumer confidence in 2020, February of 2020, terrific. She's like, so how come if the economy's so great, everybody I talk to is so upset? And she's like, look, people are making more money than ever, but it's getting eaten up and eaten up and eaten up by these things they really need. They keep getting more expensive even as consumer goods get cheaper. Then the pandemic hits, the problem becomes COVID. But then you have inflation. And inflation moves a problem of the economy, the fundamental problem everybody's paying attention to. From the demand side, how do we get more people at work? How do we get them to spend more money? To the supply side, we don't have enough. Right? We have a constriction of semiconductors, of used cars, and then eventually everything, right? Everything is getting more expensive. And we do get, we'll see what happens with tariffs. We do get, by 2024, the rate of inflation under control, but prices are still much higher. And now people are paying real attention to prices. And the affordability crisis, which again is a cost of living crisis, which had been growing for a very long time, is now at crisis levels. And it becomes the substance of politics. People, you had all these Democrats saying, I don't know what the problem is. Inflation has come down to whatever it was, 3 to 4% in 2024. And they're right about that. But one, the price level of everything remained high. But two, people were now like, the fuck is housing so expensive for? I'm never going to be able to afford a home. My parents went to public university debt free. I could never do that. And what we've done is fail. I mean, Democrats in this case, Republicans haven't done that great on it either, but in blue states, Democrats have failed on cost of living. The reason California, Illinois, New York are losing hundreds of thousands of people to Florida, Texas, Arizona, Colorado is
Are they still losing people? I thought that trended reversed. Also, those places where people are going are also becoming more and more expensive as well. In Florida, I'm pretty sure housing affordability has become a big problem. I think it's one of the reasons why DeSantis is looking to eliminate property tax. Like, again, it's boring, and I'm usually not like monovariate on issues because it's usually a really dumb position to take. But housing, I feel like, is just one of those like super simple issues that everybody overcomplicates the fuck out of. Or rather, it's he's fucking with my shit. I hear him fucking with my shit. Maybe it's not, the problem is easy to identify, or it's simple to identify, but it's not easy to solve, maybe, I guess. But people want to do all sorts of other ways to navigate around it.
They fail on cost of living. It is too expensive to live there. And the reason they fail on cost of living is supply. They did not make enough. They actually made it too hard in many cases to make enough of the things people needed. Some of those are straightforward, like we didn't let people build enough homes. Some of them are more like we've made it too expensive to build public infrastructure, like high-speed rail or the Second Avenue subway. Some of it has to do, I think, in the long run with innovation and the relationship between Democrats and technology. But one of our views is that there are other things in politics that will matter too. But we are in a period where the cost of living, supply, affordability is the fundamental economic question. Donald Trump himself has said he won because of the price of groceries. He's got this very funny quote where he's like, nobody said, I don't have a Donald Trump impression, but he's like, nobody ever used the word groceries in politics before I did. Well, it'd be good if he then wasn't making it more expensive. But Democrats believe his weakness is cost of living. They're probably right, but they don't have a strength on it. And the key question our book is trying to refocus politics on is how do we make more of what we need? How does government either organize itself or organize markets to create more of what we need? And how do we admit, as liberals, times when we've made it so the government makes it too hard to make more of what we need? I'll say one last thing in this pretty long answer. I thought one of the most important things that has come out recently is a piece in Foreign Affairs by Brian Deese, who's a former head of Joe Biden's National Economics Council. And Deese helped negotiate every major bill Biden passed. It's a very straightforward piece about what it is Democrats have not done to make it possible to build at the level of their goals. And he says things like, we should just remove federal funding from cities that have highly restrictive home zoning codes. He says we should have a goal for how much nuclear we build in the next 10 years. We should be trying to reach a goal of new nuclear capacity. It's a very, very important piece because Deese is right at the center of Democratic policy. Instead of retrenching, he's like, okay, we didn't get there. What do we do now to make it possible to get to the place we promised you we can go?
And we should say that the book you've mentioned, which I've gotten a chance to read, and I think it's incredible, highly recommend. It's called Abundance. I think of it as a kind of manifesto for what the left would represent in the coming years. So I think people should read it from that angle. And both of you have been writing about this topic sort of from different angles for a while. I think in 22, Derek, you wrote an article on this topic of abundance titled "A Simple Plan to Solve All of America's Problems." And Ezra, you wrote an article in 21 on supply side progressivism titled "The Economic Mistake the Left is Finally Confronting." And you've just laid out.
Okay. Listen, I love and appreciate Ezra Klein, but I feel like I've heard what he has to say on everything. I feel like I'm guessing nothing like really new or groundbreaking from Ezra Klein is coming out here. He's a smart dude. We like listening to him, but I think we've heard everything he has to say. Pinot, card, shot, glass, rose, quartz, drive, thrust, cloud, bounce plate, disc, napkin, flue, galleon, and fork. Places you can store data, I guess. Card, cloud, drive, disk. Like servings? Can I have like a plate of, or give me a fork of, a glass of, or a shot of? No way, right? No. Fuck. A glass of something, a shot of something, a plate of something, a fork of something. Doesn't really make sense. A bounce of a galleon. A napkin of something? Galleon. Pinot. Bounce. Rose? Fuck. That's not, I'm not thinking of the right thing. Glass. Chill. I don't know what the fuck galleon is. Can I have a galleon of milk? True. Oh, and fork was correct. Shot plate, glass. Oh, things you set a table with. Parts of a table setting. Galleon, rose, quartz. I feel like these are like fucking alcohols. Isn't it Pinot Noir? Film Noir? Is that like isn't this a wine? And like rose is a wine, or quartz is a wine, or is galleon a type of wine? Fuck. Fuck me. I don't know. Would it be a shot here? Bounce, flew, thrust, and shot. Fuck. Those even sound like they go together. Do they? You flew, the rocket flew through space. Rocket thrust. The rocket bounces. Quartz, rose. Types of glass. Like a quartz glass, a rose glass, or rose tinted glasses, a shot glass, a galleon glass. Pinot glass? Is that even I don't know. Kill me. Don't care. Increased with in units of volume plus letter. Oh no. We were right with the galleon. Oh, because bounce is ounce, gallon, Pinot. What is that? In it? Piot? Pint. Oh, fuck me. Kill. I would have never gotten that. Oh my god. And then increased. It flew to the moon, I guess. Rose up, shot up the rust. I guess. Ugh, whatever. Cringe. Cringe. Funny. Cringe. The Nazi movement, as it had developed by the late 1920s, was dependent on the energy and fanaticism of its active members. Without them, it would have been just another political party. The Third Reich was created not least by the ordinary street-level members of the brown shirts and the Nazi Party. What was it then that bound young men to the Nazi movement with such a terrifyingly single-minded sense of commitment? Where did the well springs of brown shirt violence lie? Hitler's charisma obviously played a part, yet much of the party, especially in North Germany, came into being virtually without him. The dynamism of the movement had deeper roots. The autobiographies and diaries of a variety of leading Nazis provide some clues, and there is an excellent contemporary source that allows us some unique insights into the mindset of the Nazi activist. In 1934, the sociologist Theodor Abel, a professor at New York's Columbia University, obtained the cooperation of the Nazi Party for an essay competition in which people who had joined the party or the brown shirts before March 1st, 1933, were asked to write brief testimonies. Several hundred were sent in, and although both the party and the respondents saw this as an opportunity to impress Americans with the sincerity and commitment of their movement, Abel's insistence that the prize would go to the most honest and trustworthy account seems to have ensured a reasonable degree of accuracy, at least as far as the testimonies could be checked. For the grassroots party activist, the elaborate theories of men like Rosenberg, Chamberlain, Spengler, and other intellectuals were a closed book. Even popular writers such as Lagarde and Langbin appealed mainly to the educated middle classes. Far more important were durable, popular anti-Semitic propagandists such as Theodor Fritsch, whose Handbook on the Jewish Question, published in 1888, reached its 40th edition in 1933. Stop. You know what you're doing. Honey. I know you're back there. Yeah, you're trying to knock my shit over. You don't need to do that. Chill. You have food, you have water, you have everything a cat could want. What do you need? Here. Oh my God, he's freaking out. What is going on? Jesus. What are you doing? Stop. He's trying to terrorize me. But no, you don't even eat cables. Stop. You don't even like that. Here, come hang out right here. Look, you have a seat right here. Look. Come here. Come up here. Look. Honey. What? Why do you have to be down there? What? Okay. For the grassroots party, okay, blah, blah, blah. They couldn't read these big books. They read the small anti-Jew books. Frisch's publishing house, the Hammer Verlag, survived. I need a spray bottle. You're about to get Nerf gunned if you don't stop. Stop terrorizing me. Now you're being mean. Stop terrorizing me. Don't. Stop. Stop. Stop this. I want to say Frisch. Frisch's publishing house, the Hammer Verlag, survived the First World War and continued to produce a lot of popular pamphlets and tracts, which were quite widely read amongst rank-and-file Nazis. As one stormtrooper wrote in 1934, after the war, I became very much interested in politics and eagerly studied newspapers of all political shadings. In 1920, for the first time, I read in a right-wing newspaper an advertisement for an anti-Semitic periodical, became a subscriber of the Hammer of Theodor Frisch. With the help of this periodical, I got to know the devastating influence of the Jews on people, state, and economy. I must still admit today that this periodical was, for me, really the bridge to the great movement of Adolf Hitler. More significant still, however, was the inspiration provided by the basic elements of Nazi propaganda. The speeches by Hitler and Goebbels, the marches, the banners, the parades. At this level, ideas were more likely to be acquired through organs such as the Nazi press, election pamphlets, and wall posters than through serious ideological tracts. Among ordinary party activists in the 1920s and early 1930s, the most important aspect of Nazi ideology was its emphasis on social solidarity. The concept of the organic racial community of all Germans, followed at some distance by extreme nationalism and the cult of Hitler. Anti-Semitism, by contrast, was of significance only for a minority, and for a good proportion of these, it was only incidental. The younger they were, the less important ideology was at all, and the more significant were features such as the emphasis on Germanic culture and the leadership role of Hitler. By contrast, ideological anti-Semitism was strongest amongst the older generation of Nazis, testifying to the latent influence of anti-Semitic groups active before the war and the nationalistic families in which many of them had grown up. Men often came to the paramilitary wing of the Nazi Party after serving at the front in 1914 to 1918, then becoming involved in far-right organizations such as the Thule Society or the Free Corps. Young Rudolf Haas, for example, the future commandant of Auschwitz, came to the party this way. Born in 1901 in Baden-Baden, he grew up in southwest Germany in a Catholic family. His father, a salesman, intended him for the priesthood and, according to Haas, instilled in him a strong sense of duty and obedience. But he also intoxicated him with tales of his own past days as a soldier in Africa and the selflessness and heroism of the missionaries. Haas lost his faith as the result, he later wrote, of the betrayal of a secret he had confided in his confessor. When the war broke out, he enrolled in the Red Cross and then in his father's old regiment in 1916, serving in the Middle East. At the end of the war, his parents both dead, he enlisted in a Free Corps unit in the Baltic, where he experienced the brutality of civil war at first hand. Back in Germany, were any of the Baltics part of Germany at that point, post-World War Germany? I don't know how far east it extended, like where Prussia was up there. Did that go into the Baltics or no? No, I don't know. Okay, fuck you. I'm going to assume no. Back in Germany, Haas enrolled in a clandestine successor organization to his Free Corps, and in 1922, he joined in the brutal murder of a man he and his comrades believed was a Hasanabi spy in their ranks, communist spy in their ranks, beating him into a bloody mess with clubs, slitting his throat with a knife, and finishing him off with a revolver. Haas was arrested and imprisoned in the Brandenburg Penitentiary, where he learned, he later reported, the incorrigible nature of the criminal mind. Incorrigible, right? Incorrigible? Incorrigible. Nature of the criminal mind. He was shocked by the filthy, insolent language of his fellow prisoners and appalled at the way in which the prison had become a school for criminals instead of a place to reform them. Clean, neat, and tidy, and accustomed to discipline, Haas quickly became a model prisoner. The crude bullying and corruption of some of the wardens suggested to him that a more honest and more humane approach towards the prisoners might have had a good effect. But quite a few of his fellow inmates were, he concluded, absolutely beyond redemption. A few months before his arrest, he became a member of the Nazi Party. He was to spend most of the rest of the 1920s in jail, though, like many such men, he was released well before completing his sentence as a result of an agreement between the far-left and far-right deputies in the Reichstag to vote through a general amnesty for political prisoners. Clearly, however, when he was not in prison, the Nazi Party provided him with the discipline, order, and commitment he so obviously needed in life. One of Haas's associates in the murder was another member of the Rossbach Free Corps, Martin Bormann, born in 1900, son of a post office clerk and trained as a farm manager. During the war, he enrolled in the army, but was assigned to a garrison and saw no active service. However, like Haas, he found it impossible to fit into civilian life. He came into contact with the Free Corps through providing them with a base on the estate where he worked in Mecklenburg, as well as joining the Free... Okay, for all these guys that join like the stormtroopers and the Free Corps and all this shit, where the fuck are they getting money from? Do they work as well? Is this like a side hustle? Or how the fuck are these guys like earning a living and doing all these party politics and beating people up on the street and everything? Who the fuck is working here? The fuck? As well as joining the Free Corps, he also enrolled in an association against the arrogance of the Jews, another tiny and otherwise insignificant fringe group on the far right. Bormann was not as closely involved in the murder as Haas and only had to serve a year in jail. In February 1925, he was released, and by the end of 1926, he had become a full-time employee of the Nazi Party, carrying out myriad administrative tasks, first in Weimar, then in Munich. A hopelessly incompetent speaker and, unlike Haas, not constitutionally inclined to physical violence, Bormann became an expert on insurance for the party and its members, organized financial and other kinds of relief for brown shirts in distress, and slowly began to make himself indispensable to the movement. But the fact that he was, above all, an administrator cannot disguise the fanatical nature of his political commitment. Like Haas and so many others, he reacted to the defeat of Germany in the First World War by turning to the most extreme forms of resentful nationalism, rabid anti-Semitism, and hatred of parliamentary democracy. Quickly coming into contact with Hitler, he fell totally under his spell and soon began to impress the Nazi leader with his boundless, unconditional admiration and loyalty. To others in the party hierarchy, especially lower down the ranks, he could show an entirely different side, revealing in the process a brutal ambition that was eventually to make him one of the key figures in the Third Reich, above all in its later stages during the war. With men such as these, even more with slightly older figures who had gained their military experience through active service in the central battlefield of the war, in the central battlefields of the war, it was clear that the Free Corps were indeed, as has been said, the vanguard of Nazism, providing a good part of the leadership cadre of the party in the mid-1920s. Yet, already by this time, a younger generation was entering the party, the post-war generation, eager to emulate the now legendary exploits of the frontline soldiers. A few drifted over from the communists, attracted by political extremism, activism, and violence irrespective of ideology. I quit the party in 1929, reported one, because I could no longer agree with the orders from the Soviet Union. For this particular activist, however, violence was a way of life. He continued to attend party rallies of all descriptions and to throw himself into street fighting alongside his old comrades until a local Nazi leader offered him a position. Violence was like a drug for such men, as it clearly was for Rudolf Haas, too. Often, they had only the haziest notion of what they were fighting for. One young Nazi reported that witnessing opponents trying to break up a Nazi meeting made me instinctively a National Socialist, even before he became acquainted with the party's goals. Another, joining the Nazi movement in 1923, lived a life of almost incessantly violent activism, suffering beatings, stabbings, and arrests for the best part of a decade, as he recounted in detail in his autobiographical essay. These clashes, rather than the actual ideas of the movement, were what gave his life significance. For one young man, born in 1906 into a social democratic family, hostility to the communists was at the core of his commitment. The times he experienced in the unit of the stormtroopers, known as the Murderer's Storm, were, he later said, too wonderful and perhaps also too hard to write about. A particularly graphic, though by no means untypical account of stormtrooper activities was provided by a school teacher born in 1898 who had fought in the war and, after far-right activities in the early 1920s, joined the Nazis in 1929. He was called up one evening with his brown shirt group to defend a Nazi rally in a nearby town against the Reds. We all gathered at the entrance of the town and put on white armbands, and then you could hear the thundering marching of our column of about 250 men. Without weapons, without sticks, but with clenched fists, we marched in strict order and iron discipline into the catcalls and screaming of the crowds before the meeting hall. They had sticks and fence boards in their hands. It was 10 o'clock at night. With a few maneuvers in the middle of the street, we pushed the crowd against the walls to clear the street. Just at that moment, a carpenter drove through with a small truck and a black coffin in it. As he went by, one of us said, "Well, let's see whom we can put in there." The screams, cries, whistles, and howls grew ever more intense. The 2 rows of our column stood still, charged up with energy. A signal, and we go marching into the hall where a few hundred rioters are trying to shut up our speakers. We came just in time, marching in step along the walls until we had closed the ring around them, leaving an opening only at the entrance. A whistle sounds, we tighten the ring. 10 minutes later, we had put them out into the fresh air. The meeting goes on while outside all hell breaks loose. We then escorted the speaker back out, cutting once more through the swirling mob in closed formation. For this stormtrooper, the Marxists were the enemy, as they were for many ex-soldiers fighting in what he called the spirit of the frontline comradeship, risen from the smoke of the sacrificial vessels of the war and finding its way into the hearts of the awakened German people. Old fighters such as these proudly listed the injuries and insults they had received at the hands of their opponents. The persecution, harassment, scorn, and ridicule they had to suffer only stiffened their resolve. At one meeting in Eider Oberstein, according to a party activist, born in 1905, 400 stormtroopers turned up, including himself. One after the other, our 4 speakers had their say, interrupted by furious howling and catcalls. But when, in the ensuing discussion, an interlocutor was reprimanded for saying, "We don't want the brown plague in our beautiful town," tumult broke out. There followed a battle with beer steins, chairs, and the like, and in 2 minutes the hall was demolished and everyone cleared out. We had to take back 7 heavily injured comrades that day, and there were rocks thrown at us and occasional assaults in spite of the police protection. Yet the depth of hatred and resentment which Nazi stormtroopers felt against the Social Democrats, as well as the Communists, can only be understood in terms of their feelings that they were under constant attack, not just from the Social Democrats' paramilitary affiliate, the Reichsbanner, but also in many areas from the police, who in Prussia, at least, were controlled by Social Democratic ministers such as Karl Severing and Albert Grzinski. The terror of police and government against us, as one stormtrooper put it, was another source of resentment against the Republic. Such men were outraged that they should be arrested for beating up or killing people they considered to be Germany's enemies, and blamed the prison sentences they sometimes had to suffer on the Marxist judicial authorities and the corruption of the Weimar Republic. Their hatred for the Reds was almost without measure. One young Nazi still inveighed in 1934 against the Red Blood, hordes of red mercenaries lurking in the dark, or, as another brown shirt put it, the red murder mob, the screaming, screeching hordes, hate-filled, furious faces worthy of study by a criminologist. Their hatred was fueled by countless clashes, all the way up to terrifying incidents, such as a notorious gun battle between communists and brown shirts that broke out on a train in Berlin-Lichtenfels on March 27, 1927. The brown shirts contrasted communist criminality with what they saw as their own selfless idealism. One stormtrooper reported with pride that the struggle of the late 1920s demanded financial as well as psychological sacrifices of every comrade. Night after night, leaflets for which we ourselves had to pay had to be distributed. Every month there was a rally, which always gave our little local branch of 5 to 10 members 60 marks of debts, since no innkeeper would rent us a hall without advance payment. The oft-repeated claim that many brown shirts only joined the organization because it offered them free food, drink, clothing, and accommodation, not to mention exciting and brutal kinds of entertainment, does scant justice to the fanaticism which motivated many of them. Only the oldest activists joined in the expectation of getting a job or receiving financial support. For the young, it did not matter so much. Nazi student leaders often got themselves deeply into debt by paying personally for posters and pamphlets. With many others, it must have been the same. Of course, testimonies such as these, addressed to an American sociologist, were bound to emphasize the self-sacrifice and dedication of their writers. Nevertheless, it is difficult to grasp the full extent of the stormtroopers' fanaticism and hatred unless we accept that they often did feel they were making sacrifices for their cause. Hitler himself drew attention to this when he told an audience in January of 1932 not to forget that it is a sacrifice when today many hundreds of thousands of men of the National Socialist movement climb onto trucks every day, protect meetings, put on marches, sacrifice night after night, and return only at daybreak, and then either back to the workshop and factory or out to collect their pittance as unemployed. When they buy their uniforms, their shirts, their badges, and even pay their own transportation from what little they have, believe me, that is already a sign of the power of an ideal, a great ideal. Or I guess that's how they got their money, okay. Yikes. Actual simps. The Nazi Party depended on such commitment. Much of its power and dynamism came from the fact that it was not dependent on big business or bureaucratic institutions, such as trade unions for its financial support, as the bourgeois parties and the Social Democrats to varying degrees were, still less on the secret subsidies of a foreign power along the lines of the Moscow-financed communists. Many people were won over to Nazism by Hitler's demagogy. Now presented in dramatically staged mass rallies and huge open-air meetings, Hitler's speeches at the end of the 1920s had a power greater than ever before. One young nationalist, born in 1908, had attended meetings addressed by such luminaries of the extreme right as Hugenberg and Ludendorff before he finally found inspiration when he heard the leader Adolf Hitler speak in person. After this, there was only one thing for me, either to win with Adolf Hitler or to die with him, or to die for him. This is the support I need from you guys, by the way, okay? The personality of the leader had me totally in its spell. He who gets to know Adolf Hitler with a pure and true heart will love him with all his heart. He will love him not for the sake of materialism, but for Germany. There are many other such testimonies from an anti-Semitic metalworker born in 1903 who discovered at a Hitler meeting in 1927 that our leader radiates a power which makes us all strong. To another stormtrooper born in 1907 who declared that he fell under Hitler's spell in 1929 in Nuremberg, how his blue eyes sparkled when his stormtroopers marched past him in the light of the torches, an endless sea of flames rippling through the streets of the ancient Reich capital. Much of the Nazis' appeal lay in their promise to end the political divisions that had plagued Germany throughout the Weimar Republic. One 18-year-old clerk attending rallies at a regional election in 1929 was impressed by the Nazi speaker's sincere commitment to the German people as a whole, whose greatest misfortune was being divided into so many parties and classes. Finally, a practical proposal for the renewal of the people. Destroy the parties, do away with classes, true national community. These were goals to which I could commit myself without reservation. Relatively few, in the end, were converted to active participation in the movement by reading political or ideological tracts. Word of mouth was what counted. Yet, not everyone was mesmerized by Hitler's speaking. A serious and idealistic young middle-class Nazi, like Melita Maschmann, for example, admired him as a man of the people who had risen from obscurity, but even at the annual party rally, she was so busy, as she wrote later, that I could not permit myself the debauchery of ecstatic rapture. Parades and shows she found boring and pointless. For her, Nazism was more a patriotic ideal than a cult of the individual leader. For Nazism's middle-class supporters, especially, perhaps women, street violence was often something to be grudgingly tolerated or studiously ignored. Many such people came only hesitantly to Nazism. Even joining the party often denoted a level of commitment far lower than that of the young brown shirts interviewed by Theodore Abel. A substantial proportion of the party's members left after only a relatively short time in its ranks. Nevertheless, by the early 1930s, it was beginning to extend its appeal beyond the lower middle class that had provided its backbone since its foundation. Always anxious to claim working-class support, party officials frequently classified members as workers when in reality they were something else. Detailed local investigations have shown that the standard accounts of party membership, based on an internal party census of 1935, have portrayed the working class element as anything up to twice what it actually was, namely about 10% in Germany's second city, Hamburg, 10 years earlier in 1925. Have you read Rawls? He is one of the best liberals. Finally, you cannot be a liberal as Zizek says. Trump was born from failure of liberalism. Yeah, dude, I've read every Rawls book. He's my favorite guy ever. Oh my God. Wage earners also seem to have been the social group most prone to leave the party, and therefore the least likely to show up in the 1935 figures on which most calculations are based. But Hamburg was a traditional center of the labor movement, whose strength made it difficult for the Nazis to make any inroads. Is Hamburg where hamburgers came from? Is that like an actual thing? Or is it just a coincidence? In parts of Saxony, where the labor movement was weaker and traditional small-scale industries gave the economy a very different shape to the modern, highly rationalized industrial centers, such as Berlin or the Ruhr, manual wage laborers accounted for a higher proportion of party members. Younger workers, who had not joined a union because they had never had a job, were particularly susceptible to the appeal of the Nazi Party in Saxony. As many as a third of Nazi Party members in the province may have belonged to the working class in a basic economic sense in the late 1920s. The lower middle class in town and country remained heavily overrepresented in comparison to its numbers in the population as a whole. By the early 1930s, however, the proportion of middle and upper-class party members in the Saxon Nazi Party was increasing as the party became more respectable. Slowly, the Nazis were escaping their modest and humble roots and beginning to attract members of Germany's social elites. Whoops. Among the new generation of leading Nazis who entered the movement in the mid-1920s, one man was to play a particularly prominent role in the Third Reich. At first sight, few would have considered that Heinrich Himmler, born in Munich on October 7, 1900, was destined to reach any kind of prominence at all. His father was a Catholic schoolteacher of sufficiently conservative views to have been considered fit to give private tuition to a young member of the Bavarian royal family for a time in the 1890s. Coming from a respectable background in the educated middle class, Heinrich, a sickly child with poor eyesight, went through several different schools, but received what appeared to be a solid academic education at grammar school in Munich and Landshut. Landshut? I think, right? What are you guys doing? Okay. A school friend, Georg Halgarten, who later became a well-known left-wing historian, testified to Himmler's intelligence and ability. School reports described Himmler as a conscientious, hard-working, ambitious, able, and well-mannered student, a model pupil in every way. His patriotic father, however, made strenuous efforts to get him into the army, even declaring himself willing to cut short his son's education in order to do this. Young Heinrich's diaries and reading notes show how strongly he imbibed the mythology of 1914, the idea of war as the summit of human achievement, and the concept of struggle as the moving force of human history and human existence. But he only got as far as training in the cadets and never saw action on the front line. Here was a particularly clear example of a man of the post-front generation who bitterly regretted not having been able to fight in the war and spent much of his later life trying to make good this crucial absence in his early life. After passing the school, leaving examination with flying colors, Himmler, following his father's advice, went on to study agriculture at the Technical High School in Munich, and here, too, he excelled, graduating with a mark of very good in 1922. He also joined a dueling fraternity, and after some trouble in finding a swordsman who took him seriously enough to accept a challenge, duly acquired the obligatory facial scars. In the meantime, however, he joined Kars Denizens Defense Force, and then fell under the influence of Ernst Röhm, who impressed him with his military zeal. The far-right milieu into which he had now plunged directed him towards revolutionary anti-Semitism, and by 1924, he was inveighing against the hydra of the Black and Red International of Jews and ultramontanism. Damn, they already hated Montana. Of Freemasons and Jesuits, of the spirit of commerce and cowardly bourgeois. With his large head, his short back and sides, his putting basin haircut, round glasses, receding chin, and pencil mustache, Himmler looked very much like the schoolmaster his father had been, not at all like a fanatical nationalist street fighter. A few months later, he brandished a standard rather than a pistol when he joined a unit of Röhm's Reich War Flag Group that briefly occupied the Bavarian War Ministry in the first phase of the abortive Munich Putsch. Fuck, I keep fucking this word up. On the 8th or 9th of November. Hold on.
Putsch.
Himmler got away from the putsch without being arrested, and so had his opportunity to rise in the movement at a time when Hitler was in prison or banned from speaking, and the Nazi Party was in disarray. He hitched his wagon, wisely at this date, to Gregor Strasser's Rising Star, becoming first his secretary, then deputy regional leader in 2 different districts, and deputy Reich propaganda leader. But he was not Strasser's disciple, for by this time he had fallen under Hitler's spell, lest through a reading of Mein Kampf, My Struggle, on which he recorded some critical notes, the first chapters on his own youth contain many weak points, then through personal contacts to his various official capacities, which included, of course, attending Hitler's speeches. To the young Himmler, still only in his mid-20s and hopelessly adrift in the choppy seas of post-Putsch paramilitary politics, Hitler offered certainty, a leader to admire, a cause to follow. From 1925 onwards, when he joined the newly reconstituted Nazi Party, Himmler developed a boundless hero worship of the Nazi leader. He kept a portrait of Hitler on his office wall, and is even on occasion said to have engaged it in conversation. In 1926, he married, and his wife, 7 years older than he was, influenced him strongly in the direction of occultism, herbalism, homeopathy, and other unconventional beliefs, some of which he was later to try and force on his subordinates. Although Himmler's marriage did not prosper, these ideas did. Gradually abandoning the conventional Catholic piety of his youth, he became an enthusiast for blood and soil, joining the Artemans, a nationalist settlement group to which Rudolf Haas also belonged. Here, Himmler came under the influence of Richard Walther Durer, an enthusiast for Nordic racial ideas. Durer, born in Argentina in 1895 and educated, somewhat incongruously, in Wimbledon, England, had served in the German army during the war. Then he had become a specialist in selective animal breeding, which led him into the politics of blood and soil, though not immediately into the Nazi Party. Himmler imbibed from Durer, a fixed belief in the destiny of the Nordic race, the superiority of its blood over that of the Slavs, the need to keep its blood pure, and the central role of a solid German peasantry in ensuring the future of the Germanic race. Driven by this obsession with the peasantry, Himmler for a while himself took up farming, but he did not do well, since he spent too much time in political campaigning, and the times were in any case bad for agricultural business. On January 6, 1929, Hitler appointed the faithful Himmler as head of his personal protection formation, Schutzstaffel, quickly known by its initials as the SS. This had its origins in a small unit formed early in 1923 to act as Hitler's bodyguard and protect the party headquarters. It was refounded in 1925 when Hitler realized that the brown shirts under Rome would never show him the unconditional loyalty which he required. As though I have tier 5 subs. Its initial commander was Julius Schreck, commander of the Brown Shirts assault squad before Hitler's imprisonment, and from the first it was conceived as an elite formation, in contrast to the catch-all mass paramilitary movement of the Brown Shirts. In the intra-party intrigues of the mid-1920s, the SS went through a number of leaders, all of whom failed to assert its independence from the growing power of the Brown Shirts, though they did manage to build it up as a closely disciplined, tightly knit corps of men. Himmler succeeded where they had failed. Despite the rough elements who had formed its first group of recruits, he self-consciously set out to create it as a real elite, bringing in former army officers like the Pomeranian aristocrat Erich von dem Zalewski, and Free Corps veterans such as Friedrich Karl, Baron von Eberstein. Okay. That's the same person? Friedrich Karl, Baron von Eberstein? Inheriting a formation of just 290 men, Himmler had increased the strength of the SS to 1,000 by the end of 1929 and nearly 3,000 a year later. Over the objections of the brown shirt leadership, he persuaded Hitler to make the SS fully independent in 1930, giving it a new uniform, black instead of brown, and a new, strictly hierarchical, quasi-military structure. As discontent and impatience rose within the brown shirt organization and the threat of independent action grew, Hitler turned the SS into a kind of internal party police. It became more secretive, began collecting confidential information, not only on the party's enemies, but on leading members of the brown shirts as well. With the creation of the SS, the basic structure of the Nazi movement was complete. By the end of the 1920s, Hitler had emerged, partly through circumstances, partly through his own speaking ability and his own ruthlessness, partly through the desperate need of the extreme right for a strong leader, as the unquestioned dictator of the movement, the object of a rapidly growing cult of personality. There were still tensions within the movement. These were to surface dramatically in the following few years up to 1934. There were still people in leading positions, such as Strasser in Rome, who were prepared to criticize Hitler and take a different line from his if they thought it necessary. But Hitler had built up around him a crucial group of men whose devotion to him was wholly unconditional. Men like Goebbels, Göring, Hess, Himmler, Rosenberg, Schirach, I don't know how to pronounce the guy's name, and Streicher. Under their leadership, and thanks to Strasser's organizational talent, the Nazi movement by the middle of 1929 had become an elaborate, well-organized political body whose appeal was directed to virtually every sector of the population. Its propaganda was becoming rapidly more sophisticated. Its paramilitary wing was taking on the communist Red Front fighters and Social Democratic Reichsbanner in the streets. Its internal police force, the SS, was poised to take action against the dissident and the disobedient in its own ranks. It had acquired, modified, and elaborated a crude, largely unoriginal but fanatically held ideology centered on extreme nationalism, hate-filled anti-Semitism, and contempt for Weimar democracy. It was determined to gain power on the basis of popular support at the polls and rampaging violence on the streets, then tear up the peace treaties of 1919, rearm, reconquer the lost territories in East and West, and create living space for ethnic German colonization of East Central and Eastern Europe. The cult of violence, derived not least from the Free Corps, was at the heart of the movement. By 1929, it could be seen in operation on a daily basis on the streets. The Nazi movement despised the law and made no secret of its belief that might was right. It had also evolved a way of diverting legal responsibility from the party leadership for acts of violence and lawlessness committed by brown shirts and other elements within the movement. For Hitler, Goebbels, the regional leaders, and the rest only gave orders couched in rhetoric that, while violent, was also vague. Their subordinates would understand clearly what was being hinted at and go into action straight away. This tactic helped persuade a growing number of middle and even some upper-class Germans that Hitler and his immediate subordinates were not really responsible for the bloodshed by the brown shirts on the streets, in barroom brawls, and in rowdy meetings, an impression strengthened by the repeated insistence of the brown shirt leaders that they were acting independently of the Nazi party bosses. By 1929, Hitler had attracted the support, sympathy, and to some extent, even the financial backings of some well-connected people, especially in Bavaria. And his movement had extended its operations across the whole country, attracting significant electoral support, above all among crisis-racked small farmers in Protestant areas of North Germany and Franconia. Franconia? None of this could disguise the fact, however, that in the autumn of 1929, the Nazi Party was still very much on the fringes of politics. With only a handful of deputies in the Reichstag, it had to compete with a number of other fringe organizations of the right, some of which, for example, the self-styled Economy Party, what a cringe name for a political party, were larger and better supported than it was itself, and all of these still paled into insignificance in comparison to mainstream organizations of the right, such as the Nationalist Party and the Steel Helmets. Moreover, although they did not command the support of a majority of the electorate anymore, the three parties that were the mainstay of Weimar democracy, the Social Democrats, the Center Party, and the Democrats, were still in government, in a grand coalition that also included the party of Germany's long-serving, moderate, and highly successful foreign minister, Gustav Stresemann. The Republic seemed to have weathered the storms of the early 1920s, the inflation, the French occupation, the armed conflicts, the social dislocation, and to have entered calmer waters. It would need a catastrophe of major dimensions if an extremist party like the Nazis was to gain mass support. In 1929, with the sudden collapse of the economy in the wake of the stock exchange crash in New York, it came. Wow. What happened with the Young Turks? Hold on. 26 minutes. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. Why? Why are you...
Recently, Francesca Fiore...
Find the logs.
And we have...
Stop.
Fiorentini asked. Recently, Francesca Fiorentini asked us.
Oh no. Wait, the Francesca that I've been on shows with before, she was in the Young Turks? I didn't even know. It was tinted. What was tinted? What does that even mean? Oh, that's the guy's name. You're fucking retarded.
Said TYT to take her podcast, Habituation Room, off the network. And we happily agreed to that. And today, I'm going a little further, and I'm going to take Francesca off the network entirely. So you won't see her on any of the TYT shows going forward.
Damn.
So I want you guys to know why I'm doing that and how this whole situation isn't really about Francesca. It's about TYT, our community, and what we stand for. And so we're for open minds and open hearts. And so I want all of you to know that, and I want to build a community that believes in that and invites people in that believe in the same things. And by the way, if you don't believe in the same things and you say, no, I have a strict ideology and I have no open mind about that, no problem. There are tons of shows out there for you guys. So first of all, we've had some disagreements, I certainly have, with some of the far left, but I think they've been relatively small. But if you think that they've been large, no problem. So they've been around the issue of crime. Did crime rise between 2019 and 2023? Well, that's a fact, it did. But it's okay, we can have different interpretations of it, that's not an issue at all. We certainly are against police abuse and we've fought against it, I would argue, at least as much as any show on the planet and perhaps a lot more. And I take great pride that Benjamin Crump, among others, said that Trayvon Martin would not have done.
Okay, fuck it, we'll watch this tomorrow. All right, have fun, be careful, don't die, stay safe. Ripperino, cappuccino, poppuccino, hoppuccino, moppuccino, cappuccino, 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 alpuccino, my donors. I will catch you guys next. It's Ripperino, stay safe.